2020-01, public comments will be accepted on all agenda items in the following manner. Any person may present live comments by attending the K.C. Wright Administration Building's boardroom at 600 Southeast 3rd Avenue in Fort Lauderdale, Florida, 33301. In accordance with the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, guidelines for each person will be required to wear a face covering for their nose and mouth. Individuals are responsible for providing their own masks, and to remain at least 6 feet from the other attendees upon arrival as they enter the KCW building and until his or her departure. Any person who submitted written comments regarding notice agenda items to Naomi Gutierrez, our supervisor for official school board records, at 600 Southeast 3rd Avenue, Fort Lauderdale, Florida, 33301, or by email to publiccomment@browardschools.com, no later than 2 hours in advance of the published time of the regular school board meeting. Anonymous comments were not accepted. Therefore, each written comment must include the person's name and address. Pursuant to School Board Policy 1100A, in the event of a large group of individuals, which is more than 20, that sign up to speak on any one agenda item, the chair has the authority to adjust the limit of time for each speaker and/or limit the overall time that speakers will be heard on the item. There will be an overall time for speakers on the agenda to 30 minutes for today's meeting. Before beginning today's meeting, I would like for my colleagues who are participating in the meeting to announce their participation. As I call each of my colleagues' names, please respond by saying present. Ms. Alhadeff.
Present.
Ms. Bartleman.
Here.
Ms. Brinkworth.
I'm present.
Ms. Good.
Here.
Ms. Levinson.
Here.
Ms. Murray.
Here.
Dr. Osgood.
Present.
And Ms. Rupert.
Here.
As we prepare to begin our regular school board meeting, we are reminded that our vision is to educate today's students to succeed in tomorrow's world. Our purpose today and every day is to achieve this goal. The following are our minutes for approval. April 21st, 2020, the regular school board meeting, which was added. May I please have a motion to approve?
So moved, Rupert. Second, Osgood.
Moved by Ms. Rupert, second by Dr. Osgood. Is there any discussion on the minutes? All in favor of the approving the minutes as listed, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Those opposed say no. The minutes are approved unanimously. Are there any changes to the agenda, Mr. Superintendent?
Yes, Madam Chair, we have the following proposed changes to the agenda. For minutes, the April 21st, 2020 regular school board meeting, that is an added item. Board items G3, personnel recommendations for non-instructional appointments, reappointments and leaves for the 2019-2020 and the 2020-21 school years has been revised. EE17, recommendation for piggyback renewal and reduction of spending authority for agriculture and lawn equipment, that is revised. EE25, recommendation of $500,000 or greater for education and transportation services for transitioning students with disabilities, that is an added item. EE26, recommendation of $500,000 or greater for speech, language, pathology, and audiology services, that's an added item. EE27, recommendation to approve agreement for professional learning services with the Buck Institute, that's an added item. EE28, amendment to the agreement with Career Source Broward is an added item. EE29, agreement with the Florida Department of Education for SEDNet, added item. EE30, agreement with the Florida Department of Education for Fiddlers, FDLRS, is an added item. And EE31, agreement with the State of Florida Department of Legal Affairs, Office of the Attorney General, is an added item. Madam Chair, we have no further recommended changes for consideration.
Thank you. The changes to the agenda proposed by the superintendent are accepted by the chair after being determined that good cause has been established for said changes. May the chair please have a motion and a second to close the agenda?
So moved.
Patty Good.
Moved by Ms. Good, second by Ms. Rupert. All in favor of closing the agenda, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. The agenda is now closed. The school board will consider the agenda items in the following order. The school board will first identify any consent items. Those are our single letter items that are on the agenda that will be pulled for separate discussion. All the remaining consent items that were not pulled for separate discussion will then be approved by consent. The school board will next consider G3, followed by any G items that were pulled from the agenda for discussion. After the G items are considered, the school board will proceed in accordance with the agenda's lettering system. The school board will consider any consent items, which are our single letter items pulled for discussion for a given letter, and then consider any open items, which are the double letter items for that same letter. The meeting agenda has been modified to correspond with this order. Our next item of business is the consent agenda. This is a time board members advise the chair of those items they wish to address. Subsequent to this, the chair will ask if staff or any members of the public submitted written comments for an item which has not already been pulled by a board member. All those items not pulled for separate consideration will then be approved under the consent agenda. For the following items, are there any board members that would like to discuss? Our G3 is automatically pulled. Any other G items?
Madam Chair?
Yes, I'm sorry. Was that Ms. Alhadeff?
Yes, I would like to speak on G3 and G4.
Thank you. G3, 4, okay. Ms. Rupert?
It's Miss Murray, G1.
I'm sorry, Ms. Rupert, Ms. Murray, G1?
Yeah, I have to separate someone for that list.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Corn,
Yes,
I need to speak on the one that has the layoffs and the non-reappointments. So I'm thinking that's G4, but I want to verify.
I don't have them all open in front of me at the moment. I don't know. So you want the reappointments or do you want the separate? So there's separation of employment. That's our
Yes.
G2 and G4. So which one did you want?
So just pull them both till we make sure I have the right one.
Okay,
Ms. Corn?
so Ms. Bartleman is pulling G2.
But we can ask Eric which one I need to pull for the list that they just sent me. I asked for it last week, but I just got it this morning.
Okay, this,
Miss Murray again.
yes, Ms.
I
Murray
can Speak on G3.
on G3. Okay, and then I guess, I don't know if Mr. Chisholm knows exactly what it is that you wanted to speak to for him to be able to, Mr. Chisholm?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Yeah.
She is speaking to G3, which is the reappointment list. There's no list called non-reappointment, but it is the reappointment list specifically, and G3 has been pulled.
Okay, so Ms. Bartleman, you're not pulling G2 then, or looking to speak to G4, I would assume.
Okay, that's
Okay.
fine.
Okay, thank
Madam
you.
Chair?
Yes,
Yes, this is Ms. Brinkworth. I need to pull G1 for separation of a name, G2 and G4 for comment, please.
okay. And G2, okay. I'm sorry, so G1 to separate G2, and which was the last one, Ms. Brinkworth?
G4.
And G4, perfect, okay.
Oh, and add me to G4 too also, Ms. Murray.
And G4 for Ms. Murray. Okay, perfect. Any of my other colleagues have any items that they'd like to pull from the G items? Okay, seeing none. For our E items, again, these are all single letter items to my colleagues. Any of the E items need to be pulled?
Madam Chair, this is Ms. Brinkworth.
Yes,
Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize. It's double letter.
okay. And so F1?
Madam Chair, we have public comment on F1, so while you're on it, I'll just let you know. There's public comment on F1.
Okay, so then I will pull that for audience input. Okay, thank you very much. On our I1 item,
Me, Rupert.
thank you.
Levinson
And-
also, please.
I'm sorry, Ms. Levinson?
I1, please.
Okay. Anyone else on I1? Thank you. On our J items, again, single letter. And our K items, K1 through 5.
I have K1 and K3, Ms. Corn.
Okay. Ms. Bartleman, K1 and K3.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
this is Ms. Brinkworth. I have K1, K3, and K5.
Thank you.
Mrs. Alda,
Yes.
I'm recusing myself from K2 and speaking on K5.
Okay. And I believe Ms. Myrick, Ms. Aladef will make reference to recusing herself when we actually call the item, correct? Just to make sure that she's covered?
Correct.
Thank you. Okay.
Ms. Corn, did you skip A or
I did. I was just making sure that everyone was paying attention. I'm going to go back to it, but
Okay. I just want to
did
make sure.
inadvertently. So we'll finish the L items, L1 through 4. Okay, and then let's go back to A, A1.
Dr.
Yes.
Osgood.
Ms. Good,
Miss Murray,
Mrs. Alda,
Okay, perfect. So now we are going to move to our Mr. Moken, before I move on, were there any other public comments that I need to request an item to be pulled from the consent that we had not already pulled?
No, Madam Chair, the only other public comment we received is on G4. And that has already been pulled.
Perfect. Okay, thank you. All in favor of approving the consent agenda, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Those opposed say no. So at this time, board members will please identify the open items that they will be asking questions of for staff. This will better manage staff's time by letting them know which open items we intend to address. May I please have anyone who's interested in AA1? CC1 or 2?
CC1, Mrs.
Okay.
Alda,
I'm sorry,
DD1?
I'm sorry, CC1 and 2 for me, Rupert.
Okay, sorry about that.
DD1 for Bartleman, please.
CC1 for Ms. Bartleman, okay.
Me too on that one.
So I have Ms. Rupert, Ms. Bartleman, and Ms. Aladef on CC1. Was there anyone else on CC1? Okay, and then on CC2, I have Ms. Rupert.
Yes.
On DD1.
Rupert,
Okay,
Bartleman,
thank you.
Brinkworth,
Okay. On our EE items.
I have Ms. Corn.
Yes, Ms. Bartleman?
7, 8, 16, 15, 18, 26.
I think you jump backwards and forwards just to make sure that I'm good at this.
I'm sorry, I know. It's okay. I just I took it from all my notes and put it on a list that's out of order. Sorry about that.
It's fine. Okay,
Miss Corn, Miss Murray, EE3 and EE13.
okay,
Ms. Alda, EE22, EE26, EE27, and EE31. I'm recusing myself from the vote.
okay.
I'm also on EE1. This is Rupert. And I think I'm still looking here, sorry. I think that's good. Thank you.
Did I?
Okay.
Madam Chair, this is Ms. Brinkworth.
Yes,
Yes, I have EE5, EE8, EE16, and EE24.
okay.
Ms. Corn, did I say EE 18?
Yes.
You did, yes.
Okay, I just want to make sure.
Yep. Any of my other colleagues on EE items? Okay, FF 1 or 2?
So Ms. Brinkworth, I have a question on FF2.
Okay. So to my colleagues on HH1,
Mrs. Alduff, HH1.
okay. And we'll move on to the JJ items.
JJ7,
Is this Ms. Bartleman?
yes.
Yes.
So Ms. Brinkworth, I have a question on JJ11.
Thank you. Okay, and so we will move on to the LL items.
I have a comment on LL8. This is Miss Good.
LL8, okay. Thank you all very much. So as we begin taking items for the regular school board meeting, staff will read the comments for the applicable items as they are called. May the chair please have a motion and a second on our first item of the day, G3.
So moved, Rupert.
Second, Osgood.
Moved by Ms. Rupert, second by Dr. Osgood. Mr. Moquin, is there any audience input on G3?
Yes, Madam Chair. Hold on. Yes,
I thought it
Madam
was on
Chair.
G4.
Yes, Madam Chair, we have, there's somebody at KCW, Mr. Andrew Grubb, who wishes to speak to item G3.
Okay. Just so I make sure, is the time being kept there for the individuals so that they can see their time at the building?
Good morning, Madam Corn. This is Leo Neesmith, and I am here marking time.
All right, wonderful. Thank you so much. And so audience input.
Good morning. My name is Andrew Grubb, and I'm a student at Cypress Bay High School. I'm very excited that we're going to be getting our 5th assistant principal, Mr. Dixon. Our school is close to 5,000 students, and we were built for about 1,300 students. So I appreciate the board's work in lowering the ratio from APs to students, and I hope that you guys will approve this appointment. Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional audience input on G3? All right, hearing none, I am going to go to my colleagues. I have Ms. Murray. Ms. Murray, are you with us?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay,
We're on
perfect.
We're on G3, right?
Yes, please.
Okay. I just wanted to note that I have 2 special people that are being temporarily assigned. That's Jackie Drufus and Kathy Mathis, both from the Transportation Department, who have a long history and wealth of knowledge. And I always talk about in-depth knowledge, and these 2 people truly reflect, and I know that they'll do an excellent job as we move forward to appoint them to the recommended positions they're being assigned to. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Murray. I have Ms. Alhadeff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The non-instructional approvals, reassignments, promotions, and demotions, I'd like to separate out the vote for Robizi Hernandez Bello Jr. I am rejecting the superintendent's recommendation for good cause based on professional disqualification. I believe that he should be terminated. Thank you.
Okay, so Ms. Alhadeff, is that an official motion that you've made to separate?
Yes.
Okay. Is there a second?
Yes, I'm sorry. I was unmuting a meeting. This is Rupert. I'll second her motion for conversation. So thank you.
Okay, so the motion to remove Obese Hernandez has been made and motioned. Is there any discussion on the motion?
Yes, so I believe that what happened, that this person should be terminated, and what transpired was that he just went down. He was demoted within his facility's position, and I believe that there's good cause based on professional disqualification.
Okay, thank you for those comments. Is there additional conversation on the motion?
Madam Chair,
Is this Ms. Good?
so can we get just additional information on that, or have the particular individual tabled to later in the meeting to afford us greater time to look into the statement that was just made by my colleague? Those are pretty strong words, and I would like the chance to look at it further.
Okay, so there's been a request. Are you requesting to table it, or you're just asking for the additional information right now for our colleagues to ask for additional information?
I would like it tabled to later in the meeting to afford me the opportunity to look into the comments that were just made in regard to the individual. Thank you.
Okay, so there's been a motion to table. Is there a second?
Second, Rupert.
Second by Ms. Rupert. Discussion on tabling the item.
Madam Chair, this is Ms. Brinkworth.
Yes, Ms. Brinkworth.
So I have a question. I know the motion is to table the item. I guess my question
I'm
would
sorry,
be-
I'm sorry, Ms. Brinkworth. I didn't mean to table the entire item. I apologize. We're multitasking here. I meant the individual that was just noted by my colleague, Ms. Al-Hadaf.
So to do so, we would need to actually then act
Separate.
on the motion to separate? Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so you're asking,
I could do it in one motion. It's the motion to separate the individual and table action to later in the meeting.
so what I'd ask is, all right, well, so the motion was already made by Ms. Alhadeff and second by Ms. Rupert. What I'd ask is that we take a action on that, and then as soon as we separate, then we take a separate motion to table, if that's okay.
I'll remove my motion, Ms. Korn, if that makes it easier.
Okay.
I'm sorry, if I misunderstood Ms. Al-Hadaf's motion. I thought it was to separate, and since she went further in commenting on the individual, I thought it was an all-encompassing motion. So I apologize.
No, that's okay. So the motion on the floor now, because this one has been removed, and there was a second to Ms. Good's motion, which was to separate and table this till later in the meeting. That was second by Ms. Rupert. Discussion on separating and tabling. Ms. Brinkworth?
Yes. So I appreciate both the comments made by my colleague, Mrs. Alhadeff, and the questions raised by Ms. Good. I guess the question I have now to my colleagues and possibly to staff is, what can I anticipate as a board member will occur between now and when the item will come before us? Is there additional information that we are going to receive that is going to provide me some clarity? I have great concern about moving forward on approving someone when one of my colleagues is raising a significant concern, and then I just don't understand how I am as a colleague am going to get the information that I need to make sure that I feel comfortable voting today.
So, Ms. Brinkworth, are you asking what information is going to be provided? Just to clarify, what are you asking of staff to clarify?
Well, I'm trying to understand, and I don't know if the information is going to come, I don't know if staff is aware of the information that my colleague is referencing with regard to her reason for good cause. But I, as a board member, have concerns when one of my colleagues mentions that they have good cause not to support something moving forward, and I don't have that same information. So if there is information that one of us has then I believe it's important for all of us to have that information so that we can be informed before we make a decision. So I'm just trying to get clarity on if there's information that is going to be shared with us before the item is brought back before us.
Madam Chair?
Yes, Mr. Chisholm.
Yes. So I am trying to make sure I also understand. I think what I've heard from the board member, Ms. Oliveff, is that she is of a concern that the discipline should be higher and it's more of an individual concern. There's no additional information to be provided as it relates to the discipline that's being brought forward and the consequences associated with the actions taken by the employee. So I was a bit confused on what we would need to furnish at a later time, because at this time, we've gone through a very detailed process. We've worked with our legal department as well to ensure that everything was aligned. So we won't have any additional information to provide unless there's something specific that is being asked of staff.
All right, Mr. Chisholm, correct me if I'm wrong, but this appointment is part of a discipline to demote the individual. Is that correct?
That is correct, and the agenda item is spelled out that way.
Right, so the only additional information we would be able to provide is the details of the discipline for board members in terms of what transpired and yielded the recommended discipline for this motion.
This is I want to use the word companion, but don't quote me on it. This item is associated with a G4 item as well. That person is being suspended for 5 days as they both were attached to this action. The uniqueness is, in order to demote someone, they have to appear on the G3 item, and that's why they're there as an involuntary demotion associated with the actions that are attached to the G4 item, where there's a 5-day suspension, because there are 2 people involved in this case.
Madam Chair?
So, yes, Ms. Oliveff.
I think would be helpful to my colleagues, the email that staff sent me this morning to send to my colleagues. It's information that you should have already received. I didn't receive it since this morning, so possibly you haven't either. So I think that email would be very helpful for my colleagues to read and then later in the meeting to address it.
Madam Chair, may I also clarify?
Yes, please, Mr. Chisholm.
Yes, the email that Ms. Oliveff received this morning, it is the information that you all received our hard copies of as a part of your backup for G4. What I believe happened is Ms. Oliveff is one of the board members that should have received an electronic copy because she was not delivered a hard copy. So Ms. Oliveff, for your information, the board members did receive a copy of it last Tuesday, and Tuesday's delivery as a paper copy. It's just that you still are receiving electronic, and we did not provide you that electronically. So that's what happened.
Ms. Corrin, can he just resend it so I have it at my fingertips, please?
Yeah, so, and
it's en route.
And Mr. Chisholm, you're now referring to G4, but this is G3.
So yes, we're talking about both. I'm sorry, because the G4 information is the information that's attached to the young lady that is being suspended, and that is the backup information. It's just attached to G4.
Okay, can someone please show me what page on G3 this individual is identified? I have been going through this and I cannot find their name.
It would be on the, if you're looking at the PDF, it would be the 7th page. So after you see the first 6 pages, which are the appointments, it would be the 7th page after the appointments.
Okay, this is
on G3.
Is there a page number at the bottom?
Page 1.
It says page 1, but it's the 7th page in the item, if it was mailed to you.
No, I'm looking at something that I received a hard copy, and I'm not finding it either.
Neither am I.
Neither am I. I don't understand. This is a little confusing for me, and I very much would like the information. To Ms. Bartleman's point, whatever was sent, we need just a bigger picture understanding. I understand that there are two individuals tied to, as I'm understanding it, a similar event. And in that similar event, they are brought up on two different items. I just don't.
Hold it up again, Miss Rupert.
I'm trying to help everyone.
Let me see the front of that.
Okay. The front is this.
It's the original item. It's on page one. After all of the listings for principals and assistant principals, it's on page one.
Yep.
That has reassignments, promotions, and demotions.
And it's the third name down. Thank you.
On G3.
Thanks.
Yes.
I don't have that.
Okay. Can you see what I have up, or you can't see, Donna?
We can see it, I just don't have it.
I can't.
Okay.
I don't have that either.
I'm sorry.
It's the original, it's what originally, if you got delivered a paper copy, it's what was originally in the box, not the additional item.
But on G4 or G3?
G3.
G3.
And Madam Chair, this is Ms. Brinkworth. I will just share for staff's benefit that I have questions on G4 that could have been very easily answered if this was apparent in the materials that was provided us today, but it was not. It was not clear to me, realizing that there were two individuals. My question was about the second individual, and so I would just ask staff that they need to do a better job of ensuring there's clarity to the board about what is occurring.
Okay, Dr. Osgood?
Yeah.
Do you have, okay, so in G3, there were two things in your G3 box. Did you see them both? In the box under G3, there was a smaller, very thin item, and then there was the thick reappointment. I want to make sure you're looking at both.
Madam Chair, I just to ensure everyone had a fresh document in front of you all, I just electronically just provided the information to everyone.
Okay, so Dr. Osgood, if you did receive two items in the box under G3, there was one that came as the later revised copy, and then there was the original one that was in the box. The original one in the box was probably maybe a total of 15 pages or so.
So I have one item that came in my box for G3, and then I have a revised one. So I'll go to Mr. Chisholm's email.
Okay, because it would have been the original one in the box. And it says Bello Jr. Robesie Hernandez. And I was looking for a different last, I thought that Hernandez was the last name listed, but it's listed under Bello Jr., if that's any easier to find as you're looking.
Okay.
So
Thank
to my
you.
colleague's point, when this is brought back, I know the motion is to table. I think we need a bigger picture understanding based on one of our colleagues bringing this forward so we can have a further discussion. With that, is there any further comment on tabling and separating the item? Hearing none, all those in favor of tabling and separating this individual, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Those opposed say no. The item's been separated, the individual has been separated and tabled to a later time in this meeting. If I could,
And Madam Chair, can you just again confirm the name of the individual?
Sure, as it is listed in G3, it is Bello Jr., Robesie, Hernandez.
I found it, Ms. Corn, under that
Thank
name.
you.
Yeah.
Beachside Montessori Village to Croissant Park Elementary. Going back to the larger discussion on G3, Ms. Barnum.
I'm sorry, Madam Chair.
Yes.
I guess I also have some additional questions now under G3. I mean, I'm sorry, it is in G4, but I don't know if there's a lot going on here.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe it's just G4. There was an individual named Tambra Sabasco Pandora. So maybe what I need to do is have a conversation with Mr. Chisholm I'm not getting all the same documents that you all were just talking about.
Seems that they're all over the place.
Yeah. Okay. I guess for a comfort level, I'm going to need to defer. I'm not going to start pulling people. I'd rather have just a brief conversation with Mr. Chisholm on both G3 and G4.
Okay, so help me. Right now, we're back to the discussion on G3. We've already separated this individual. So what are you asking that we do for G3?
Okay, just give me 1 second. Maybe
Okay, I'm going to go to Ms. Bartleman, if I could, and let her have her comments. Thank you, Ms. Bartleman.
Yes, so what I wanted to ask questions about, and just because I just want to make board members aware that when we get the reappointment list every year, we never get a list of who is not appointed or who is laid off, which because the action is to reappoint. But sometimes it's frustrating, like last year we had the pre-K secretaries who actually all got to keep their jobs. In previous years, we had a whole bunch of ESC people that were laid off, but they said it was budget cuts, but whether or not it was necessary, that's up to interpretation. So I just want you to know for next year when this comes about for other board members, you should always ask to see who's not being reappointed, because you wouldn't know. You have hundreds of pages and hundreds of names. So that brings me to the reappointment list that I got this morning finally. So we're laying off 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So a lot of them are in budget, and I just wanted to understand why we're laying them off at this time.
Madam Chair, I'll try to answer that as best as possible as it relates to layoff.
Thank you.
So we attempted to give a bit of a rationale for each of them in the report that went out yesterday to kind of outline that. So all of those individuals are covered by the various collective bargaining agreements. And at this time, at their current school, for budgetary reasons, their position was reduced. This office continues to work to find alternative positions throughout the school district. Those numbers during the budget conferences were larger, but at this point, those are the remaining positions that we are looking to find alternative positions throughout the district for them. We will continue to do that on a daily basis. This is part of the discussion we had last year. We will continue to look for positions throughout the district, and we will place them accordingly. They will remain on layoff for up to 1 year. So we have until next school year, for lack of better words, to identify alternative position for them.
Okay, and then the non-renewals are just non-renewals. Okay,
Yes,
and then
ma'am.
now what really concerns me is you have over 50, and all of them are like ESPs, people that are being laid off during probationary. You have probation. I'm sorry, they're not being laid off. They're being probationary. They have a probationary release. 50 ESPs.
Yes, ma'am.
So how does that happen that you're eliminating 50 people's jobs?
I guess the best way, Ms. Bartleman, to respond to that, in each of those cases, they may have various reasons why they are receiving a probationary release. It may be due to budgetary reasons. It may be for performance. It may be for any specific reason, but it is what we call for or without cause. I don't have the ability to identify specifically what's going on at each of the locations because we don't get into that. But what I will tell you is that because they're probationary release, we don't find ourselves as a district going into the new school year having to release them or reduce them at a later time for financial reasons, if you will. So what I also, as positions, as we transition to a school opening next year, these individuals would have an opportunity to reapply and be considered for future employment in the school district.
Okay, so probationary release is because how long to be considered for probationary release? How long were these people employed?
So up to, because we're able to release them, it's 131 work days, and every one of them fall in different categories. Someone could have been hired 50 days ago, and someone could have been hired 95 days ago. It just varies depending upon their probationary, their bargaining unit date.
Okay, so I have to say that a lot of these people are also ESE classroom assistants.
Yes, ma'am.
And I'm just disturbed at the number that were, and also for the individuals that have these positions. I mean, I get that under the law, you're allowed to do a probationary release, but those are a lot of people now who are unemployed. And because they're probationary released, are they still going to be able to collect unemployment?
That is unemployment is something that they individually will need to make application for. We provide them with the appropriate documentation associated with their job, and they are encouraged if they would decide to do so, they're required to go directly themselves and apply for unemployment. I can't say would they be eligible or not because that's something that's decided by the state. May I also share some good news? The good news about this, Ms. Barterman, is what you don't see here, there were nearly 35 to 40 people that were full-time people who were identified at their school for budgetary reasons to be released. We have successfully placed all of those employees at alternative sites. So part of the work that the board doesn't see is that we've already worked to identify placement for every full-time person that has completed their probationary period. Those people all have a happy home and have been placed into a new location for the upcoming school year.
But the probationary people have not. Now, we generate the ESE people here. They are generated by, their positions usually are generated by an IEP and an FTE. So I don't understand why you're releasing so many ESE people.
Ms. Barterman, I will share with you, it could be a multitude of reasons for the individual schools. We attempted to give you the various schools so that you can see each of them are of unique reasons. Forest Glen, for example, has 2 examples on there, and there may be 2 different reasons why they had to release. Could be budgetary, but we try to stay away from that because it's without cause that we're releasing them, and they can apply for gainful employment with the school district and be reconsidered for a job in the future.
Okay. All right. Well, I would prefer, I know that why we're doing it. It just seems like if I was working for this district, I would want a reason why. And it's unfortunate that because we can by law blanketly say you're probationary released. You know, I don't know as a board member, I mean, if they're a one-to-one, they're going to be assigned as a one-to-one in the fall, depending on what our models look like. And I'm concerned. And then what's the incentive for people to work for this district when they're probationary released? So, I mean, it's just overall, I have a problem with the whole thing. I mean, clearly by law, I have to support the item. I don't, but it's just, I have a real problem. Is this because you want to save money over the summer? Is that why we probationary release them and then we're going to hire them back? Because the aides listed on IEPs and generated through student matrices and FTE, you're still going to need those people.
And we will make sure we continue to employ those people if it determines that's the case. This office will definitely go out and do the recruiting and ensure that we find adequate placement.
Yeah, but exactly, recruiting, but you have 50 people here that don't have jobs now. And by the way, these are the lowest paid employees. That's why I'm upset about this, because these people have really tough jobs and we talk about ESPs all the time. So, okay. Okay, thank you, Eric.
You're welcome.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Bartleman. Ms. Good?
Yes, Madam Chair. So I guess my pause, so to speak, is that the individual that was referenced by Ms. Al-Hadaf, again, is being demoted. There's also another individual referenced in G4 that was involved in the same incident, and that individual is being suspended. So my issue is why the difference in viewpoint if both were involved in the same incident. And so I understand that the one under G3 is being demoted but not suspended, but being demoted, I believe, a couple of pay grades. The other individual that's in G4 is not being demoted, I guess, by virtue of the fact of the position the person has, but is being suspended. So I feel like there's two different types of actions being taken. And my colleague is only referencing one individual and seeking to have that individual not, reappointed. So I guess I need to hear from the rest of my colleagues if they feel that that is a fair assessment of treating two individuals differently.
Okay, so I think what I'd like to do is we have to figure out they are being treated differently. From the feedback I've gotten from staff, they're being treated differently because they were different levels of employment. And due to them being at different levels of employment, the response was different. I don't know why.
I understand what you just said. I'm asking the difference in outcomes versus provided by what my colleague said today. She wants one individual fired.
Right. So I'm confused as to, now we're not speaking about this individual right now. If we want to, we'll have to bring it back to the floor. But staff is going to need to help me a little bit because it seems as if we're like being quiet. There is information to share. So what I'd like to do is dispose of the rest of the G3 item, and then we can bring back this individual so staff can help us with this conversation, right? Because staff needs to help a little bit more. There is more information that's being shared. I think that's going to help everybody. That doesn't mean it makes our decision. It just helps us to make a decision. So with that, what I'm going to ask, do I have any other colleagues who have to speak to G3 with that particular individual having it been amended and removed?
Madam Chair, can I speak on what Ms. Good just said?
Ms. Alhadeff, we're not speaking on that individual because we're going to bring that back. So if you want to speak to everyone else, absolutely. But if you want to speak to that individual, we're going to bring that item back.
Okay. I was just going to say that the other individual, because it wasn't
Ms. Alhadeff, that's what I want to do is we're muddying the water here.
Okay.
That individual is no longer part of this item. We've already separated. So as we're speaking to it, we're now speaking to something outside of the item. So I'm more than happy to bring that person back immediately after we dispose of G3. So could we dispose of G3 and then come back to the discussion if that's okay to my colleagues?
Yeah.
Perfect. Thank you. Anyone else want to speak on G3?
Madam Chair, this is Ms. Brinkworth.
Yes.
So I would just like to share with my colleagues that I shared concerns with the superintendent that echoed similar sentiments as Ms. Bartleman with regard to some of the decisions that were being made at the school level for budgetary reasons and staffing. So I just want to make sure that we are working very closely with our school leaders to ensure that they are given every opportunity to prepare for students that will return in the fall. And I know that often, we hear from Ms. Marte the numbers of students that are designated or classified as ESE, which come with additional funding, have been increasing over the past several years. And I just want to make sure that we're prepared with teacher assistants, classroom assistants, the ESPs, some which were on that list. And I understand probationary release for non-performance and those types of issues, but I'm concerned about budgetary release. And I know, Mr. Runcie, you and I had a conversation about this and the way those budgets were being approached. So if you could just speak to that for me, that would be great.
Yeah, so that is correct, and I think Ms. Marte can add to it, but we are doing exactly what you described, working very closely with school leaders. In fact, we're also changing some things in advancing funds to them, such as Title I, for example. Historically, they wouldn't receive those funds till mid-year or later. We're ensuring now that they receive majority of those funds up front so that those dollars can be used to impact students much earlier during the school year. So we're doing everything we schools up for success and working collaboratively with our school leaders through our budget conferences, which include OSPA office as well as budget staff. Ms. Marte is here as well, and she could add some additional information. And thanks for asking that question, Ms. Brinkworth.
Thank you, Mr. Runcie. Board members, Mr. Chisholm covered a little bit of it earlier as well. We balance the school budgets based on the FTE we expect the school to receive year over year, and the district is overall in declining enrollment. So some of the layoffs and non-renewals are due to that. As it relates to ESE, Ms. Brinkworth is correct. Our numbers continue to increase, and we need to look, our overall numbers need to increase. But as Mr. Chisholm said, there could be several underlying reasons which we will continue to work very hard to place these people. But the number of children whose IEP requires a one-on-one may be decreasing. So children age out and leave our district. So we may need fewer one-on-one paraprofessionals as an example. The other thing that Ms. Hollingsworth and her team have been working on is to increase the amount of support facilitators. So some of the modeling changed, so supports were put in different places. I know that the number of laid off, and I'm being careful to use the word laid off versus non-renewed, laid off staff based on their bargaining unit was significantly higher right after our May budget conferences. And I know that we've placed dozens and dozens of people. I also will share with the board, given our overall concerns with the COVID issues and the number of children who may decide to remain completely remote, we are being hyper cautious about hiring in people that we may not generate students for in the fall. It's a very, very unique year, and funding is going to be tighter than I've ever seen in my 30 years. So we're trying to manage multiple variables. But as Mr. Chisholm said, we continue to work in the budget office with HR to make sure we do everything we possibly can to fill the vacancies that are needed to open schools.
Thank you. Ms. Brinkworth, did that address your question?
It did. I do still have concerns about even what the model looks like in the fall and what level of support we're going to need, and whether or not more individuals will be needed to address the need. So as Ms. Barberman said, you know, we'll have to move forward with the item as presented, but I just want to make sure that that district staff is paying close attention to what administrators are indicating is the need at their level based on the students that they serve. And I understand that that is about the numbers, but I am very concerned about our level of service going forward for the new year. So thank you.
Thank you. One of the things I would just ask for clarification, and I know this was already touched on, but there's already been a discussion about not doing layoffs based on budget. But as I'm understanding these reappointments, this is based on what we are projecting to be enrollment and the needs that are being established based on that enrollment. This is not that you're not renewing people because you don't see money in that money to be able to afford the individuals, but rather, like every other year, this would be us adjusting the specific staff that we have based on the enrollment of students that we anticipate, correct?
Yes, absolutely correct.
So that's
Right,
why
it's
I
not
want
a,
to
it's not a
differentiate.
cost avoidance.
Right. So what I want to differentiate, and I know this is a concern, and we're hearing, well, we're not making, we're not laying off or not reappointment because of budget. Every year we go through the process of, based on enrollment, there are specific needs generated by our students. And so I don't want us to confuse, this is COVID, we are having to figure out budget cuts. This is rather, this is enrollment. These are the needs we've identified on the students we anticipate, at least today, coming back. And we're making adjustments based on servicing the students and the needs that we are anticipating today.
This is the exact same process we've followed every year, and the school budgets were done based on numbers pre-COVID.
Good. I just want to make sure our message isn't changing because we've said we're not doing that yet. And I know we have the G1 item coming, right? And we've got, we're doing appointments of our teaching staff, and it's the same conversation. So I just want to make sure that we are aligned, whether it's the non-instructional or the instructional, the decisions are being made based on enrollment, anticipated enrollment, not on needs, right? So not on specifically the budget where we're just going to have to start carving out off positions. That is not what we're doing here.
We are hiring based on the enrollment projections that schools were given pre-COVID.
Perfect. Thank you very much.
And to your other point, if I may, Madam Chair, if there is a horrific drop, we've got significant work to do come August and September.
Right, and that is not today.
That is not today, ma'am.
Perfect. Thank you very much.
Donna, I have a follow-up. The people that were laid off, it's a clerk, facilities and ground maintenance. Are you saying that has to do with FTE, not budget?
Okay, 1 second. If everyone can turn their microphones off, there's really bad feedback coming in, and I don't know what adjustment was made, but we just want to make sure our mics are muted. If staff can address that to Ms. Bartleman?
I can.
That would be an HR question.
Yes,
because you listed budget as the reason.
No, Ms. Bartleman. So every school is very unique. That specific location for most of the year was utilizing district grounds maintenance to do their cutting and their work. So actually that school is looking to continue those services because there were other areas in their budget that they were looking to have some reduction in, and they started utilizing those services. So that is one of those cases there, but it was more around the needs of that specific school and them having the ability to do that.
Okay, because your list for everything is budget, but the people that are being laid off, they're not generated by FTE. They're facilities, maybe the microtech person. Now, my second question is, I heard you, this caused me to pause because you said that there was a model change where you were removing the teacher assistants and the pre-K ESE assistants and all these people who work in the classroom with children because you're going to increase the support facilitator model. If that's the reason you're laying off people who have direct day-to-day contact with kids, I have an issue. No, I just want to make sure.
I didn't say anything about laying off any pre-K ESE people or anything.
Probationary release of all of these pre-K ESE. You have you have a probationary release of over 50 people, classroom assistant ESE, certified teacher assistant ESE, certified classroom assistant instructional ESE, teacher assistant ESE. So classroom assistant pre-K ESE. These are your probationary releases. And then you mentioned that you were going to have more support facilitators. I have a concern because the biggest complaint I heard out there this summer and the biggest complaint I get in schools when we have real school, not virtual school, is that they're not getting support facilitation help. So these people that are actually face-to-face with those kids every day in a room are more vital than the person who shows up maybe once every 9 weeks to check on them. And that is what happened. So when you said you were switching to more of a support facilitator model, and by the way, I have a list of parents who during the virtual school, one parent didn't even know they had an ESE support facilitator ever. So I just want to hear, as we probationary release 50 people who work with kids every single day, that we're not switching to a model that isn't effective when we are in school.
So, Ms. Bartleman, I'm not sure that I said, I'm sure I did, that you and I aren't communicating well. So right. We need to go through that list. But those layoffs, I know some of them are because the children who had one-on-one support have aged out, and maybe there's a reduction in that population. We'll have to look at each one. But I know we've worked with our schools and the Budget Guidelines Committee to make sure that we had the right supports in place for ESE, but I can't say that there's a connection between those two things. So
So I guess my question is, because you did mention that Simone was looking to a support facilitator model, that actually when they get their budgets, they can decide, and this is a fight that since I've been on the board 16 years, that sometimes they open school and they don't staff correctly. And actually, since Dr. Wanza's been here, it's been really fixed. I mean, I want to give you credit, Dr. Wanza. Because there were serious issues as to how those ESE budget dollars were being spent and what they were being used for. And I can tell you, parents want someone in the classroom.
Mm-hmm. So all the ESE dollars are absolutely spent on ESE, and Simone's team, Val's team, and my team make sure that happens.
But if they're spent on support facilitators that children never see or see once every 9 weeks, and you're doing that in lieu of someone who's going to be in the classroom, that's not acceptable to me. Well, that's what I'm making sure of.
We're not.
Because this is a lot of people, and it's not aging out because it's pre-K kids, that assistants that are being laid off. And we have an increase in pre-K, and that doesn't mean they're one-to-one because you have to have assistants in pre-K. So I just want to make sure whatever we're doing is not going to harm kids, because that's, you can, Val, you
we wouldn't do that, and if more children, so we would not do that. And back to the chair's point, if when enrollment, we're budgeting based on enrollment that we reported to the state back in February that we expected to materialize. I'm sorry, back in November.
Okay,
and if more children materialize, we'll hire.
Okay, but you're not understanding my point.
Ms. Bartleman, stop for a second, please. Guys, we're going around and around one conversation, so I'm going to bring it back to the core, which is Ms. Bartleman is just looking to confirm that there has not been direction from the district that support facilitators are now going to play the role of what some of these individuals may have done on a one-to-one service basis for students.
No.
Okay.
That direction has not been given. The one-to-one service needs of students are going to be met.
Okay, so there's more to that.
Okay,
It's not just
wait one second.
It's not just
Mr. Runcie, can you please confirm that direction has not come? Obviously through Ms. Marte on a financial, it has not. You are also not giving that direction at the school level, correct?
I absolutely confirm that, yes.
Thank you. All right, Ms. Bartleman, what else would you like to address?
It's not one-to-one. One-to-one is different. That's in the IEP. If I'm an administrator, I can choose, instead of having more classroom assistants, I can say, I'm going to have a support facilitator.
I appreciate that. What I'm saying is that these individuals are not being non-reappointed because of a directive from the district saying supports and facilitators should be taking over these roles. And Mr. Runcie has just stated that is not.
The other thing I'll add, I will work with our ESE folks and Simone Hollingsworth as we continue to review staffing levels and what we can do to improve at the local school level. I know we've had lots of conversations about the middle school and having some additional supports there. So I'll talk to her and see where we are relative to all this. But I just can't sit here and speculate what may or may be going on at some schools. So we'll look into that.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for the discussion. Okay, thank you. I just wanted to make sure we got to your point because it was very clear. I just wanted to get us there.
Thank you.
With that, I don't have any of my other colleagues that I see right now. I think, Ms. Alladef, you have your hand up, but I think we're going to come back to your issue because I think I did address you. Did you have something else?
No.
Okay, perfect. All of those in favor of G3 as amended, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Those opposed say no.
Aye, I'm sorry. I was lost.
Thank you. G3 passes unanimously. Before we bring back the tabled item, I would like to go to our committee reports. We will now hear our committee reports.
Madam Chair,
yes.
Can we announce the people?
We have to
I'm so sorry. I was so excited to hear our committee reports that I overlooked our opportunity. And so we will go to Ms. Bartleman, if you would like to begin, please.
Yes. Okay. So I'd like to congratulate Shantae Cummings. She's curriculum supervisor, severely emotionally disturbed network. Mary Doromal, protective research analyst. Jacqueline Druce, task assignment, Manager 2, Transportation Terminal. Naya George, temporary assignment, working out of classification as shift supervisor, Transportation Terminal. Jeffrey Levine, Manager, Area Security. And Ryan Masiarli, I hope I didn't butcher your name, Ryan, I'm sorry. Protective Research Analyst.
And I have the pleasure of announcing our temporary assignment for working out of classification in our Manager 1 position for Transportation Terminal, Kathy Mayhews. Our new temporary assignment working out of classification as our Director for Business Support Center, Sheena Newton. Our temporary assignment working out of classification as Compensation Analyst, Angela Peterson. Our Senior Plans Examiner for Building Civil, Structural, Mechanical, and Electrical, Kyle Sawchuk. Our task assignment for the Director in Compensation and HR Support Services, Debbie Ann Scott. And task assignment for the Director of Equity and Academic Attainment, School Climate, and Discipline, David Watkins.
Welcome Susanna Cruz, the new assistant principal at James S. Hunt Elementary School. Congratulations to Anna Kultanova, the new assistant principal at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School. And a warm welcome to John LaRosa, the new assistant principal at Westglades Middle School.
And this morning, I have the opportunity to congratulate Lisa Campolo, the new assistant principal at Virginia S. Young Montessori Elementary School. Esther McGee Savage, the new assistant principal at Whitten Rogers Education Center. And congratulations to Eric Reeves, the assistant principal at New River Middle School.
Ms. Good?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. And I have the honor and privilege of welcoming Valerie Santana as the new assistant principal to Pines Middle School. Welcome, welcome, Ms. Santana. And Jandria Thompson, assistant principal at Everglades High School. So welcome to Gator territory. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Good morning. I'd like to introduce new positions in District 6. I'd like to congratulate Dwayne Dixon, the new assistant principal for Cypress Bay High. I'd also like to congratulate Vera Perkovic. She's not going very far. She was the assistant principal. She will now be the new principal at Cooper City High. And I want to thank Miss Wendy Dahl for her incredible service for 16 years at Cooper City High School. And lastly, I'd like to welcome Kathleen White, assistant principal at Country Isles Elementary. Thank you.
Ms. Murray?
Yes. It is my great pleasure to welcome our new members to our District 1 family. Jillian Mostel, she's our new assistant principal at Driftwood Middle School. I also have Miriam Niebela. She is our new assistant principal at middle school. And then I have Tracy Reiser. She's our new assistant principal at McNichol Middle School, Magnet School. So welcome and good luck to everybody. Thank you.
Thank you. So we have Dr. Osgood. I'm just making sure. Dr. Osgood, I think your microphone may be off. I know that she is with us.
Madam Chair, this is Rupert. Do you want me to jump ahead so we give her time to come back?
That would be great, please.
Okay, trying to read it on my phone screen since it won't open up on my work screen. Hold on, I gotta put the little face on. There I am. Sorry. Okay, I would like to congratulate Michelle Mateus as the new assistant principal at Deerfield Beach Middle. So welcome to District 7, very excited. And Tanise McCrae, our new assistant principal at Winston Park Elementary. You're gonna love it there. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Dr. Osgood, are you with us? Well, I am not nearly as good at this. Hopefully she will chime in, but I am going to make her announcements on her behalf. Welcome to Brianna Ashley, our assistant principal at Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Montessori Academy. Horatio Major Jr., the assistant principal at Plantation High School. Welcome to Cindy Plume, our assistant principal at Bear Middle. And congratulations, Marlon Robinson, the assistant principal for Plantation Middle. And last for Dr. Osgood, congratulations, William Reiser Jr., the assistant principal for Lauderdale Lakes Middle. So congratulations, welcome to everyone. We're very excited to have you in your new positions and roles with the district. So with that, we are now going to move on to our committee reports. Each committee report does have up to 5 minutes. And Mr. Moquin, I'm going to let you take over. Are there committee reports?
Yes, Madam Chair, we have a couple of committee reports that are downtown in KCW, so we'll take those first. I believe Ms. Carolyn Crone has a committee report for us.
I apologize for the delay. I didn't know I was going to be called. My name is Carolyn Crone, and I am the chair of the District Advisory Council for one more week. We had our final DAC meeting on June 17th. Attendance was very strong and elections were held. I am excited to announce the names of the 2020-2021 officers of the District Advisory Council. First, we have our new chair, which is Debbie Espinozo, who is here with me today. The vice chair is Dahlia Latif. Recording secretary, Breanne Pendlebury. Corresponding secretary, Linda Ferrara. Communications chair, Dee Defoe. Included in my report today, I've provided our website, DAC's email, as well as the DAC meeting dates for next year. I'd appreciate if you could share these dates with your board appointees. A special thank you to our speakers, Mr. Dan Gohl and Dr. Deborah Posner, for providing a comprehensive overview of the school opening options that were presented at the June 16th board workshop and for answering a plethora of questions from our members and guests. We also moved forward and voted unanimously to approve our new DAC membership composition that will be included in our bylaws that we are currently preparing for your approval. Our membership will be significantly reduced from 73 to 54. We know that you are adamant that we need a 50% plus one quorum to conduct business, and we feel confident that with district support, we can achieve this goal every month. But please understand it will be impossible to achieve this quorum for the area advisories, even without the current COVID-19 crisis. School staff chairs make up the majority of our area advisories. How will schools find candidates to serve? How will elections be held? How will information be shared? There are so many questions and obstacles facing our volunteer leaders. Community and family engagement should be more important than ever. Right now, and we hope that advisories will be able to continue the great work that they do. I have two concerns and a request today. The first concern is the school website improvement initiative and the district website governance committee. We're excited about the momentum of the school website initiative led by Mr. Ed Heinlein and Ms. Charlene Collins. It's a monumental endeavor that will help parents access the information that they need, and it couldn't come at a better time. Strong communication will help bring strong schools, but outdated information needs to be removed from school websites. And why aren't school-based administrators attending these meetings? Their input is invaluable, and important content decisions cannot be made without school-based personnel present at these working meetings. The second concern is the makeup work verbiage included in 6000.1 that was briefly discussed at the May 12th school board workshop. 2 school board members requested the language to be reviewed for clarification by the 6000.1 committee. The committee has not met since January 26, and DAC is very eager to present our recommended changes for Homework Policy 6306 and for the manual that accompanies the policy. We would very much like to be included in these discussions before Policy 6000.1 is adopted by the board. As DAC chair and a participant of the 6000.1 committee, I have not received any response regarding our motion recommending proposed changes to language in Homework Policy 6306, which I presented last month. And the third is just a request. The district process for formal motion response is not working well. Can we please revisit the process for how and when committee chairs receive a written status update on our motions? I've attached the Chief of Staff's motion tracking process, and I have serious concerns with the lack of response and or communication being provided. It is not serving the purpose that it was intended to strengthen the partnership between communities and the district. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Crum. Is there, I think, one additional one you said, Mr. Moken?
Well, I show Ms. Espinosa was there, I guess, as the incoming chair. I don't know if she had comment or if Ms. Crone went ahead and provided her the report on behalf of DAC. So I would move now to the next committee report, which is from Carlton Krall, the Vice Chair of the Small Business Advisory Committee.
Good morning, Superintendent Ronci, Madam Chairlady, Ms. Korn, my District 2 Representative, Ms. Patty Good, and distinguished school board members and staff. Thank you for the opportunity to share with you the progress of the District School Board Business Advisory Committee, which I am the Vice Chair, and this committee is managed by the Economic Development and Diversity Compliance Department, EDDC. At the May 28th SBAC committee meeting, EDDC updated the committee on the proclamations recognizing its partnership with the Urban League of Broward County and the Health Foundation of South Florida, Inc., both as part of the goal to connect with strategic partners to grow the economic base for students, businesses in Broward County. We're updated on the B2G Now system Go Live plan, and we look forward to full implementation by the end of August 2020. This is critical as the district prepares for the disparity study update. We were disappointed to learn that the study will not be funded until fiscal year 2021. The delay will cost a year due to the time necessary to complete the update and results. The SBB plans to address the critical need for disparity study funding in the fiscal year 21-22. The silver lining may be that Mr. Bilal does foresee a significant cost reduction for the study with B2G Now as the data source. Speaking of funding, the committee applauds the EDDC for taking the initiative to pursue supplemental grant funding to advance this work. We're informed of the department's grant proposal to the Minority Business Development Agency to establish the Enterprising Women of Color Business Center, which is EWCDC, in partnership with the Urban League. This is EDC's first economic development initiative and is aimed to attract more African American and women-owned businesses to the district procurement. We're hoping for the success of this grant being awarded in the fall. The committee was also excited to learn of the progress of the EDC on the Twitter and LinkedIn social media platforms, as well as launch of its new Business Connect newsletter. We're glad to hear of EDCC and BCPS Smart Futures, connecting with the social media, mentioned that recognized several certified firms for doing business with the district, such as Grace and Nahum Newton, Inc., Lego Construction Company, and D. Stevenson Construction, Inc. The SBC spoke at length about district construction projects and the need to provide assistance to certified firms as they navigate the process of doing business with the district. Several SBB members have been made aware of occasions where certified firms perform well on projects. However, they're getting hung up in the permitting process and staff is not guiding them. The challenges are administrative and not performance-based, and some firms have even lost contracts as a result. Also in the community, we're being told that firms are being dissuaded from doing business with the district because it is too complicated and payment is not prompt. The SBC members plan to work with the EDDC to create an action plan to address these issues and also provide input on the mentor protege program current development. However, we advocate for staff training and accountability for noncompliance. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. Mr. Moquin?
Yes, now Burt Miller will give the committee report on behalf of Broward County Council of PTA and PTSA. Mr. Miller?
Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Moken. Good morning, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, Superintendent Runcie, board members, and staff. My name is Burt Miller, the president of the Broward County Council, PTA, PTSA. The Broward County PTA supports reopening model that is inclusive of all in-person, online, and other modalities, which will deliver a quality education to all students. Parents should have a choice between in-person and virtual. Families should have clear plans, schedules for all available modalities given to them for our parents to make an informed choice of the model best suited for their student. Clear and concise communication to parents in a timely manner regarding how they will return to school. Child care on off days should be offered. Families with 2 children in different schools need to attend school on the same day so parents can get back to work. Parents are very afraid of losing their jobs. Students should have access to all services and programs in either modality. Schools' equipment disinfected thoroughly, even if this means hiring more custodians. I have spoken to a few head custodians, and with the number of classrooms and the time frame they must clean them, they've expressed it leaves them between 6 to 7 minutes to clean a classroom on a normal day. If they must disinfect all the classrooms, that would not leave enough time with the staff they currently have. This has been a concern of many parents as well. All prevention requirements such as masks, hand washing, etc., must be clearly communicated and indicate what entity will be providing the PPE. Plans for social distancing during lunch and outdoor activities should be in place and again communicated to all. The health and safety of all our students and staff is of the highest priority for PTA. We are aware that there are immunocompromised students, teachers, and other personnel in our school community, as well as at home, and their health and safety needs additional protection. National PTA finds it equally important that schools have the ability to direct and effectively connect with low-income families, students learning English, and other marginalized student groups who are most likely to be impacted by school closures to ensure the equity is at the forefront of the online and other substitute school educational offerings. It is our association's position that plans for reopening shall incorporate the best available science and the expertise of infectious disease doctors and health practitioners. Plans should also strictly follow the most up-to-date Center for Disease Control guidelines, including but not limited to reasonable social distancing, rigorous sanitizing processes, and viral screenings and testing protocols. National PTA believes that the states and school districts must plan and align logistics, educational strategies, and public health approaches into one coherent response. We recognize that there will not be a one-size-fits-all process for the reopening of schools. The Florida PTA is holding their leadership convention virtual this year on July 16th through the 19th, and you can register by going to floridapta.org. This is an opportunity to train PTA board members through the state of Florida, and these are content-rich classes for presidents, secretaries, and treasurers, as well as the entire PTA board at our schools. The National PTA is holding their leadership convention virtual this year as well, starting July 20th and will run through August 7th. You can also register there by going to pta.org. For more information about the Broward County Council PTA, you can go to browardptsa.org and visit our website. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Before we take the next committee report, I would like to recognize Ms. Good wanted to follow up.
Yes, just very quickly. Ms. Corn. I just appreciate Mr. Carlton Carl's report, and I wondered if Mr. Runcie could add anything further to some of the recommendations and discussions that he shared with us. And if not now, if we could be provided some follow-up as how we can best support this group, especially since some of their targets that he referenced are our targets. Thank you.
Absolutely, and I really appreciated that report. I mean, I know this is a priority for this administration and the board to make sure that we continue to create opportunities for all groups in our community. And in fact, that's why we ended up doing all this work initially on the disparity study and putting policy 3320 in place. One thing that I did write down and that certainly resonated and we continue to hear, so we need to address it from a communications and perception, as well as deal with some of the possible reality. And that is, you know, the onerous amount of paperwork, as some see it, and the historical issues around, and maybe some current ones around being paid on a timely basis. So we've got to continue to review that and work to improve that with our procurement folks, as well as coordinate that with finance. And then I think continuing to have the partnerships with external organizations that we've been working with, like the Urban League and others. We'll continue to work through that as well. But certainly we'll review the comments and make sure that we can partner as much as possible with the folks in this advisory to make sure that, you know, we're keeping our eyes on the prize. Thank you, Ms. Good.
Thank you. Mr. Moquin, do we have anyone else? Oh, I know that we do have at least one more, I believe, our ESE.
I think Ms. Bartleman's trying to speak though first before we move.
Oh, okay. Ms. Bartleman?
My comment is on the PTA report.
Okay.
And it's more like for Mr. Runcie. I know we're discussing the opening of school next week, but I'm not sure when your surveys are going out, and a lot of.
I have a report I'm doing as I do every board meeting, and I'll mention that since this is obviously the most important topic we're dealing with. So I'll provide information on that.
So then my comment on what he said then, and we'll talk about it, is that the parents are afraid of losing their jobs and not having places for their kids.
Yeah.
And so we really, overwhelmingly, that is a huge problem not being open full time. So I look forward to your report.
Yeah. So that's a huge, right. That's a huge problem.
Many people need full-time services, full-time school, whether you're ESE, non-ESE. We have to get that number of how many people who need that. We can't just ask, do you want hybrid or virtual? Because overwhelmingly, what I'm hearing is people need more. So I'll let you answer that later.
Yeah, and I think we're all hearing the same thing. I get calls, emails, tons of letters that I go through, and I'm sure the entire board is as concerned as you are about the fact that our schools are central to people getting back to work, and they're central to the economy. But you know, we got challenges and realities that we're dealing with. We're in this place for a reason, and there's a global pandemic going on. No one wishes to have that. We're here to keep schools open every day of the year. That's what we live for. That's what we do. And so we're obviously going to do everything we can to make that happen, but do it responsibly.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you. Ms. Luscombe?
Thank you. Good morning. I'm Jackie Luscombe. I'm chair of ESE Advisory, and I'm sanctioned by the members of ESE Advisory Council to report on their behalf. Firstly, just regarding the conversation around ESPs just now, this is a subject that has caused alarm because there can surely not be a case for losing anyone who can be supporting our students, especially as we move towards a new phase of education that's proving exceptionally challenging to administer and that struggled to provide FAPE for all students with disabilities in the spring. I hear that this isn't a district-led purge on ESPs. I appreciate Mr. Runcie's assurances of that and of it being given scrutiny. But if this is a redistribution of ESPs across schools, as opposed to shedding any, that's not the impression that this issue has communicated. And the first assumption of parents has been or will be that students with disabilities are a soft target, regardless of what is or isn't happening. So we do need continuing liaison on this issue. I know Ms. Hollingsworth in the ESLS division will continue to liaise with us on that, but I think the messaging has given a very alarming impression. I'd also echo the point made from district advisory about school board members or appointees to ESE advisory. Some of you, and I've said this twice before, we have had no appointee to ES advisory by some of you school board members for years. If you've appointed, some of your appointees have not attended, or it's been sporadic at best. Some of you have, we've had exceptional support from appointees. So I would just urge for that to be sorted out once and for all. Thank you. My April report contained issues that were very relevant then and continue to be relevant now as the district builds a continuing education model for the fall. Those issues are now being given attention in the district's reopening planning process, particularly relating to the building of a high quality e-learning model that needs to work for all, with students and teachers communicating daily and consistently through audiovisual engagement, if not on campus, and attention to delivery of ESE services and FAPE. This week, a number of students with disabilities embark on their virtual extended school year program, and the huge scale of effort that's gone into trying to make this work for everyone is very clear and very appreciated. People's experiences with ESY, though, will have direct relevance to and lessons for the construction of virtual programming in the fall for those not on campus. One of those lessons has already been to highlight the importance of clear, concise, timely communication between the district, teachers, and parents. Expectations, logistics, schedules, clear understandings on how it'll all work all need close attention in a timely manner. On July the 2nd, we have a virtual ESE advisory event in which Dr. Deborah Posner, Executive Director of the district's Strategic Initiative Management Team, will present to parents on the reopening planning so far and provide an opportunity for our ESE community to communicate concerns, ideas, and have questions answered. There is a lot of fear and anxiety around this issue, and for our ESE community all the more so because of the challenges of meeting specific and special needs. Because we're required by the district to hold meetings on Teams, whether they're formal meetings or unofficial informational events, we're limited to only 250 people being able to join this event. So we'll be posting the recording online and gathering advanced feedback and concerns from our community to ensure we're covering matters as well as possible. As I've represented at meetings of the reopening committee that I'm on and at its ESE subgroup, there is not one broad sweeping statement that sums up the specific models that families of students with disabilities want or prefer when it comes to returning in the fall. But they, other than knowing that they need the very best you can offer, there are many differing views and options, and the best and fairest way that ESE advisory can represent on behalf of them all is to advocate for as much as humanly possible on every level to ensure there's integrity both in the on-campus and in the virtual models that cater to the special needs. That's what I've done and continue to do on those bodies, and it's clear that parents want to know that no child will be left behind and loud guarantees that that will be the case. They want IEPs respected and followed, and for their child not to be part of a zip code lottery in terms of what can be offered. Most of all, they also need the assurance that they won't be left on their own to educate their children solo at the kitchen table. I know these are issues that are being well considered now at the meetings, and they need to be communicated consistently and clearly. And most of all, I'd just like to thank the SEAM team as well and the ESLS division who are hearing us, liaising with us very closely. And I'm grateful for that. We'll continue our input as we can. Thank you.
Thank you for the update and report. Do we have any other committee reports? I do know that we have our student advisors who would like to be sharing as well.
Yeah, Madam Chair, I'll just ask Dr. Neesmith to confirm that with the exception of the student advisors and the superintendent's report, I believe that concludes all of our committee reports.
Wonderful.
Good morning, Madam Chair. That concludes our committee reports. We have no one else here to provide a committee report.
Okay, I believe that Rocco Diaz is on the line. If we can provide him an opportunity to give his report as a student advisor.
Hello, I wanted to share that online graduations are continuing into this month, and also schools in South Florida. I know at least Fort Lauderdale High School have put together solutions such as hosting a drive-through graduation parade. And also I wanted to inform you that many of our own students are participating in protests in cities from Fort Lauderdale to Coral Springs to other cities around Broward County, protesting for the defunding of police departments as well as the easing of police involvement in our own schools and other methods of systemic racism. So we owe them applause for their advocacy. And that concludes our report.
Oh, okay. Well, that was brief. Thank you.
Yeah.
So with that, I believe we have now wrapped up all of our committee reports. Before we move on to the superintendent's report, I would like for us to be able to take our public speakers. We typically do that at noon, and it is now 12:13. So, Mr. Moquin?
Madam Chair, if I may,
Yes.
we have one public speaker here at KCW, and that would be Mr. Andrew Grubb.
Perfect, thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, school board members, and Superintendent Runcie. Now, we know that democratic, legal, and management principles tend to justify why public comments make a difference in policy. Public participation is an essential function of good governance. It is an opportunity for members of the public to inform the governing body about their views on issues being discussed. It is understood that the public does not participate in the decision-making process. Rather, it provides input to the governing body, which takes the input into making its decisions. Last Tuesday, after the workshop adjourned, a school board member made a remark with a smirk on her face regarding the comment I made on the attendance. Now I ask, what is the purpose of allowing the public to speak, aside from abiding by the law, if you do not allow board members to take action onto it? Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other public comment?
Yes, Madam Chair, we received one written comment from Marietta Williams. The topic is workplace justice. The comments are as follows. I look forward to another conversation with the leaders in district to discuss how the leadership process can be improved. I plan to share my personal experiences. Conversation goals. 1, assure the proper procedures were taken. Placement, leadership process, leaves in return from leaves. 2, development and implementation of ethical policies to assure that unfair punishment and workplace retaliation does not occur. A clear policy against any forms of retaliation. 3, checks and balances. 4, a tracking system in place to document the initial complaint, investigation, and conclusion, a systematic way to report arbitrary and capricious actions. Madam Chair, that concludes the speaker's comments.
Okay, thank you very much. So there are no additional comments in person or in writing, correct?
That is correct.
Thank you very much. At this time, Mr. Runcie, would you like to share your superintendent's report?
Yes, I would, Madam Chair. So, looking ahead to the upcoming school year, we're continuing to tackle the work of determining what school will look like in the fall. This is a challenging and collaborative process, and there are no easy decisions or clear options. However, what is clear is that our highest priorities must always be, number 1, the health and safety of our students and employees, and 2, the consistent delivery of high-quality education for all of our students. These 2 priorities are at the forefront of our decision-making. We cannot choose one over the other, but must balance them to the best of our ability as we are led by the data and guidance of medical and public health experts. Let us not forget that the measures to deal with the coronavirus pandemic is the reason why all schools were closed by the state in March, and also why there are so many restrictions, precautions, and guidelines that have been put in place by local, regional, and national authorities, including the Centers for Disease Control. We are especially grateful to our Broward School District community for its engagement and its input, which is essential for this process. The 82,000 responses to our last survey has provided us with a good understanding of what our parents, teachers, and students are hoping will be provided when school reopens. Acknowledging the importance of such input, we are planning to administer another survey to parents and guardians next week so they can more specifically let the district know of their intention for their children in the fall with respect to reopening options at their local school. So we're going to a level of granularity that's lower and more specific than the general survey that we had. These options will include a hybrid learning model, which will provide a combination of in-class learning and e-learning, a 100% e-learning at home option connected to their local schools. Again, that's something new. That's what we heard. Many parents are also looking for. Again, that's an e-learning model that's connected to their local school. And of course, we have our award-winning Broward virtual school option, which will also be available. The survey, which will also be sent to teachers, will be open from June 29th to July 9th. Again, the survey will be open from June 29th to July 9th. I also continue to receive comments and suggestions, receive a lot of letters, emails, phone calls from parents, teachers, and students. I'm reviewing them before our workshop next week. Over the past few days, I've spoken to numerous parents, received many letters advocating actually for the full open of our schools. That's 100%. And to offer in-classroom instruction every day. And look, we're going to do everything we can to take a serious look at this request over the next few days. But I also want folks to understand that we're seriously constrained by the need to adhere to CDC recommendations, as was just mentioned by the chair of the PTA, and also looking and taking into account not only the social distancing through increased spacing requirements, but we also have staffing, physical space, and financial limitations that will be taken into consideration. Again, we'll cover some of those again next Tuesday. Our goal is for our schools to open in August and to continue to stay open for the entire school year, all 180 days of the 2020-21 school year, with students receiving instruction every day. We are also prioritizing our ESE and ELL students who are in self-contained settings and centers, as we know face-to-face in classroom is an absolute must for many of the services that are required for them to have an equitable education experience. At the June 30th school board workshop next week, we will bring actual school examples as administrators are working on simulations. Parents will also be able to view that discussion on reopening options with the school board and provide feedback and suggestions. We're also continuing to work through the intricacies of daily school operations, academics, safety protocols, student transportation, meal service, and employee policies, as well as the social emotional needs of students and our employees. Again, I know that this has been an extremely difficult challenge for parents. We need our students to have opportunities to interact with each other, to connect with their teachers, and parents need to be able to deal with a lot of other stress they've had, be able to get back to work and juggle all the many things that they're doing. So we're going to do everything we can to get as close as we can to creating some relief, some sense of normalcy for our parents and communities while we balance the challenges of this current moment. Thank you, Madam Chair. That's it for my report today.
Ms. Korn?
Thank you, Mr. Runcie. So we are not at this time going to be commenting on Mr. Runcie's report. This could take literally all day long. I know we all have very significant concerns and issues around this, and we will obviously continue to be discussing it individually with Mr. Runcie and staff. I cannot open the floor to this conversation. I'm sorry. I have a whole bunch I would also like to say, so it's very difficult to hold myself back from sharing.
Can I ask Attorney
Again,
something?
that's why we have the workshop next.
Yes.
But the survey's going out this week though, right? And that's my concern. So can I send that on an email to all of you? Because we're not voting on the survey. Can I do that? Am I allowed to do that, Ms. Myrick?
I'm sorry, what was the question?
If she can send an email regarding to all of her colleagues about the survey.
As long as your colleagues don't respond to you, you can.
Okay, then I'm going to handle it that way because I want information for next week that I will not be able to get if I don't bring it up and get everyone.
Well, again,
Can I just be clear to the chair?
Said the survey results are not going to be available for next week.
But once you do
Because
the
we're
survey,
keeping the survey open for a longer period of time.
but you're missing an important question to me on the survey. And that's what I'm going to email everybody.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Chair.
Ms. Good?
I'm sorry, just very quick. I get what Ms. Bartleman wants to do, but her emailing her points and copying us and us not having an opportunity to respond to her points if we agree or disagree. So how would that even function? And I'm not looking to open it up now. I think that if she has issues that she wants addressed, that she go ahead and email them to the superintendent. But when she copies us and we therefore may not agree with some of her viewpoints, it puts us in a situation where I am unable to respond. So I don't know if I need guidance from Ms. Myrick. I may happen to agree with all of them, I may not. And I don't want it to appear that way. Thank you.
And through the chair, I get recommendations and questions from board members, whether it be the survey, other things that we may need to address in our planning. I've stated that before, and so I welcome that from any of the board members to continue to provide that to me. Thank you.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. So we are now going to go back to the agenda at this time. And what I'd like to do is get a motion and a second to bring back the item that was separated and tabled for the one individual in item G3.
So moved, Rupert.
Moved by Ms. Rupert, second by Dr. Osgood. And so now we have this on the floor, and I would ask if staff could initially start the conversation with a little bit more information. Mr. Chisholm.
Hello, Madam Chair. Thank you so much for the opportunity to just kind of give a little update. And I'm pretty sure board members have seen a lot of this information. We were very mindful throughout this entire process. We brought the OSPA team in together, our legal department, our SIU department. We just had a lot of meaningful conversations. But this is an incident dealing with two people that had inappropriate conduct at our school, sexual in nature. The event occurred at the school. One is of a supervisory capacity, of a head custodian capacity, and one is a subordinate. So as we navigated through this recommendation, we recognized that a reporting relationship came into concern here. Therefore, we knew that both of them would be disciplined accordingly. A suspension and a demotion served similar cases. For example, a suspension yields a negative pay amount, and the demotion is also something that will yield a permanent pay amount. And because the individual in the supervisory capacity was the leader in the work environment, we had believed that that individual could not be demoted to an assistant head, for example, because that individual still would have supervisory responsibilities. We knew that it was very important to navigate it through this process, taking into consideration, we did not want the individual to continue to supervise people in the district. And we also took in consideration that we had to reassign both of those individuals to two different sites. So we also did that. And also for the board, it's very important that we've been very careful in our conversation today because one of them have filed a grievance, and we are going to appropriately start that process. So a lot of times when you hear us speaking, we try to be very careful and very mindful that we are not having to defend the case publicly, because the individual does have a due process. So we always sometimes dance around that, but in no way do we ever want to hold back any information to our board so that they can make a very meaningful decision around any type of discipline that needs to move forward. So I'm still being very mindful and very careful about the specifics, but it was something that we were able to identify that the allegations as much as we could. We don't have a video of the actions, but we do have a video that kind of aligns with the individual that shared and witnessed this act going on. So there was an employee that actually witnessed the individuals and the act in one of our facilities, and some of the stories that the individuals provided to us did not align, and we were able to speak with individuals to confirm the information as it relates to the sequence of events that led up to the incident, as well as those incidents that occurred after the incident. So, Madam Chair, I'll pause for a second. I don't know if there's some additional information I can provide, but I am doing a bit of a dance simply because we do have a grievance and we have a due process that has been filed.
I have Ms. Alhadeff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So first, I'd like to just say that when I was speaking on the G3 item, I was speaking specifically on only that person because that's the item that we were speaking on. Now that we're able to speak on the G4 item, I'd like to make the comment that I feel like this.
Ms. Alhadeff, just so you know, G4 is not on the floor.
Oh.
G3, only this individual from G3 is what we've brought back at the moment.
Ah, I see. Okay, so then, so then I will go back to what I originally said, is that I'm rejecting the superintendent's recommendation for good cause based on professional disqualification.
Okay, thank you. I believe, Ms. Bartleman, your hand is up. I don't know if that is intended or just didn't come down.
Same hand from before.
Okay. And I don't see any additional hands up at the moment.
I wanted to speak.
Yes, Ms. Good.
So I see that we're only on this item, but I think it's very difficult to speak about this particular individual without speaking about another individual in G4. So I get what Ms. Alhadeff was attempting to do. And in fairness to her, I had asked a question earlier to understand her thought process in recommending what she's recommending on G3. But I also need to understand how she feels with the other item, the other individual that's referenced in G4. Okay, so I don't know how we accomplish that, Madam Chair.
Okay, so what I would suggest is that we go ahead, we'll table this again. Let's go through the items. We will bring G4 up. We can separate the individual in G4, and then we can have a conversation about the two separated items. I'm happy to bring both of them to the floor at the same time so we can discuss them.
Thank you.
Okay, so if I could have a motion to table.
So moved, Rupert.
Second, Alhadeff.
Moved by Ms. Rupert, second by Ms. Alhadeff. Any discussion? All those in favor of tabling the item, please indicate by saying aye.
Wait.
Yes.
Donna, it looks like Barbara Myrick's hand's up, or maybe on my screen it says.
Okay, Ms. Myrick.
Yes, I don't need to speak now that you're tabling it, but I will speak later.
Okay.
If I might.
Okay, thank you.
I was back for a vote.
Just trying to help.
Thank you. If you guys can just take your hands down, if you're not, that way it's easier for me to know where we are presently in the conversation. Those in favor of tabling the item, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Those opposed say no. The item is tabled. If I could have a motion in a second, please, on G2.
So moved.
Second, Rupert.
Moved by
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray, second by Ms. Rupert.
Hello.
Is there any audience input on G2?
Evelyn, this is Larry Chapman. I'm calling you on behalf of the Broward County Police Benevolent Association. How are you?
Hi, Larry, and I'm on a Zoom call right now,
Okay,
so I can't
Dr.
have this
Osgood,
conversation.
can I ask you to mute your microphone? Thank you so much. Mr. Moquin, is there any audience input on G2?
Madam Chair, we did not receive any public comment on item G2.
Perfect, thank you. To my colleagues, I have Ms. Brinkworth.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a question about one of the suspensions that's listed here. How does a 10-day suspension work for an employee on leave for a charter school?
Good morning, Board. This is Susan Rockelman, Director of Talent Acquisition. Let me just verify. Mr. Strauss, would you like me to address that?
That is fine, Ms. Rockelman.
Okay. Good morning, Madam Chair, the Board, and Mrs. Brinkworth. So the employee, when the incident occurred, the employee was an active employee of ours. So it went through the process of an investigation, went through the pre-disciplinary process, and as an outcome, the 10-day suspension was determined, and she's also agreed to it. She has requested to return back to work. So as soon as she is placed in a new position, she will then serve her 10-day suspension.
Okay, so there is not a charter school leave request going forward for the next year.
She did request one, but she has recently rescinded that request and asked to return for the upcoming school year.
Okay, and so then the suspension will be served at that time.
Correct. We will work with her school where she is placed at and determining those 10 days.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, and so all those in favor of G2, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Aye. Those opposed say no. G2 passes unanimously. May I please have a motion and a second on G1?
So moved.
Second,
Rupert.
Alda.
Moved by Ms. Rupert, second by Ms. Aladeff. Is there audience input on G1?
Nope.
Madam Chair, there is no public comment on G1.
Thank you very much. I believe several of us need to speak to the item to pull a name. Ms. Brinkworth.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to separate out the name Barbara Pomper. And I need to abstain from the vote on her name. She is my sister-in-law.
Thank you. Ms. Murray?
Yes, I'd like to separate Marie Martin.
Okay.
Same from voting for her.
And I will be separating Tara Billy. Can I please have a motion to separate the three individual names?
So move to Ms. Good to separate Ms. Pomper, Martin, and Tara Libby.
Second, Dr. Osgood.
Motion by Ms. Good, second by Dr. Osgood. Any conversation on the item? Seeing none, all those in favor of separating the names, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Those opposed say no. Okay, so I'm going to ask that we take a vote individually on Barbara Pomper. All those in favor of the appointment by Barbara Pomper, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Hold on one second. I need a motion and a second to hear a vote on Barbara Pomper.
I'll move it, Ms. Good.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Good, second by Ms. Rupert. All those, any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of Barbara Pomper's appointment, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed say no. And Ms. Brinkworth is abstaining.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. May I please have a motion and a second on an appointment of Marie Martin?
So moved. Rupert.
Second, Ms. Good.
Moved by Ms. Rupert, second by Ms. Good. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of appointing Ms. Marie Martin, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. Ms. Murray, have you abstained?
Yes, I have, and my paperwork is on file.
Thank you. All those in favor, so we've done that one. May I please have a motion and a second to move the name Tara Billy?
I'll move
So
it.
moved. Second, Rupert.
By Ms. Good, second by Ms. Rupert. All those in favor of appointing Ms. Tara Billy, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. And I am abstaining from the vote. So now if I can please have a motion and a second on the remaining G1 item.
So moved, Ms. Good.
Floor. We'll move it again. Moved by Ms. Good, second by?
Rupert, second.
Any further discussion on G1? Hearing none, all those in favor of G1 as amended, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Those opposed say no. G1 passes unanimously. May I please have a motion and a second on G4?
So moved.
Moved by Ms. Good, second by
Alda.
Ms. Alhadeff. Is there any public comment on G4, Mr. Moquin?
Yes, Madam Chair, we have several individuals down at the KCW building as well as some written comments received on G4.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Raquel Pernas. Thank you everyone for giving me the opportunity to speak in behalf of Jorge Mendez. I met Jorge when my daughter was in kindergarten at Hollywood Hills Elementary. Now she is in second, going to third grade. The first thing that I have to say about Jorge is that he saved my daughter's fingers. My daughter is a special needs. She has autism, and sometimes she has a hard time, following directions. At that time, she put her fingers in a door gap, and she couldn't get her fingers out of there. Later on, I learned that Jorge directed the teachers and the aides to assist my daughter to get her hand out. He dropped everything that he was doing at that time. He got the whatever he needed and just ran out to help my daughter. As the teacher stated at that time, if Jorge wouldn't be there, she will have lost her fingers. And this is the kind of person Jorge is. Every single time I saw him at Hollywood Hills Elementary, he will be opening doors for others, helping kids to go around the school, greeting everybody with a big smile. When I would pick my daughter in aftercare, she was going to aftercare at that time too. I realized that Jorge will know everybody's name. I was very impressed about that because there are a lot of kids in Hollywood Hills Elementary, and I don't think that he missed even one. And even when my daughter, she will not even answer back to him, he will still say every single time he will say hello to her. In addition to this, we transferred to another school, to Sandpiper School. And I can also say that he took the time to help us out in the new school by volunteering his time to create a sensory path in our school. We were incredibly lucky to have someone like Jorge come to our school to help us, especially considering that it was on his own time during summer break, and it was extremely hot outside and uncomfortable. Our students really enjoy the fruits of his labor, and I can say that Jorge is the person that is always helping others and working for others, so then we can benefit from it. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Dan Goldman, and I'll be yielding my time to Sherry.
Thank you to the board for allowing me to speak on behalf of this amazing man, George. My name is Sherry. This will be my 16th year of teaching in Broward County, and I have 3 children who have had the opportunity to benefit from George's kind heart and intense work ethic. Although I am no longer working at Hollywood Hills Elementary, I still keep in contact with George and many of the teachers through social gatherings. I have had the pleasure of knowing George for the last 8 years, both personally and professionally. George has spent more hours on the Hollywood Hills campus than while sitting at his own home. He arrived every morning at 6 a.m. to open the gates, turn on the lights, and ensure that the AC was running properly. It was not uncommon to see a leaf blower attached to his back as he cleaned off the playgrounds and the walk paths prior to the students coming on campus for before care. George spent endless hours educating the safety patrol students on the proper method of folding, storing the American and state flag. Throughout the day, he answered daily calls, covered the cafeteria lunch duty, emptied the trash in the outside bins, wore the Panthers mascot outfit to special events, and always found those hidden flatbeds for anyone who needed them. As the textbook coordinator at school, George would help me over the summer to distribute books to each of the classrooms. He never pushed off a job to another team member, which he couldn't handle himself, such as a clogged toilet or throw up in a classroom. George also assisted everyone in the bus loop with getting the special needs kids off the bus safely to the cafeteria for breakfast during high traffic times. After school, George worked with the aftercare program. He implemented Fun Fridays, reward systems for those that followed policies and procedures. He brought in outside resources such as magic shows, dance parties, karaoke, cotton candy, popcorn machines, and ice cream sundaes. The kids loved the old school Nintendo and Atari games. He worked with the autism coach to do a sensory path and beautify the campus. This school-wide layout allowed the students to engage and focus while they maneuvered around the school grounds. So many parents loved it that they brought him to Sandpiper Elementary and Gulfstream Academy to recreate this experience. Giving the shirt off your back doesn't describe George. He would give you his shoes and whatever is left in his wallet. His teachers were like his family. He helped them at home by putting up ceiling fans, fixing doors, installing a garbage disposal, hanging up hurricane shutters, and putting air in their tires. He is a constant role model for our children and our staff, which are mostly women. His positive attitude and outlook on life has been missed while he has been gone. I am not familiar with all the details that took place at Hollywood Hills Elementary, but what I can tell you is that all teachers are fully aware of the Broward County policy, which states that microwaves are prohibited in our classrooms as they are against fire code. I am 100% confident that this microwave mystery does not fall on George's hands as being intentional or acting in a malicious manner. His heart is 3 times the size of so many others. No man or woman should lose their career, their livelihood, or their retirement over an $80 microwave. Thank you.
Do we have additional public comment, Mr. Moquin or Dr. Naismith?
Madam Chair, I believe that would be the last of the, actually, I'm sorry, we have one more public speaker here.
We do. Okay, thank you.
2 more, I apologize, 2 more.
Okay, thank you.
Hello, my name is Shannon Connolly, and I'm here to speak on behalf of Jorge Mendez and the recommendation of termination. I believe that is a very excessive recommendation for him. I've been trying to get my words straight for days, but to be honest, it's been very difficult. Excuse me, it's a little emotional, but he's a very selfless, dedicated employee, one who's been giving multiple awards over an unintentional accident. You are requesting, well, it has been
That's unintentional?
23 years he's worked for Broward, 10 at the same school with 0 write-ups, but numerous glowing reviews, including the rewards that he's been given of Employee of the Year, P3 Ecosystem Award, and many others. As a special education teacher, I've come across many people, Broward County employees included, who, when not comfortable with differences, choose to ignore my students rather than accept them. Since I've known him, Jorge interacts and helps every single student, staff, parent, person, regardless of who they are. He could barely know you, but if he sees that you are struggling in any way, he will assist. He made sure that the ESE students in the aftercare were a part of the group and activities when everyone else was content with letting them be separate. He responded to calls on the radio for help at that school, most of the time well before actual support staff would respond. He puts others before himself. Everything he did at his school, he did so without expectations of thank you. He did it because it was the right thing to do. That's the type of person he truly is. It doesn't matter if he was sick or hurting. He went and always helped however he could. It's hard to see him going through this and how the board is trying to terminate him over an accident. He's not a teacher, but he teaches students every single day that pride for your community and acceptance is the utmost importance. The case against him has been based off of inferences. So we might have unintentionally moved the box, a microwave that cost $50 3 years ago. I don't understand how this has been a suggested disciplinary action of termination. How is this not seen as over the top? I know you received numerous emails from his coworkers and parents of students who have had the pleasure to work with Jorge. There's a lot of emails that were going, and I know the board won't view live all of them, but there were a lot. Jorge Mendez is a great employee, one that Broward should not be so quick to let go. Thank you.
Lana, I have a question.
I'll put you on the list, Ms. Bartleman.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Jorge Mendez. I've been trying my best to stay positive throughout this time, but it's been difficult. I would never intentionally do something like this. But if I did, I am sorry. I can do nothing more than apologize. It was never my intention. I've always tried my best to be positive influence in the school, especially for the students. I wanted to see them firsthand that no matter who they are, what your background is, or what your job title is what you can do to help at the school to make a better place. Since before this whole thing started, I have been going through a lot of medical problems. I've been diagnosed with a disease and started numerous new medications. This has been the most difficult year of my life. I have been struggling a lot to stay afloat. Most of my staff at Hollywood Hills doesn't know any about this. But regardless, I kept involved in my school because I knew the students would try more if they see the staff taking pride in being there. If an honest mistake during my difficult time, life caused me to lose my job, especially during everything the world's going through now, I'll be ruined. I'm sorry, I truly am. I cannot lose my job, my health insurance, or my pension. I plead with you to take into consideration all the testimonies you've heard today on my behalf, both in person or emails. I believe it gives a good character, understanding of my integrity, character, and work ethics. Thank you.
Okay, so do we have any written comments on this item, Mr. Moquin?
Yes, Madam Chair, we have 11 written comments we received on this item.
Okay.
The first one comes from April Hopkins. To whom it may concern, I have worked with Jorge Mendez for a little over a decade. Our relationship has always remained professional and platonic. With that said, I would like to speak about him on multiple levels. I will start with professional. He was the head custodian at HHE. Any concerns I had with my room were met swiftly and correctly the first time. When asked to do tasks outside his job requirements, he always assisted. I always felt comfortable asking for help. Jorge started working the aftercare program. There he formed valuable relationships with students. Those relationships would later assist in actual behavioral plans in the classroom. He made himself available to walk with students who were struggling and needed to refocus. It was what I think was a turning point in his role at HHE. Later, when the aftercare program added cluster of all students, and this is where Jorge blossomed. He made remarkable connections with students. At HHE, we have a high ASD population, and these students all migrated towards Jorge. Not only did he do his job, he invested in our school, and our most valuable assets, our students. Jorge was always willing to help teachers move items to their cars, fix personal belongings, make trips to their homes, stay late for events, and assist PTA's every wish and whim, which is a job in and of itself. On a personal level, Jorge and I have been friends for years. He has helped me personally and has always been a reliable person for me to contact in emergencies. I would recommend Jorge for or to any school, position, or role. He is a hard worker and dependable person. The next comments come from Amanda Brasso and Giselle Bishop. School board members and Superintendent Runcie, we are writing on behalf of Jorge Mendez. We are saddened to hear that this situation that Mr. Mendez may lose his position after 23 years of faithful service. As teachers, having worked with Jorge for many years at Hollywood Hills Elementary, we found Jorge to be an asset to the school and to the community. Jorge helped with Drama Club by always being available to assist with the sound and microphones, going far above his duties as a custodian. He always helped with every student council community project, from personally delivering food collections to contributing his own money for the Honor Flight Network so our school could reach its goal, once again going far above his duties as a custodian. One of our favorite memories of Jorge is the time and dedication he gave to the safety patrols. He always taught new safety patrols how to properly raise and lower the United States flag. He also showed them how to properly fold the flag, once again going far above the duties of a custodian. One of the most beautiful sights on the Hollywood Hills Elementary campus is the amazing vegetable garden that Jorge was able to create with a Home Depot grant that he applied for and won, once again going far above the duties of a custodian. Jorge could also be found chaperoning all-day field trips on his own time and also escorted kindergartners to their yearly swim lessons, once again going far above the duties of a custodian. As a head custodian, Jorge always came to the rescue of all teachers whenever we called. As a matter of fact, he gave everyone his cell phone number so we could always contact him. From paper towels to sick kids and even those who tried to get away, Jorge was always available. We are hoping you will reconsider his termination and that this letter will serve as a testimony to Jorge Mendez's dedication, selfless contributions to not only Hollywood Hills Elementary, but to Broward County Schools. Thank you for your consideration. The next comment comes from Maria and Edward Babbage. My name is Maria Babbage. I worked in HHE for 23 years as a general clerk too. I know Mr. Mendez for many years, and I know he is a very good working man, easygoing and loyal friend. He was always there to help anybody who needs him. My husband also worked for South Area Maintenance. He also knows Mr. Mendez, and he only has good words for him. He always said that HHE was the most clean and well-maintained school in the South Area. We both only have good, nice things to say about Jorge Mendez. Please give him his job back. I know that any school will be in very good hands. Thank you so much, Maria and Edward Babbage. The next comment comes from Mabel Dimitro. To whom it may concern, I'm writing in reference to Jorge Mendez. Jorge and I worked together at Hollywood Hills Elementary for 10 years. In this time, he was helpful, dependable, and hardworking. He went over and above his job description. Jorge was friendly and had an excellent rapport with students, parents, and faculty alike. Jorge was a great asset to our school. If you have any further questions, please feel free to contact me. Sincerely, Mabel Demetrio. The next comment comes from Stuart Scottpitt. To whom it may concern, I am unfamiliar with the reasons as to why our head custodian, Jorge Mendez, was suddenly dismissed from our school. However, I am familiar with Jorge as an employee at our school. He has always gone above and beyond at his job to the point that he was even voted Employee of the Year at the school. Clearly, he was well liked and respected by the majority of our staff to receive such an honor. On a personal level, anytime that I ever needed something, Jorge was always there faster than expected. Something needed to be moved, Jorge would help. If there was a mess in the classroom, Jorge would be there immediately. On top of being our head custodian, Jorge has also worked in aftercare. I was always shocked to see how overwhelmingly loved he was by those students. Jorge has been missed by our staff and our students. We hope to have him back soon, or at least to see that he retains his position at another school. The next comment comes from Lisa Thaler. I am writing this letter on behalf of my fellow HHE employee and friend, Jorge Mendez. I have known Mr. Mendez as the head custodian of HHE for all the years he has been employed there, and I have seen his dedication not only to the cleanliness and appearance of our school, but to his fellow workers and children. He has helped me run the drama club every year that he has been at HHE. He volunteers to help out with many after-school activities, has built gardens with the aftercare students, and has spent his own time making many classrooms more comfortable for our large population of ESE students. Most importantly, Jorge is loved by the students of HHE, and they truly have missed him during his absence. Jorge is an essential part of our HHE family, and he is sorely missed. The next comment comes from Louise Moxley. Please accept this letter on behalf of Jorge Mendez. I worked with Jorge Mendez at Hollywood Hills Elementary for 12 years. I worked directly with him for 5 years as his supervisor in our after-school program. Jorge was an excellent worker for me and had the ability to connect with the students in a positive way. The students in return respected him. He was also very helpful to me as a translator to many of our Hispanic students and parents. I enjoyed having him as an aftercare employee and also the friendship he showed me during my employment at HH&E. The next comment comes from Sharon Budd. To whom it may concern, I worked with Mr. Jorge Mendez at Hollywood Hills Elementary School. Jorge was an incredibly hard worker who was just a quick phone call away whenever I needed something in my classroom. As a teacher, I sincerely appreciated how quickly Jorge would solve a problem with whatever I needed in my room, and he persevered until the situation was fixed. During my 30 years as a teacher, Jorge was truly one of the best head custodians I've ever had the pleasure of working with, as he was so respectful of my time and working environment. He was always happy to help in any way, and I always admired his work ethic. Jorge was an incredibly hard worker, a wonderful coworker, and I miss him greatly. The next comment comes from Gabrielle Ochoa. To whom it may concern, I learned that the school board will meet to decide if Jorge Mendez will be allowed to return to his job at Hollywood Hills Elementary. I am writing to tell you that Jorge has always been helpful and kind to my 2 kids at the school. My name is Gabrielle Ochoa, and my 2 special needs children go to the school. Jorge has helped my son, who is in a wheelchair, multiple times. He has repaired his wheelchair a couple of times after it broke at the school, so my son could go home on the bus. My son loves Jorge because he takes the time to say hello to him, always with a smile, talks to him about sports, knows his name, etc. Also, Jorge has helped my other son during Swim Central swim lessons. Otherwise, I am not sure he could have been able to participate. Jorge always says hi to my kid, gives him high five, and knows his name as well. Jorge is loved by other parents and teachers too. I have seen him interact with them during birthday parties. As I already stated, I am not sure what kind of evidence you may have, but I can tell you that what he is being accused of doesn't match his character nor his kindness. I really hope that he is able to remain in his job. It will be a loss for the school and the kids if he is not allowed to work at Hollywood Hills Elementary. If you need to confirm that I have written this letter, you are welcome to call me or email me back. Thanks. The next comment comes from Felicia, I apologize for the name, Jaludi, and Raquel Pernas, to whom it may concern. In the summer of 2019, Sandpiper Elementary PTA board members, President Felicia Jahaludi and Treasurer Raquel Pernas came across some pictures of Jorge Mendez and Shannon Connolly creating an amazing sensory path at Hollywood Hills Elementary. We decided to get in contact with them so we could get some guidance on making a similar path at our school. Jorge Mendez was extremely helpful. He did not just give us advice on what materials we needed to buy to create our own sensory path. He helped suggest the best areas to target and designs for the kids to enjoy. In addition, he volunteered his free time to come to our school and spent numerous hours working with us in the heat so our students could benefit from the many sensory paths we created around our school. See pictures below. We were incredibly lucky and grateful to have someone like Jorge Mendez to be so kind and generous to come to our school to help us, especially considering it was on his own time during summer break, especially since it was extremely hot and uncomfortable outside. Our students really enjoy the fruits of his labor. If you have any questions, please do not hesitate to contact me, and they provide a phone number. The final comment on G4 comes from Sabrina Sessa, to whom it may concern. I am writing this letter on behalf of Jorge Mendez. In the last 2 years I have worked with him, I witnessed him being a huge asset to Hollywood Hills Elementary, not only as a custodian, but in helping out anyone who needs it, being an amazing assistant director in aftercare, and the kindness and empathy he shows to our students with and without special needs. I run a food recovery program in our school, and Jorge was willing to help out with food pickup and organizing a small group of kids to become our food recovery team. He is reliable, respectful, responsible, and a problem solver. It would be a terrible loss for Broward County Schools if Jorge Mendez was fired. As employers and employees, we look for those people who are hard workers, go above and beyond their job title, and who are really passionate about what they do. And in my opinion, that is exactly who Jorge is. Madam Chair, that completes the comments received on item G4.
Thank you. So with that, I have several of my colleagues who have asked to speak on the item. I'm going to start with Ms. Brinkworth.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So my questions, let me just see my note. So my question was actually around the G4 item and making sure there was parity in the discipline. So I think that the conversation that we're having now is part of that, but the only comment that I have now is, to superintendent and staff with regard to how the information was presented to us as a board. It wasn't clear to me what action was being taken, and so I just wanted to say that with regard to my original comments, and then based on public comment that was received on the G4 item, I just have a question to staff with regard to parity with other, and this is similar to my question originally, similar to parity in discipline for actions across employees. So I recall in my time on the board that we did have individuals come before us for discipline for theft of different things. And so I just wanted to make sure that Mr. Runcie, you feel comfortable and that staff feels comfortable that the recommendation that is before us today is in line with recommendations that have come before us previously for similar acts.
Yes, I do. And Ms. Brinkworth, as you know, all of these cases are very different. The context is different. We look at historical discipline patterns, et cetera. We take those into account, and that makes these all pretty much individual. And so we take that information into account as well. And certainly I have legal staff here who've worked on this and can provide you additional detail should you require that.
No, I'll wait to hear what my colleagues have to say. I just am I'm just very cognizant of the fact that when we have any discipline that's being meted out against our employees, that we are using parity as we do it across all employees.
Yeah, Mrs. Brinkworth, I'll just trying to be sensitive to the issue. I think, this was a the recommended discipline came out of PSC. It was their recommended discipline. And when we looked at previous disciplines against the employee, there is a history. And so that is why Mr. Strauss and I, as the designees for Mr. Runcie, upheld the recommendation of PSC.
Okay, I saw
and I also review this with staff as well to get the background and details on it.
Okay, thank you.
Can we clarify when we're talking about an employee? This is an entire item, so I'm not sure which employee we're speaking of.
Thank you, Ms. Good. I was about to clarify that. Ms. Brinkworth, can you just identify who you're, even if you want to do it by initials, but we just need some direction.
Yeah, so, and I guess that's my fault because my original comment was with regard to the crossover between G3 and G4. And I think we're going to have some additional conversation about that. But just based on public comment, a different person, I just wanted to make sure that, and this, it's similar to my comment originally, I just want to make sure that whatever circumstances have been presented to PSC and to Mr. Runcie to make the recommendation, that he has looked at and staff has looked at what have we done in the past for similar acts, and whether or not they felt like we had parity in what was being meted out as the discipline. And I did see at the bottom, the information about previous history with the particular employee who just had a bunch of public comment on his behalf. And so I just wanted to make sure, both in this instance and then in the instance where we have a crossover between G and 3-4, that we're looking at parity in the way we treat our employees with regard to the discipline. So that was my comment, and I'm sorry that it was a little convoluted because they were kind of similar, but not.
Okay, thank you very much. Now I have Ms. Murray. Ms. Murray, you're muted at the moment.
Yes.
There you go.
We're talking on G4, right?
Yes, we are, G4.
This is very confusing. I just wanted to note that we have Deborah Davy, who is a retiring principal. She's had a great history within our system. She was the principal at Miramar High School before becoming the principal of our college academy at Broward County. And she truly has a very rewarding and has contributed so much to the education and well-being of our students through her tenure. So I just want to wish her well and enjoy your years ahead and the new chapter of your life. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Murray. I have Ms. Aladef.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So now I'm able to speak on G3 and G4, Madam Chair.
So what we can do is, if you wanted to separate the one individual, we don't have to, but if you'd like, we could potentially bring the one individual from G3 to the floor. Ms. Myrick, am I able to have two items on the floor for discussion at the same time?
No, ma'am.
Okay. All right, well, we've already had some discussion on G3 at this point in that individual. So if you want to go ahead and try to tie them together, Ms. Holodef.
Okay.
Can I ask for a point of order, Madam Chair? This is Ms. Brinkworth. We move several items together often, and so I'm a little confused at the General Counsel's response.
Oh, that's true. We do. So, Ms. Myrick, we have certainly taken large groupings of items.
Those all come under one motion. So it's one item, although it's different items, but they come under one motion. If you could call the remainder of G3 and G4 together as one motion to bring them back. Or if you separated the one person from the G4, you could bring back that person and the one from G3 together. But you can't have a motion on the G3 item and the motion on the G4 item, two different motions on the floor. You can have two different items, but not two different motions.
Okay, so I appreciate that. Ms. Myrick, in the future, I think it was somewhat evident as to what we were trying to accomplish with my question. You might be able to provide a little bit of guidance in that direction to accomplish that. So with that, if we can, at this point, we would need a new, yes.
I have a question just on G4 outside of G3. So when you do that, can I still do the G4 comment because it's someone different?
Yes, no, absolutely. We've certainly had multiple items on the floor together, and we've spoken to different ones. So what I'd like to do at this time is if we can please table G3. I'm sorry, G4.
So we're tabling G4. Okay, I'll move it.
Second.
Thank you. It's moved by Ms. Bartleman, second by Ms. Rupert. All those in favor of tabling G4, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Those
Aye.
opposed say no. G4 has been tabled. If I could please have a motion to move the one individual left from G3, as well as all of G4, please indicate, can I have a motion for those items to be brought together?
So moved, Dr. Osgood.
Rupert.
Moved by Dr. Osgood, second by Ms. Rupert. Ms. Olidaff, I think we have now accomplished our goal for the morning, so please speak to the items.
Thank you very much. So my overall comment is that I find the behavior in what occurred is totally unacceptable and inappropriate, and it's unprofessional. I believe that both of these employees should be terminated. And with the G3 item, the demotion, I felt or feel that it should be termination. On the G4 item, I also have an issue when the employee was confronted with the situation. She denied the allegations. So I believe that she also should be terminated. So I would be voting no on both of these employees.
Can you state the employee's name? Because now we're talking about a specific employee and we would need to have a different action.
Okay. Robesy Hernandez Bello Jr. and Tamara Sabasco Fundora. So that's the extent of my questions, Madam Chair.
Okay, so you're sharing with us that your intention would be for there to be a termination of the G3 individual that's been brought forward, and then it would be a separation at some point potentially of Tamara Sabasco Fundora to have that be a termination as well.
Yes.
And both on the same grounds that you had shared previously?
Yes.
Perfect. Okay. If someone could please mute their microphone, there's a phone ringing in the background. All right, perfect. And so I'm going to continue to take then comments. Thank you, Ms. Olidaff. I have Ms. Good.
Sorry.
There we
go. Thank you, Ms. Al-Hadaf, for sharing your perspective, and I appreciate you clarifying that. And I certainly feel that whichever way we move forward, both individuals should have the similar consequence. I agree that the conduct by both employees is unprofessional and troublesome, to say the least. So I look to hear from the rest of my colleagues on this situation. I did want to just get some clarification on the other employee that we had several individuals providing testimony. I think I found the information. I was looking to see the number of years of employment of the individual with the district.
Which individual specifically? Because we're talking about
that
two.
would be, yeah, I'm here doing the same thing. Sorry. Mr. Mendez Lopez.
Okay.
Through the chair? Okay.
Yes,
Never
I
mind.
could. Did you need me? Madam Chair, I can answer that question.
Yes, please. The number of years for the gentleman from G3?
From G3 or from, okay.
Jorge, Mr. Mendez
Oh,
Lopez.
you're talking about Mr. Mendez at this point. Okay, sorry. Mr. Mendez from G4.
So he initially was hired in 1997, but terminated in 2008. So he worked those 9 years, those 11 years, and then rehired in 2010. So he had a two-year gap of employment, but initially hired again in 1997, September, and then terminated on November 13th, 2008, and subsequently rehired in July of 2010. And that brings us to today.
So we had an employee that was terminated and then the district rehired him.
Yes, and I can assure you, I'm 5 years of my role. We do have measures in place that check that. I'm not sure what happened in 2008 when he was reemployed, but we have documented processes that are in place that you all have received many emails from outside people who have asked that they be rehired, and we've chosen not to rehire them because we have measures in place to ensure that they're not rehired. So I'm not sure why he was rehired.
Okay. And you said he was rehired in 2010, was it?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
To our current date. And during that time, was there any other disciplinary action in the 10 years?
I do not have any documented information, discipline outside of the 2000, November 12, 2008. He was terminated for arrest and theft in 2008 and then rehired 2 years later. And I don't have any additional information. I definitely would like to verify, but I can tell you I don't have any records of that.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank
You're
you,
very
Madam
welcome.
Chair. And I want to hear from the rest of my colleagues on the other two individuals. I do believe that they should both be treated in a similar fashion. I know one is a demotion with no suspension. The other is suspension, obviously with no demotion. But I think that there needs to be, and of course my colleague is recommending that neither be reappointed. So I'd like to hear from the rest of my colleagues on that. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I now have Ms. Rupert.
Okay, I got them both on. Thank you, and thank you for Ms. Good for asking her questions. I have, and I'm going to be speaking of Mr. Mendez Lopez, and I'm reading this, and I can see the bargaining unit. I see when he got on, original date of hire. I see the other additional date of hire as 2010, and then at the next page, at the bottom, where you have, and I'm apologizing now because the mailman just got here, and Luna's going to realize that, and you're going to hear Luna all day right here. That was pretty good. I'll take it. It's usually a lot louder. And then you look at the bottom where it says previous cases, and there are three in the years of 07, 08. I'm not going to say what they are, but there was three, and it looks like two different case numbers and terminated on the same day. So I think I would need a little clarification on that one, because the very first one in 07, 08, case number 3, was closed by a memo. And the other two, which is case number 235 and 237 of the 7 and 8 school year, it's two different things and an arrest. So it seems to me that I'm confused as to if this gentleman was terminated for one aspect and then he self-reported on arrest. I don't know, but it's a bit confusing. But putting that aside and talking about parity in today's conversation, and you've got to really have pause for a second of so many people reaching out and sharing about this individual and how very important that he is in his children's lives and the community. And I think that's commendable, and I appreciate the parents and community members that came here, and you could understand how very touched you and your family were to have had him in your life for this part. I'm looking forward to hear my colleagues about this. I think the one really big question barring those other ones, is on the very front page of the employee termination discipline page. You read it, and under the very first bullet, the first box, it tells you the allegation, and it was alleging theft and informing him of that he was seen on video surveillance pushing a cart containing a box with what looks to be a microwave inside belonging to another staff member. Normally, when we have these cases, right there's usually a line that goes with it, and it's saying, and we could tell that the box went out the back door and into his van, or you have employees who witnessed that. So this particular allegation is, I'm not exactly sure if it meets my burden of proof here. If all you've got is seeing the employee pushing a cart containing a large box. So I think there's a piece missing for here where it either was found on his person or in his belongings. And I do understand, I'll mention it again, that there are past circumstances, but I know I've changed an awful lot since 2008. I think we all have. And for me, you're gonna have to give me a little bit more of this actual investigation and what was found. And there was a lot of material, so if I missed it, you can't really deal with that. And one more thing, Eric, I'm sorry. If the gentleman was already terminated for those other things, I think we're kind of approaching upon like double jeopardy here because we're using them against them. But I didn't mean to interrupt you, so let me hear what you were going to say.
Oh, I did not. I was turning back on my microphone. I didn't mean to interrupt you. You go ahead.
No, I thought you were coming up with the answer. So in the first box, you know what I'm saying though, right?
Well, we just being one district, we do have people that leave our district in various capacities, not to this extent, but we just look at them as a total employee. So if we see a behavior, we would not ignore it. I can understand. I don't think we should have ever hired him back, right?
Well, I don't want to say that, but the proof for him is that,
I understand.
Honestly, if it were me and I was in court and I was speaking for myself, I would definitely be saying, yeah, I was terminated for this, but then I turned around and not using the proof that got me terminated. They still had the proof right there. You opened your arms up, Broward Schools. So that would kind of be my comeback. But I think the information from this particular investigation I need that answer. I mean, was the cart, did we ever find the box again? And was it ever found in the possession or in any other video that just showed him pushing it? So those are for me. And then I want to hear my colleagues. Do you want me to hold my points on G3?
Madam Chair, this is Mr. Moquin. I just think, I think staff is prepared. We have the people on the phone, but we just need to decide how much we want to try this individual's case here if we want to allow due process to move forward. We can go through much more detail. I know that Chief Kowalski's on the phone. I know that Mr. Karabas is on the phone. And so we can go into as much detail about this specific case as the board wants, but I don't know that this is the forum to do that.
Okay, so to
my question, Ms. Korn, do you want me to go to G3 or let's just wait for this conversation to be down?
No, I think we can move on to your other comment. We haven't really segmented others. So you're not waiting on a response for this, correct?
Before I get to vote, yes. So if they have it, I would ask if we could give it right before the vote, but it's up to you. You're the chair.
Okay.
Madam Chair, if it does help you, I can answer the question.
Okay.
Okay.
So, and to Mr. Moquin's point, we just want to be cautious about where we are going with
I
this
get
at
it.
this conversation at this level. So, yes.
Yes, so Madam Chair, hi, Miss Rupert, good afternoon. My name is Andrew Carabas. I am counsel to Superintendent Runcie. I was a part of this investigation. Again, General Counsel gets this at the end, but we are a part of PSC. I can tell you that I do echo Mr. Moquin's sentiment that we should not be trying cases at this time, but due process should be afforded to all of our employees. In this particular case, you can quite clearly see a microwave being wheeled out on a cart, being pushed off camera to where a dumpster is and where a parking lot is. So I cannot answer your question of whether it went into a dumpster or it went into his car, but both of those are in the area where the employee that we're talking about was walking, pushing the microwave. And I think at this point, it is pretty evident from the evidence presented and his statements that it was a microwave. There was a dispute at the school, and this microwave was being pushed towards the dumpster and also towards the parking lot. However, he does go off camera, so I cannot tell you whether it winds up per se in his trunk, perhaps, or it winds up in the dumpster. That I don't have for you, but without trying the case, that is the best answer I can give you.
Okay, I appreciate that. And to make the G3 aspect, I'm looking forward to hearing what my colleagues have to say about parity, because this particular person on the 2 on 4 gets confusing here. We're demoting one and then we're firing another. I just really would like to see a little bit of uniformity, and I look forward to my colleagues on that. But I do feel that both people should have discipline, the male and the female, absolutely. And I look forward to hearing my colleagues. So thank you.
Ms. Korn, can I just correct something that Ms. Rupert said?
Yes.
Neither of the people that were involved in the sexual incident together are being terminated.
Right.
And I thought that's what you just said.
Thank you. I did. I meant suspended.
One is being demoted and one is being suspended.
I got confused with all the terminations and everything else. So thank you for the correction.
Okay. Thank you. So I have Dr. Osgood.
Thank you, Ms. Coyne. I'll start with the gentleman that just had all of the witnesses, and I was looking for grace in every way that I could, and just seeing the history of the pattern of this. And unfortunately, our judicial system works that way. Whatever you do is accumulative. It never goes away. It comes up even 20 years. You could not have an incident and something happens and it comes up. I'm trying to determine if he actually took something. And I know we say we don't want to try the case here, but I am being asked to make a decision about taking someone's job away. So I read in the backup where he was seen with this microwave, and then he went off camera. And then when you draw in the history, there's an allegation that he stole the microwave. So I am kind of stuck at pause right there, and I'll leave that and come back. With the other 2 people, the other 2 persons in the sexual incident, when I think about cases we've had before us, and I'll just speak for myself, God gave sex and it is a good thing, but it's supposed to happen a certain way. And for these 2 people to be doing it, engaged in it on school property, is certainly not a behavior that we support. It's certainly a serious matter. However, it is a decision that 2 adults made, and it's not a criminal act. It violates school policy, but it's not a criminal act. One lady is being suspended 5 days. It looks like she's in a position where she can't be demoted. So she's being impacted and disciplined with 5 days suspension without pay. And the gentleman is being impacted where he's being demoted because he was in a higher supervisory role where he's going to be without that pay for an extended period of time. So if I was looking at parity in these situations based on what we've done before, we've had people come before us in a supervisory position and we did demote them. And then the other person, you know, in that particular incident was not disciplined at all. But this is consensual. I can support the recommendation about the sex acts. I personally don't feel like they should be terminated because having sex in a consensual way is not a crime, although it does violate a school board policy. And if I was looking for parity in decisions that we made before, I think that it does fall in line with that. I mean, I can remember, you know, administrators, you know, having sex or being caught having sex, and we did not take their jobs. I remember one incident where I think there was a principal and we took the principal back to being a teacher. So I find this act with the two persons and the sex in line with what we have done previously. And because it's not a criminal act, I won't support terminating them. Now let me move back to the gentleman with all of the persons that came before. It's always difficult when we're in this situation because I feel like there is more information that we have that is being brought forth for termination. And then we have to think about previous actions and it's going to the next level, and we certainly don't want to interfere with that as well. So the phase that we're at now with the gentleman that had all of the witnesses, if we make this decision, he'll have his due process, and if it's found out otherwise, it will come back to us and we could do something different at that point. Is that correct, Ms. Myrick?
I believe that because this is a non-instructional employee, that it will go to a grievance and an arbitration, and arbitrations are final. It will not come back to you. So if the arbitrator upholds the termination, the gentleman will be terminated. If the arbitrator reduces the discipline, then that's what it'll come back. And that will not come back to you, but that will be the discipline.
Okay. So in my mind, I'm thinking about also what happens to students. We have something in place now that if a student has a second offense, you know, a promise eligible offense that's a second offense, we take a different course of action. So I'm trying to balance out my thought process because if we have certain disciplinary processes for students, I think we should have even greater ones for adults. So that's why I'm asking these questions, trying to figure it out. So you have helped me, and I am prepared to vote on both incidents. Thank you.
Thank you. I now have Ms. Bartleman.
Yes. I don't know if I'm missing part of my G4, so I wanted some background on the previous instances. Let me do the microwave first. So there are two cases. And I have to say that it gives me great pause that a possible theft of a microwave is a termination, and inappropriate sexual relations on work time is a suspension. I just have to say there's a real issue there for me, how our PSC works. And we're not even sure if the microwave was thrown away. We don't know the backstory behind the microwave. So I need someone to give me the history. And then was the case that he was arrested for, was there a conviction? Because we hired him back, which would mean he didn't have a conviction. So can someone explain that to me?
Mrs. Korn, I do
Yes.
believe that we're getting into trying a case
So,
here that
yeah.
is not what we need to do. I think that what
I don't have the
board,
backup.
as I have said previously, the board needs to make a determination on the recommendation the superintendent provides. If they want to lower it or raise it, they can do that. They don't need to have good cause. They can do that. But the more we get into this, the more that we are trying the case here, and it will jeopardize both the individual's due process as well as the due process for the district. So I would request that that we not get into any more details. You have lots of details there, but that you don't get into that at this point, and that you simply determine whether you agree or disagree with the recommendation by the superintendent for the discipline.
Okay, I don't have backup. So I'm looking at the gentleman who is the one with the microwave, and I want to know what happened to that case. I don't have that in my backup. He was hired back. You're using this as progressive discipline, right? So what happened to that case? That's not in my backup.
So I think the question would be whether or not it is actually being used as progressive discipline. It is noted in the information that was shared with the board, but I haven't heard staff say that it was progressive discipline with that specifically acknowledged. It could have been. So I don't know if staff wants to reference that, because that may assist into whether or not additional information on those other incidents is necessary. If it was not provided as an action based on progressive discipline with those in mind, then it isn't something that we necessarily need additional information for.
Right. So I would ask, this is Jeff Moakland, Chief of Staff. I would ask either Mr. Karabas or Chief Kowalski. I know that the recommendation, the Professional Standards Committee found just cause. And the recommendation that came out of the committee was termination. Typically, I believe they are made aware of previous cases, and I'd have to defer to the gentleman who actually participated in the PSC if whether or not that was taken into consideration to terminate, recommendation to terminate, or if they just felt that that was the recommendation based on this incident in isolation.
Mr. Moakland, may it please the chair?
Yes.
I can answer that question. At PSC, the vast majority, if not all of the time presenting the case and speaking of the case, was the theft of the microwave. We did not discuss progressive discipline. We did not discuss prior past cases. We did not discuss any sort of elevation in discipline that would be appropriate for someone given his history or lack thereof. And Chief Kowalski can chime in if he would like, as he was there as well. The PSC committee was strictly focused on the theft. They watched the video, they discussed it, and there was extensive conversation about theft, which is, as we all know, either temporarily or permanently depriving someone of their property. They watched the video, and all of their conversation that ensued from that was coming from this case in particular.
Right. So their recommended discipline of termination was solely predicated on the facts and circumstances of this case and the information that was presented to them in terms of the testimonies in the video.
That is correct, sir.
So, and we're not sure if it went in the garbage, if he threw it away, or if he stole it. And that's a termination. And the same committee for sexual relations with someone who is you're their superior, that's a suspension?
Well, I just say, Ms. Barman, to that point,
makes sense to me. Especially if this one committee, this one person has all of these people coming up in support of him.
I would just say, to that point, Ms. Bartleman, this administration has recommended termination for, I can recall some cases where we recommended termination for employees involved in inappropriate sexual activities, and this board decided to lower that.
And that was consensual, and he wasn't the superior, wasn't the boss of the person and other, but I agree with you. I just don't know where a microwave, and we're not even sure by your truth, you've admitted that you don't know if it went in the dumpster, if he was throwing it away, if he was stealing it, or what was going on. And then you have all of this testimony about this employee, and the punishment is to terminate.
Regardless of whether the microwave went into the garage into the garbage or into his vehicle, what my understanding is, what is undisputed is that there is a backstory to this microwave and a desire to have it out of the room.
Okay, I don't have that backstory. I don't have that backstory.
Right, and Ms. Bartleman.
And is a microwave even allowed in the classroom?
No.
No.
Again, guys, again, we're getting into evidence that will come out at a hearing.
You're asking me to fire someone who is not a member of the union.
I'm not asking you to
do
that.
The superintendent is asking me to fire somebody who is not a member of the union. So anything at this point would be out-of-pocket expenses to do any kind of hearing. I find that, one, I think that should tell people why they should be a member of their union. But two, I can't get my head around everything I'm being asked to do today. And then when you hear the testimonials of the parents and the staff and how they feel and all of the great things that this person has done, and then there's a backstory about someone not removing a microwave that shouldn't have been there in the first place, I don't have the testimony of the principal as to the backstory. I don't have the backstory as to why the microwave had to be out of the room. So it's really hard for me. And once I make this decision, unemployed, and I don't have all of that information.
So Ms. Bartleman, if I could, I to your point, you're correct. You only have the information that was presented today with the public comment. You were not privy, as none of us have been, to what actually went on with the lengthy conversation at PSC. So obviously we've heard comments from one side. We did not hear the evidentiary side of it, which I think is why we're being cautioned to be careful about trying it here, because we're not in a position to be able to actually try it here. And so I think that's why, I'm not saying that puts us in a good position. It does put us at a disadvantage, but it's one in which we have to decide whether or not we support it or if we would like to move forward with something else.
I'd like to make a motion for 10 days without pay, and he has to pay for the microwave.
Okay, so I would ask, as I've been very patient to ask all my colleagues, that I would have an opportunity to speak as well before we entertain motions. And I know Ms. Levinson would also like to speak.
Okay, no problem. And Jeff, I appreciate your comments, but the other one, it's just very hard to wrap my head around all of this today. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Levinson?
Thank you, Ms. Korn. Very quickly, I'm just going to make a couple of comments. I just have to say that as a board, I'm very discouraged by this becoming a standard practice to try each case. Ms. Myrick, I don't know where we move from here, but it's disturbing to me that we are having questions that will come forward when due process happens. And I don't know how we move away from this. Every meeting, we're doing this more and more.
Well, and again, I have advised the board on many occasions that their role at this point is to accept or reject the superintendent's discipline or replace it with something. And that it is your responsibility to assume that the information that you have been given are true, because that is the same information that the school board or the superintendent will have to prove at any kind of due process hearing, whether it's arbitration or it's before DOA. What they have put in the written documents, they are required to prove. And so it's not that the superintendent can, lie to you all, or, his staff can, and then they don't have to prove the lies. They have to prove it. So again, that is why I have said previously that I believe it's your role to accept what the superintendent has said in his recommendation, and then to accept it or change it. I mean, you're able to change it. There's no question about that. Don't have to have good cause. The good cause issue comes for new appointments. And none of these are, this is discipline, so it's very different than.
Okay, thank you. So my comments on these are, it's been alluded to that theft.
It's harmful to the cases as they go through, but it also, I think, is harmful to the staff overall.
Okay, thank you for that. I know you say that each and every time, and still this continues to occur. So I'm going to say that there's been some comments made, and it's been alluded to that minor theft is not a big deal. I happen to disagree. Theft is against the law, and I will be supporting the recommendation on that. In terms of the other two, unless we are willing to go back and terminate everyone in this district, including administrators who have had similar circumstances, I cannot do one thing for non-instructional employees on this level and not hold everyone to the same standard. It is very disturbing that it happens on campus. There should be discipline, but I don't agree with terminating unless we, like I said, we're going to go back and do that to everyone that has happened to in this district. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to now share my comments as I have gone around to my colleagues. I would ask my colleagues, just so it's easier for me to try to maintain, if your hand is risen, if you can take your hand down, please, online. And if you would like to speak again, obviously leave it up. But otherwise, if you could take your hands down, that way I have a sense of who would like to speak again. I would greatly appreciate it. I'm sorry, Miss Murray?
Yes, I had sent you a note. Apparently you didn't see it. I just have just two quick comments on both issues. Okay. One, when discipline action is recommended to the superintendent, and I've said this before, that it's behooving to us to allow the process to continue, because we know that there are issues when we have employees have gone to DOA hearings and it's turned around. And I feel and I support those processes, because it isn't, we should not be retrying a case here on the board. So again, and then when we look at the issues at the Montessori school with these two individuals, this is a moral clause. It isn't a criminal offense. And I think Ms. Levinson hit the nail on the head. This isn't the first time we've had an incident like this to appear. But in listening to the several cases we've had over the past years, it might be behooving to the superintendent to review our employee policies and the standards that we set for employees. Because again, these aren't new issues, and through the years I've seen it handled in different ways. So I think it's time for us to really review our policies to see exactly what our hiring policies are and what standards that we hold our employees to. So thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Murray. I do have a couple, at least one individual that I know I'm going to go back to of my colleagues. I'm going to share my thoughts on Mr. Jorge Mendez-Lopez. I believe, at least from the comments that were shared, he probably is a very helpful and kind person. Unfortunately, that does not mitigate the fact that if you do something illegal and you do it on campus and to a colleague, there are ramifications for that. And the fact that this has happened before, it appears as if this is not the only time this would happen. I am aware that this was kind of an ongoing issue that occurred. Whether or not this microwave was removed to be thrown away or to be put into a car or to be given to someone else is really irrelevant. A theft is a theft. And I believe that he himself actually shared with us today that did not admit to it, but said that if he did, that he was sorry. That is all very difficult for me, as there seems to have been a great deal of investigation of this at the PSC. Terminations are not brought to us lightly, and I do separate this from the other items that we are, individuals that we are acting on today, because it is actually a very different action. So I am going to support Mr. Runcie's recommendation, although fully appreciate that he may be, again, a very kind, generous, and helpful man. The action speaks for itself. As regards to the other two individuals, I think we are talking about parity, and I agree that we have to be consistent, but that doesn't mean the same actions occur when different infractions occurred. Because two people were involved in the same activity doesn't mean the same infraction occurred, in the sense that when you are in an advisory role, your position is actually different. So you may have both had the same incident, but if you're responsible for advisory of the other person, then the response to that should be more than the one who was being managed or overseen. You have a different role, you have a different position, and therefore you would have a different response from administration. This has happened in our district before. As I recall it to be some of the others that we have acted on and that Mr. Runcie has advised action and brought it forward to us, this seems to have parity with what has occurred in others, where you have somebody who is in management over someone else and has engaged in this type of activity. They have been separated. The person who is in the lower role has gotten some form of suspension, and the other individual has been demoted, and in some cases may have also gotten some form of suspension. To Dr. Osgood's point, there is a different financial impact, obviously, over a certain number of days of suspension, and a demotion is more significant. But if you're in an advisory management role, then your responsibility was greater in that decision and in that incident. So in both cases, I'm going to uphold what Mr. Runcie has recommended. I do think there is parity. I appreciate my colleagues asking that that occur. And I think it always should, and we should always be diligent about making sure that that's the case, but I think that's occurred in all three of the cases that we're speaking of today. So with that, those are my thoughts, and I'm going to go back. I only have, I have Ms. Good, who has indicated she has raised her hand again. I'm not sure, Ms. Bartleman, if this is a new hand raising or if we just didn't have an opportunity to take your hand down.
Yes, I did.
Okay, perfect. So I'm going to have Ms. Good.
Thank you. So I'll just try to be to the point. Appreciate all the comments, and you know, I concur that it puts us in a real situation when we're trying to try these employee cases in front of us. Certainly, when you hear testimony from the public, it also impacts you as an individual, because obviously there was some great care that occurred at the campus. I'll just say this, that it's hard to disregard some of the commentaries that were made. And I'm not looking to get into all the specifics about the incident itself, whether what the item was taken from campus or not. But I will say that it really speaks volumes to me on some of the comments that were made. And again, it is hard to disregard them. I will say that this district, we have also, you know, the issue of previous incidents and progressive discipline, and whether or not the committee considered the previous issues or not, I don't know. But they are part of the record that we've been given. So I would be comfortable providing this individual 5 days suspension with a last chance agreement to
Ms. Good, and can you speak to which individual you're referring to? Sorry.
Once again, I'm sorry. I'm going to speak on both situations, but right now I'm speaking regarding Mr. Mendez-Lopez from Hollywood Hills Elementary, and I was wondering if I could get from Ms. Myrick if she could share with me if uh, 5-day suspension with a last chance agreement. Should the employee get in any trouble moving forward, that would be the end of his employment. Is that something that this district has done before?
Yes, Mrs. Good, it is something the district has done before, certainly both in terms of drug and alcohol cases, but in other types of behavior as well, it has.
Okay. And that would be something that I'm prepared to move on. And then switching over to the other two employees that conducted themselves on professional behavior on campus, one being a supervisor and one not being a supervisor. I get the recommendation that the supervisor is being demoted, but there is no instant, the other employee is getting a suspension. I don't think that's equity. Just because the other employee cannot be demoted doesn't mean, I think both employees deserve a suspension of pay to reflect conduct on becoming a district employee on school campus. And the fact that the individual that was a supervisor overseas employees showed tremendous bad judgment on their part. And therefore, I do feel that a demotion is warranted. So my recommendation on that would be that they both receive the same amount of suspension and that the supervisor receive the recommended demotion that is being proposed by the superintendent. Those are my observations based on everything that I've heard today without getting into more details. Thank you, Madam Chair. And when it's appropriate, if warranted, I would make the motions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I have Ms. Bartleman.
Yes, hi. I would like to say that I will support your motion when you make it, Ms. Good. I don't want to leave the comment that I don't think theft is a big deal, which was made by one of my colleagues. That's not true at all. I just question as to whether or not it was a situation where someone was asked to get rid of a microwave and a microwave was thrown away. And I don't have all those facts. I'm asking you to try those facts, but to characterize that theft isn't a big deal is wrong. And so I didn't want to leave that comment lingering. I'll go ahead. My consequence was 10 days. Ms. Goods is 5. I agree with her. You should listen to what other people are saying and take it into look at the whole situation. So thank you very much.
Thank you. I have Ms. Brinkworth.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will not be able to support a 5-day, a change from a termination to a 5-day. I would be able to support a 10-day with a last chance, but not a 5-day. And then with regard to the 2 adults engaged in inappropriate conduct on a school campus, and my comments, I just want to make sure it's very clear. Parity is important to me, but equally as important to me was the ability for the board to see that those actions were taking place. It was clear that the actions were taking place in G4. In G3, it wasn't as clear as to what was occurring. And so my original question in G4 was, what is happening to the other party? Because it wasn't clear to me in the backup for G3. So I just want to make sure that Mr. Runcie and staff understand my concerns around ensuring that the board has full sight into the decisions that were being made and the consequences that are being meted out for actions that are occurring. And that was my comment with regard to making sure it was clear to the board. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And I believe I have one, Ms. Alhadeff.
Me too.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to hear from Mr. Runcie regarding what Ms. Murray said with increasing procedures with employees and policies regarding how we're going to move forward so these types of actions that they don't happen again.
Well, I guess first I will say that, I mean, it's hard to say that things won't happen again. We got 30,000 employees. We can't control what they do. All we can do is make sure that we put the policies in place, provide guidance and training so individuals know what's expected of them in terms of the behavior and work. So we'll work with, through HR and continue to do this. I know that everyone's required to take certain types of training, and they know that there are consequences for this type of behavior. So I mean, it's you can't policy your way to good behavior. All we can do is make sure we hold people accountable for it when they violate them. And so yeah, that's I don't know if there's any other suggestions you may have, or you were looking for something specific, Ms. Aladev?
I think
Ms.
she's
Aladev,
My
I think.
there she is.
my suggestion is what I said earlier.
Okay.
I understand what happened in past precedents. I don't think that's acceptable. I think this should have warranted a termination. So that would have been my suggestion.
Okay. All right.
Thank you. I have Ms. Rupert.
Thank you. And the 2 points that I wanted to make were already made by Ms. Good, but I wrote down on my notes that I would support a 10-day for the gentleman that we discussed about the people coming in person, and wholeheartedly support what Ms. Brinkworth said about not receiving the information altogether. I mean, I actually called over the weekend and spoke to Eric Chisholm so I could get clarity on the subject that was not included in my my box. So especially being of different numbers for us, as well as different disciplines, it was very confusing. So even going forward in the future, possibly Mr. Runcie, even if you guys had put like an asterisk and said CG4 or something, a little bit more orienting. But that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. So I don't have anyone else on the list. The only thing I'm going to clarify is I'm not going to support the 10-day. I'm not looking to try this here, but I do have additional information because I had asked some previous questions, and I will tell you that my understanding is that there was some specific intent and more background that PSC did have an opportunity to learn that unfortunately all of my colleagues don't have at the moment. So I would not be comfortable not moving forward with the termination. So, but I appreciate certainly that it's being discussed further, and now we have this opportunity. So with that, Ms. Good, I'm going to call on you again.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. And again, I can appreciate that we all may have a different amount of information, and we don't control individuals that may come to the meeting also and share comments. And I understand that also has an opportunity to reflect on our decision. It's really, again, we don't want to make it so that everyone brings a ton of people to the meetings, but it is difficult to disregard some of this commentary. And so in light of the person's role in the school, I was quite surprised about the positive interaction that was shared with us by those in attendance. So I will go with, I understand that my colleagues, many have said they'd want an increased amount of time. Again, I seeing that the other situation was a 5-day suspension as well, I'm not prepared to make the increase in time. I'll allow that for one of my colleagues to make. So I will go ahead with my situation, as the board attorney already said, that we can replace the recommended action by something that we feel is warranted.
Hello?
So I will use, can you hear me?
This is Sarah Terry. You just called me
Oh,
about the
I think somebody has their microphone on. Just mute everyone's microphones, please. Thank you.
So, Ms. Corn, since Ms. Myrick said that we're allowed to replace the recommended action of discipline, I will recommend or move a 5-day suspension with a last chance agreement.
Okay, it's been moved. Is there a second?
Can she clarify with who she's speaking on, please?
Yes, thank you.
I did it again. Sorry, Ms. Alada and Ms. Corn. That is for the individual.
Mr. Jorge Mendez Lopez.
Thank you. It was a hyphenated
You're
and I
welcome.
wanted to get it correct. Yes, ma'am.
Is there a second to the motion?
Second.
Okay. Second, Ms. Alhadeff. Is there discussion on the motion?
Yes,
Ms. Bartleman?
I am kind of torn because I think it should be a 10-day. And I'm afraid that since the 5-day went first, how would I do that if I don't vote for the 5-day because I want a 10-day? This is going to be very confusing, Donna. You can figure this out for me. And then I motion for a 10-day, but then the 10-day fails. Do I get to go back to the 5-day? Because I think there needs to be a consequence for this gentleman. But again, and the other question I have is, if this was theft, why wasn't a police report ever done? So, and that's backup that I don't have, but that's in the back of my mind, because usually when people steal things, we have police reports. For every item that's ever stolen in our schools, for our property inventory, we have police reports. So how should I handle that? Because I would prefer a 10-day suspension.
So if this fails, Ms. Bartleman, the board has the opportunity to bring forward another motion. If that motion fails, we still have the termination on the floor. So if no one else makes another motion, then we will vote on the termination.
We can keep going with the days. Okay, perfect.
Okay.
Can't Ms. Bartleman amend my motion?
Oh,
She
I'll do
can.
that.
If you want to do a friendly amendment, you had just indicated you didn't want to entertain a 10-day.
I understand, but she can make that motion.
I'm going to make a motion for a 10-day suspension with a last chance agreement.
So this is a friendly amendment to the motion on the floor, correct?
Second.
Okay, but this is, so guys, wait 1 second. So Ms. Myrick, we have a motion on the floor and we're having discussion. Ms. Bartleman would make a friendly amendment that would be accepted or rejected, correct? Then we would vote on this motion and then she would make another motion?
Yes, Ms. Good has, and the second, Ms. Alhadeff, have to accept the
10-day.
the 10-day to amend the motion, yes.
Okay, so are you making a friendly amendment, Ms. Bartleman?
Yes, if that's, we'll see how this works. Just letting you know my intention up front so you can figure it out and navigate it, Donna.
Okay, so Ms. Good, would you like to accept the 10-day friendly amendment?
I'll accept it.
Okay, Ms. Alhadeff, would you accept the 10-day amendment?
Yes, I accept.
Okay, so now what we have on the floor is a 10-day suspension with a last chance agreement, correct, Ms. Good?
That's my intent, yes.
Yeah, okay, perfect. So any further discussion? I have one hand that's still up, but Ms. Brinkworth, did you want to speak on this? No. Okay, so with that, all those in favor of the 10-day suspension with the last chance agreement for Mr. Jorge Mendez Lopez, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Those voting no? No?
No.
So if I can just get a roll call on that vote, please. Ms. Alhadeff?
Yes.
Ms. Brinkworth?
Yes.
Ms. Bartleman?
Yes.
Ms. Good?
Yes.
Ms. Murray?
Yes.
Ms. Rupert?
Yes.
Dr. Osgood? Sorry, Dr. Osgood?
She's on mute.
Oh, Dr. Osgood, are you in support of the amendment or not?
No.
Okay, Ms. Levinson?
No.
And I voted no. I think, did I cover everyone?
Did you get Ms. Murray?
Yes.
The motion passes 6-3.
Okay, thank you very much. So we have now, that actually addresses just one of the individuals. Now we have, if someone wanted to make a motion, remember we have G3 as that individual. We also have G4 collectively, unless someone would like to separate, or if we're happy with what's already in G4 for Miss Sabasco Fandora.
I have comment.
Yes, Ms. Good.
So as I stated earlier, with regard to the two individuals that we've been having a conversation about, one being a supervisor and one not, I believe that both individuals should get the same 5-day suspension, with the supervisor's employment job being demoted to the recommended action by the superintendent. So that I make a motion that we accept the superintendent's recommendation, but also include a 5-day suspension for the supervisor.
So that would be on the G3 item, correct?
I'm so confused at this point,
Okay.
Ms. Corn.
So yes, the answer
but I
is
believe yes.
Okay. So on the G3 item, which is one individual, there is a request to support the involuntary demotion discipline and add a 5-day suspension. And that was seconded by Ms. Rupert. Is there discussion on that motion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Yes, yes.
Oh, I'm sorry, Ms. Brinkworth?
Hi, thank you, Madam Chair. Now I have to think clearly about what I'm about to say. So I just want to ask staff and Mr. Runcie to refresh my memory on what occurred in previous cases that have come before the board where a similar situation has occurred with someone in a supervisory role, and whether or not it was a demotion only, or if it was a demotion and a suspension to match the suspension of the person who was not in the supervisory role. I just want to make sure that we have parity in how we're treating our employees in different groups.
Ms. Brinkworth, this is Mr. Strauss, Chief HR and Equity Chief Officer. In the past, it has been for the people at your speech, and since you're talking about a demotion, I do not believe it was a demotion and a suspension of employees.
So in the past cases that have come before the board for similar conduct, where a supervisor was engaged in inappropriate conduct with someone that they were supervising, the supervisor was demoted, and the person who was also involved but not in a supervisory role received a suspension.
Dr. Wanza, I think you might want to add to that.
So, good afternoon, Valerie Wanza, Chief School Performance and Accountability Officer. So, I can speak to the unfortunate previous cases that have involved school administrators, where the supervising administrator was demoted back to an instructional position, and the other individual who was consensually involved, because that person was also at that level, maybe not principal, but was also demoted back to instructional teacher position. Neither person was suspended at the time. They both received demotions.
Okay. And I just want to thank you very much for that. And I just want to clarify from staff that in this instance, a demotion is not available for the person who is not in the supervisory role. I know that's been stated, but I just want to confirm it.
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Korn?
Yes. Ms. Levinson?
Yes, I have a comment as well. I don't totally agree with that assessment that everyone that this has happened to has been demoted, and I know for a fact that's not the case. So at the administrative level, I will not be able to support it at this point, and what I will be requesting is that Mr. Runcie put something forward, either in policy or in procedures, that everyone is treated the same way. And that's why I will not be able to support it. I would be able to support suspensions, but there are others who have not been demoted, and I will not be able to support that. And I request that we do something consistent across the board going forward for administrators as well as instructional and non-instructional employees.
Yeah. So Ms. Levinson, I definitely agree with you there, and I think I can tell you that procedurally we do. I think there's a case that you might be aware of, many of us are aware of. It occurred before my time. It occurred before this board. But as far as I know, when what Dr. Wanza mentioned has been pretty accurate for the time period since I've been here and this board's been here. Ms. Levinson, you're on. Yeah.
I would just ask that we codify that somewhere so that we can make sure that it's standard practice across the board.
We'll do. I'll work with Mr. Strauss and staff to make sure we have that somewhere.
Thank you.
Ms. Good, I know you have your hand up. I'm just going to ask a quick question. What is the financial impact between the 5-day suspension for the one individual and the involuntary demotion for the other?
Quick math. One person is losing about $20,000 a year annually based on this double promotion. The other person is losing about a week's worth of pay. So if you give me a moment, Madam Chair, I'll give you that estimate, but I can tell you on the other case, we did look directly at that. It's going to be an annual reduction of about $20,000. And we did discuss the need not to demote and suspend, because a suspension is a financial impact to an individual. And so it was already a $20,000 reduction. So that's why there was no suspension added.
Okay, thank you. With that, I will say that in speaking to what both of these do, I mean, one is changing an entire person's career path at this point with the demotion, as well as taking that kind of significant financial hit. And the other individual, although not that 5 days is certainly not something someone feels in their pocketbook, but it's not going to be that kind of a significant change, and their trajectory in terms of their employment has not actually been impacted. So with that, I think that a 5-day suspension for both plus the demotion may be more significant than what we maybe have done when we're trying. And again, I just don't want us to confuse parity in saying the same suspension has occurred. I just don't know that we're reaching parity by doing that. I guess that's what I'm saying. And so it's challenging for me to support it, because I don't know that that's what we're achieving. So I guess I would leave it at that. And for that reason, I would prefer to leave it based on what we've been recommended by the superintendent. So, and Ms. Good, it's your turn.
So thank you. Thank you for sharing your thoughts. And I really consider everyone's comments here very heavily. I guess for me, what I find it truly, I guess, troublesome is that one is the supervisor of another individual. And I think to me, that is a huge fact that that I'm factoring into the situation. It is even more inappropriate that an individual that supervises another employee would conduct themselves in this fashion. So it shows poor judgment all the way around as a supervisor. And I will just say that in a demotion in one case as this with the supervisor, and in suspension of days with the other, one would come right back to work the next day and one would not. And to me, that I have difficulty too. That people at whether they're going to return to the same place or not, and I know that that's not going to happen, but the fact of the matter is the message is a mixed message. We're literally saying one, because of the fact that you have a lower paying position, you're going to be suspended 5 days. You can't be demoted, but you're not going to be at work for 5 days. And the other individual, yes, they have a financial impact and a change in their career path, but it's a career path change that they created. And so for that, I'm still going to make the motion, and my colleagues can vote it up or down. And I will say that I accept the superintendent's recommendation with the amendment that the supervisor include also a 5-day suspension with no pay.
Okay, and I believe that has been seconded, correct?
I didn't hear
Yes.
that.
Yes, Ms. Rupert. Okay, perfect. Thank you. So any further discussion on the motion and on this specific motion? Hearing none, all those in favor of amending G3 based on the items identified, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Those opposed say no.
No.
No. Okay, so I'm going to go for another roll call. May I please have Ms. Alhadeff?
No.
Ms. Brinkworth?
No.
Ms. Bartleman?
Hold on.
Can you hear us, Ms. Bartleman? Okay, we'll come back to Ms. Bartleman. I have Ms. Murray. We will come back to Ms. Murray. Ms. Good?
Ms. Murray is a no.
Ms. Murray's a no. Ms. Good?
I'm a yes.
Yes. Ms. Rupert?
I'm a yes.
Ms. Levinson?
No.
Dr. Osgood?
No.
I'm going to go back to Ms. Bartleman. She's saying no with her finger.
On mute.
I'm going to record that as a no. Okay. And then my vote was a no. So it fails without the support. Is there any further discussion? And this is specifically on G3. As at the moment, we have both items together in one motion. So if we pass them, it would be the G4 item amended because we've already taken an action on one individual. And then G3 would then come back to us as it's only one individual now, and it would be the involuntary demotion. Is there any further discussion on that motion? Hearing none. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Those opposed say no.
No.
Sorry. Yes.
Okay, so I believe I only heard one dissenting. I believe it was Ms. Aladef. Was there any other dissenting?
I was dissenting also.
Okay, so I have Ms. Levinson and Ms. Aladef who have indicated no. So that would be a 7-2 vote in favor. Thank you very much. We are going to move out of the G items.
Madam Chair.
I'm sorry, we're not. We are not moving out of the G items. We need to bring G3 back to the floor. There are a couple of minor changes, Scribner's errors, as I believe it. So could I have somebody on the prevailing side of G3 to bring it forward?
I'll move it, Ms. Good.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Good and second by Ms. Rupert. And I think Mr. Chisholm, would you like to point those out for us?
I would. As successful as we were with 12,000 plus employees appointed, there's about 6 people I need you to add to the list simply because they were recently promoted from instructional positions to administrative positions, and the system did not bring them over. So I have those names. Madam Chair, would it just be better if I read those 6 quick names? Okay. Yes. I have Kevin Peters, AP at Broward Estates. I have Ricardo Ricketts at AP at Watkins. I have Patrick Koch at AP at Piper High. I have Rafael Rivera Jr. and AP at Northeast High. Yvonne Cooper Moyer and AP at Colbert. And one last person, Ms. Kimberly Williams, Professional Development Specialist at Equity and Diversity. And those are the remaining names that I would like the board to consider and add to the reappointment report.
Thank you. So you have accomplished both the announcing of the individuals as well as, so thank you so much, Mr. Chisholm. Is there any discussion on the amended item? Hearing none, all those in favor of the amendment, the amended item, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Those opposed say no. G3 passes as amended. At this time, Mr. Runcie wanted to clarify a statement in his opening remarks, and then we'll go back to the items.
Yes, Madam Chair. Just wanted to make it clear that the survey is going out specifically to parents. I had mentioned teachers as well. Teachers were included in the survey that we just concluded, the prior one. So we have that information. We're trying to, again, get some very school-specific information on preferences for parents that we can utilize. So I just want to be clear on that. And again, the dates are, it'll be open next week through July 9th. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for that clarification. I appreciate that. If I could please have a motion and a second on A1.
So moved.
Moved by Ms. Rupert, second by Dr. Osgood. Is there any audience input on A1? Hearing none. Let's see, I have Ms. Murray.
Okay. I don't know if Dr. Osgood was going to read her resolution.
Yeah, so I was just going to go for some comment. Did you want to comment then after?
Yes, I'll comment after.
Okay, so Ms. Aladef.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I hope this resolution sparks an ongoing movement of critical reflection and honest conversations in our school community to forge racial equity and disrupt systems of inequity in our classrooms. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Good?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Dr. Osgood, for presenting the resolution. And for me, personally, I know that we have all noticed that across the nation, there's great disparities. And so as a district and as individuals, I know that we have all tried very hard to do our part to rectify the situation and remove the barriers for many of our students and ensure equity in learning opportunities for our Black students. So I am proud to support this resolution. I did just want to ask one question, and Dr. Osgood, in the first paragraph, in the first whereas, where it says unequivocally declare that the lives of Black students, and is there a word missing there that should say matter?
You are correct, Ms. Good. I was going to correct that when I spoke. Yes.
Oh, well then I'll allow you to do that. I just, I read every whereas very carefully. And again, I'm very proud to support it. Thank you.
Thank you. So Ms. Murray, you wanted to speak after. I'll hold my comments. Dr. Osgood?
Donna, did you want me to speak before Dr. Osgood?
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't have you on this, Ms. Bartleman. So Ms. Bartleman.
Okay. I just wanted to, okay, can you hear me? Is it working? I just want to thank Dr. Osgood for bringing forward this resolution to reaffirm this board's commitment to our students. I think it's appropriate to come forward at this time so the community knows where we stand. We've done a lot with implicit bias training, courageous conversations, but there's still more to be done. So I appreciate you bringing this forward, Dr. Osgood.
Thank you. I have Ms. Levinson.
Thank you. I just want to thank you as well, Dr. Osgood, for bringing this forward. This is something as a board that we've been committed to, and I just want to reaffirm my commitment, as I know my fellow board members, to equity in Broward County Public Schools. We have spent a lot of time putting programs in place and adding resources, but there is certainly much, much more to do. And important to know that equity is not equality. And I think that's something very important for people to know, and we should be investing where we need to invest the most and continue along that path. So thank you so much for bringing it forward.
Thank you. And I guess since my colleagues have, I'll share my comments briefly. Dr. Osgood, thank you for your leadership in bringing this forward on behalf of all of us on the board. As leaders, it is critically important that we take this type of leadership role and that we let our students know that this truly is a shared voice. So thank you very much for putting this together, putting the words to it, and letting us be able to get behind a resolution with your leadership. So with that, Dr. Osgood.
Thank you, Ms. Coyne, and thank you to all of you. It was important to me. I'm a part of Local Progress Bright Caucus, and it's very important that we are able to take our position and put it in writing and stand by it. I salute all of you. I've been on this board for 8 years, and I can say unequivocally, when I came, there were 13 F schools in District 5, and you have supported efforts of equity to improve those schools, to put resources for the children that needed it, to make sure that programs were available across the county for kids in all communities. And I know some people say, well, why do we need to say that Black lives matters when all lives matters? we all believe that all lives matters, but when you look at public policy, it does not suggest that. When, as a Black person today in 2020, I'm still seeing Black people being gunned down, men and women. I still see a lot of disparities in this nation as it relates to people that look like me. You know, right now, you guys have the privilege. We could go to the mall right now and separate, and you could walk around the mall and have the privilege of shopping. I would get followed by someone because I'm Black. They would think that I'm there to steal something. So it is very important that we go on record. I thank you for supporting this resolution. I thank you for your courage and what you do and what you have done. And because we are courageous leaders that we are, we've invested money for courageous conversations. You've really stepped up and allowed this board to put our money where our mouth is. I'm just one vote. I can't get anything done for minority kids or any kids without your support. So I appreciate you doing that. And I would not insult your intelligence by reading this resolution alone. We are a team, so I'm going to ask that we read this resolution together. That shows our togetherness and what we have continued to represent in this community as we've taken a stand for justice for all of our kids and allowed equity to take place as it relates to our African American students. And I agree, Ms. Aladaff, we've done a lot and we have a lot to do. I'm hoping that as a board, we will do some courageous conversations and have some more serious dialogues. Ms. Levinson and I have these dialogues with her being Jewish and me being African American and Christian is not normally the mix you would have, but we've been able to educate each other and have a better understanding of each other's culture. The same with Ms. Good being Hispanic. And it has made me a better person and has made me more diverse in my thinking and understanding of others as well. So I appreciate this moment. I appreciate your support, not just in word and in deed. Ms. Murray, I know there's been times I've had to help you figure out the appropriate weave for Black girls that you were trying to buy hair for in your community. You didn't want to get it wrong. So, I mean, those things are very important. And I thank you guys from the bottom of my heart that I have not felt at all that I was discriminated against or that any of you were racist in the way that you've interacted with me and the policy decisions that you've made. So thank you. And Ms. Corn, when you're ready, I'm going to ask if we could share in reading this resolution together.
Dr. Osgood, can you amend it, that first paragraph, before we read it?
Okay, yeah, we need to add the word, I make a motion to add the word matter after students in the end of the first paragraph before the end.
And I'll second that.
Thank you. Any discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Can you add me to the list, Ms. Corn?
Yes, I have you. Sorry about that. So Ms. Brinkworth and Ms. Rupert, would you like to speak before we read it collectively?
I can do that. That's fine.
Okay, Ms. Brinkworth.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, Dr. Osgood, for bringing this forward. And I know that in the comments that you shared and the comments that my colleagues shared, the only comment that I wanted to share is just to remind the community that while this resolution is important, what is more important is the policy setting that we do as a board. It's the allocation of resources that we do as a board. And I just want to say, I am so grateful to serve with colleagues who do believe in equity and put their money where their mouth is on that. And so I just wanted to say thank you and to remind the community, it's not about the words on this paper, it's about the actions that we take as a board.
Thank you. Ms. Rupert?
Thank you. I want to thank Dr. Osgood for bringing this to us and that we're all going to read it together, which is awesome. And reaffirming our commitment to educate all of our children is important. We have to at least, we have to put resources where they're needed. And sometimes people think, oh, some schools are getting too much. They are. They need that much. We need more to help our kids that are at risk. So I appreciate you bringing this forward and to remind the community once again, equity looks different. So thank you.
Thank you. And Ms. Murray, did you want to share?
Yeah, well, yeah, before we read it, what I want to say is that right now in this country, we're at a pivotal state in, in history. As everyone has reflected, the great job that we have done here in Broward County, and I can truly reflect that because in District 1, all my schools are a Title I school. And when I first got on the board, they did not receive the funding and support and the quality of teachers that enabled us to give all children a good start and a quality education. Knowing that we have narrowed the gap between our white and black students and their achievements is truly a reflection upon the leadership of Mr. Runcie and his staff. And again, it's so important that we, as time goes on, and some of us will be passing on, that we make sure that people like Miss Price from Pompano, James Sparks from Carver's Ranches, which is West Park now, that were the leaders in the past, that we cultivate that culture and encourage and teach people that courage does work. And what we see our young people doing today with peaceful demonstrations, never mind the nonsense that others do, but the peaceful demonstrations that we see throughout the country is truly the way that change happens. People have to speak up, make sure that what we want as a country and culture happens. So I'm excited. Someone at my age, I get excited when I see that we really have a healthy movement going on in this country. And I have to commend Dr. Osgood. You know, she came aboard with a lot of issues within her own community. And she has had the courage, in spite of what some people may have said or didn't always support her, that she has been a leader and a champion for all students. Right now, when she talks about Black students, it really encompasses all our students. So again, thank you very much, Dr. Osgood. May God keep you strong and keep you healthy to continue on with your work. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Murray. So Dr. Osgood, if you would like to begin with, and we will join you.
Certainly, I'm going to start with where it says resolution. Resolution on the commitment of the Broward County Public Schools District Black students. Whereas current events have enhanced the need for communities and leaders to stand in solidarity, unequivocally declare that the lives of Black students matter. And whereas today, across the nation, Black students continue to experience inequity of access to learning and are disproportionately overrepresented in discipline statistics and special education programming, while the underrepresented in rigorous classes and gifted and advanced placement. And whereas the school board recognizes that general education research and practice have created a picture of underemphasizing the deficits of Black children, their families, and community, instead of celebrating them for the unique gifts they bring with them into schools and providing them the opportunity to access more rigorous grade level classes and materials, and navigate the commitment of the Broward County Public Schools District in its mission of educating all students to reach their highest potential. Aligns with the value of being responsive to the needs of our community and ensuring that we encourage courageous conversations to forge racial equity and disrupt systems of inequity. And whereas
as outlined in our strategic plan, core values, and strategic goals, we commit to relentlessly pursue systemic improvements to operating standards, professional development, and practices that eliminate inequities, ensure educational success for all learners, and enrich the lives of all children in Broward County Public Schools. And whereas shared voice of celebrate our diversity and provide the necessary resources and supports to eliminate barriers towards fostering a more equitable future for all our students. And whereas our school board, administration, and employees take responsibility for actions, decisions, and statements that impact the education system, the community, and the public. And whereas the school board recognizes that across the nation, disparities between the achievement of other students and that of Black students persist. Even though these students have the same academic potential and all bring valuable and experiences to our classrooms. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the School Board of Broward County, Florida hereby recognizes the powerful impact that acceptance and tolerance have in the cognitive and social development of students and its role as an essential component of comprehensive and complete education. We are committed to continuing to address systemic racism toward Black students by fostering culturally respectful and implementing policies that embrace inclusion and diversity. Embracing the school board will continue to invest resources in measurable improvements for Black students. Therefore, be it further resolved that the Broward County Public Schools adopt this resolution and continue taking the following action. As all staff members encourage all students to exhibit actions that will help promote dignity and respect, rejecting all forms of bullying and discrimination of families of all backgrounds, dedicate appropriate resources such as utilizing academic materials that align with state standards, creating or adding staff positions, and providing suitable facilities that allow our students to explore their curiosities for the culture and customs of others. Given at Fort Lauderdale, Florida, this 23rd day on June 2020, the School Board of Broward County, Florida.
Thank you from the bottom of my heart, team. Thank you. And I don't have words to explain how much this means to me and people that look like.
Thank you, Dr. Osgood. Thank you very, very much. Thank you to my colleagues for the collective effort in sharing those words and those sentiments with Dr. Osgood's leadership. With that, we will move on to our next item, which is AA1. May I please have a motion and a second on AA1?
So moved. Rupert.
Moved by Ms. Rupert, second by
Ms. Good.
Ms. Good. Thank you, Ms. Good. Is there any audience input on AA1? Mr. Moquin.
Madam Chair, we did not receive any public input on item AA1.
Okay, thank you very much. To my colleagues, I have Ms. Alhadeff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I was reading the executive summary that I received in the black box, but then I was connecting it with document 2 that is online. It seems to be like a continuation of the executive summary. So I wasn't sure if my colleagues also had that situation or they had the continuation part 2. And so I do have some questions on the continuation part of the executive summary. So if you scroll down to the bottom paragraph and it speaks regarding with the current volatility of the market with the COVID-19 pandemic and the impending political and geopolitical climate, which can adversely affect the financial markets. In an abundance of caution, the last paragraph under Section 5 of the TAN resolution was added. This paragraph allows the superintendent the ability to enter a negotiated private sale if the municipal market belongs unfavorably to the district at the time of the sale of the bonds. Could you explain to me more what that means as far as the negotiated private sale that the superintendent can have the ability to do?
Through the chair, this is Judy Marte. So I also am going to use this opportunity, if I may, Mrs. Alladef. There is an error in that last paragraph. Instead of saying Section 5, it should say Section 6, and I think you picked up on that.
Yeah, that was going to be my next question.
Okay, that as I was connecting the dots in anticipation of what your question could be, I couldn't understand. So I apologize for that. It is Section 6. So this is something that bond counsel asked us to add and to include in the executive summary for full disclosure, both to the public and to the board. It is our intent to go out for a competitive sale. We have our Moody's agency rating call tomorrow. And at this point, it's all systems go to move ahead with our traditional TAN offering. But we are in very unique circumstances. The market volatility around the COVID pandemic, you've all seen the significant market swings. So bond counsel suggested we added that paragraph to make sure that we have the funds we need to open school. Because as you know, we count on TAN funds, and we've done this for 20 years, to cover payroll until we collect taxes in November. So in the event, Mrs. Alladef, that the market were to have a significant plunge that would make a competitive sale too costly for us to do, this item authorizes, under the superintendent's leadership, our district treasurer and myself to go out to the banks, the big banks out there in the market, and see if they would lend us the money for the less than 3% authorized tier for a 1-year period. So it would act similar to the TAN. It just wouldn't be a competitive offering.
But is there a it doesn't give a certain amount of money that we're allowing the superintendent to negotiate a private sale?
Up to 160 million, the value of the TAN.
Okay. So does it
obviously
say it in there?
I'm sorry?
Does it say it in there?
Well, once we correct our mistake, my mistake, and we read the right paragraph 6, it does. And if you want me to read that into the record, Mrs. Alladef, for clarity, I'd be happy to.
Yes, please.
Okay, so under Section 6 of the actual resolution, it says, if the superintendent shall determine that a negotiated price sale of the notes is in the best interest of the district because of the volatility of the municipal market caused by the outbreak of a new strain of coronavirus known as COVID-19 and its impact, both domestic and international, on health and markets, he shall execute and deliver a purchase contract awarding the notes to one or more private purchasers in a form approved by the superintendent in consultation with the district's financial advisor and note counsel, subject to satisfaction of paragraph C above, which states that prior to award of notes to the successful bidder, the district shall receive from the successful bidder a truth in bond statement as required by section 218.385 parens 2 and parens 3 of the Florida statute. And I guess to offer further assurance to the board, Mrs. Alladef, we certainly, in the event that we could not issue a TAN successfully, the treasurer will draft a letter for the superintendent to transmit to the board to fully disclose the actual events if that were to happen. And the other thing I need to say is signatures of the proper officials would still need to be obtained. Nobody allows anybody to borrow that kind of money without the proper seals and legal review, et cetera.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Well, Mrs. Alhadeff.
Okay, is there further discussion or comments on AA1? Hearing none, all those in favor of AA1, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Those opposed say no.
Aye. Aye.
Okay, AA1 passes unanimously. May I please have a motion and a second on CC1?
So moved.
Moved by Ms.
Second.
Rupert, second by
Miss Good.
Ms. Good, thank you. Is there any audience input on CC1, Mr. Moquin?
Yes, Mr. Grubb is downtown at the KCW building, and he has comments on item CC1.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, school board members, and Superintendent Runcie. Again, my name is Andrew Grubb, student at Cypress Bay High School and newly appointed member to the Facilities Task Force. All right, let's start with the easy issue. On page 2 of the job description in the backup, the 11th bullet reads, develop and promote that promote. There was a line that was stricken about the methodology on the 11th line, which should have been corrected. Now to the meat and potatoes of this issue. No one has been able to provide an answer as to why this board has approved the move of this position from facilities to portfolio services on the organizational chart. At the last Facilities Task Force meeting, the Executive Director of Capital Programs was asked if his department would benefit from process improvement. He then did not respond to that question. With the grand jury report on the way and a bond program that is close to $500 million over budget, it does not take a genius to know that capital programs would benefit from business process and performance improvement. Don't forget, bond dollars come from the taxpayers. Wake up, smell the roses, and please work to operate in a more fiscally responsible manner. Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional public comment, Mr. Moquin?
No, that completes the public input on item CC1.
Thank you. Okay, I have Ms. Alhadeff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So can staff explain why the position is being changed to manager from director?
Good afternoon, Ms. Alhadeff. Alan Strauss, Chief HR Equity Officer. The board that took place last board meeting, it was the recommendation to move it, and as well the year prior, there was a recommendation to change from the position of director to manager as well, and then ultimately that was not moved forward. But moving it over into portfolio services, and you just look at from a director standpoint, they would have no one in portfolio services that would be reporting to them. They're directly reporting directly to the chief of portfolio services. And the belief is the position holds better at the manager level than at the director level in regards to that in that division.
But wouldn't it make more sense if once we have a new chief, to then have that new chief decide where this job position should be going?
Well, once again, obviously that information about the new chief, which she's coming on, and do want to congratulate her, but at the time we moved it and recommended last month, that was not information that was part of the situation in regards to the org chart. But I'll let Ms. Brown speak also.
So good afternoon, Ms. Alhadeff. Thank you so much for the question. Leslie Brown, Chief Portfolio Services Officer. The work that we have had the opportunity to work with Amy on for the past 8 months has really been a lot of process management work, which crosses over multiple divisions. And actually has been reporting up to a director position. So it reports under me and then the new chief, and it is designated to the department within the division that actually needs that additional support work of designing process management work across my entire division. So initially, we have started that work with real estate as well as facility planning, and it's been very, very successful.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so next I have Miss Rupert.
Yes, actually, it was asking the same question, but will the new director have the opportunity to make that change if they feel it's needed? Back to director instead of manager?
So as you take a look at the way that the new job description is designed, is that process management and improvements actually can be used across the division. That process management work right now is assigned to real estate. So it could be moved back up to director, but at this point, the function actually supports the entire division, and it's currently working with the real estate and facility management team in some pretty large projects. We don't have project managers like they have in facilities. So she's been doing some significant work in connecting 10, 12 different parts of our organization together to get a project over the line.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Along the way.
Can I say future Superintendent Brown?
Thank you, Ms. Rupert.
All right. Thanks.
Then I have Ms. Bartleman.
Okay, can you hear me? I'm having issues with my mute.
Yes.
Okay. First, congratulations, Leslie. Thank you for all your service to Broward County Public Schools, and you're going to be missed. And you're going to do great things in Louisiana. So good luck to you, okay?
Thank you.
I just felt like this didn't need to be changed. People have already voiced that, so I'm not going to belabor the point. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, and then I have Ms. Levinson.
Thank you. Congratulations, Ms. Brown, as well on your new appointment, and much success there.
Thank you.
I wanted to comment, it wasn't going to be on the director manager, but I will give some input into that. When you're not supervising people, we don't have the need for another director. We as a board have spoken very strongly about not adding more upper management, so I'm a little confused by the conversation. But I think the title is right in terms of not supervising others. And I know that I spoke about this in your department last year about the amount of directors when we went through the org chart. So, but my question really is, I'm beginning to see a lot of these type positions, business process and performance improvement, as well as budget positions in different departments. My concern on a whole, and I guess this is more to the superintendent, is that we have a strategic initiative management, the SIM department, which to me is the department that really works on business process and performance improvement. So I'm a little worried about putting these positions in the different departments. That's how we get a lot of our silos, as opposed to having this fall underneath strategic management.
No, I definitely get what you're saying. I think there are two distinctions there. So one is that the work that's in these departments is sufficient enough that there clearly is a need for a full-time resource to do what you're suggesting. So if you think about it in the context of technology, for example, we have microtechs out at schools, right? Because of the work that's required out there, they work in collaboration with and coordination with our technology department, and now we're actually doing some other things with them. But we still need, in key areas where we know there's lots of opportunity, it makes sense to have a resource like that out there.
And is there any
and-
kind of crossover where
yes,
Dr.
that's-
Posner's department would be working with
Right.
these people? That's the tie-in I'd like to see.
Absolutely. And we need to make sure we tighten that up. To the extent that we don't do that, we create a lack of coherence and strategy and language and culture in the organization. That's absolutely part of it. And so, I can tell you that Dr. Posner and her team has been involved more and more in lots of the cross-functional strategic work that we do in a district. So individuals that are positioned in those areas as we go into those departments to do SIM-related work, those folks are going to be instrumental in helping us to really accelerate the level of change and process improvements that we want. So I agree with you wholeheartedly, and we're making sure that coordination happens.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. I don't have any further comments from my colleagues that I see hands or comments to me. So all those in favor of CC1, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Those opposed say no. So is that 9 in favor?
Yes.
Yes. Thank you. May I please have a motion and a second on CC2?
So moved, Rupert.
Moved by Ms. Rupert,
Second, Aldef.
second by Ms. Alhadeff. Any public input on the item? Mr. Moquin.
Madam Chair, we did not receive any public comment on item CC2.
Okay, thank you. I only have one colleague who's asked to speak on this. That is Ms. Rupert.
I'm sorry. I sent a note via Ellen. I got the answer.
Wonderful. Okay.
But it's
All
nice to
those-
see you, Mr. Dunn.
All those in favor of CC2, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Those opposed say no. CC2 passes unanimously. May I please have a motion and a second on DD1?
So moved. Rupert.
Second, Aldef.
Moved by Ms. Rupert, second by Ms. Alhadeff. Is there any public input on DD1?
Yes, Madam Chair. Mr. Grubb again has signed up to speak to item DD1.
Thank you.
Sure.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, school board members, and Superintendent Runcie. Again, my name is Andrew Grubb, student at Cypress Bay High School. I'm going to reiterate my comments from the June 9th operational meeting. A statement was made by the superintendent that the external audit clearly indicated that all policies and procedures were followed despite compelling evidence. I would like to extend a heartfelt thank you to those on this board who are continuously scrutinizing the process to prevent this from occurring in the future. One can only imagine how many other contracts were awarded in which Tony Hunter received, or should I say, purchased below market value, things of value in return. I am not asking for perfection, but simply anything better than this will do. Thank you.
It's funny.
Okay, thank you very much. Now I have to my colleagues. I am going to share before we go down this path. We cannot spend another hour plus on this item and rehash what we've already discussed. So I'm going to ask, everything we've already discussed is on the record, that this please be to the new information that was shared or new conversation. We just can't keep rehashing. If I ask you to please come back, it's that we just can't spend too much time restating what we have already spent a great deal of time stating. So with that said, I have Ms. Brinkworth.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I guess I just wanted to clarify, because I know we received an email, but I didn't see any mention of what was mentioned in the email in the item that's before us today. So I don't know if that came after the item was already printed. So if someone could just share with regard to that, that would be helpful.
Good afternoon, Joris Chabellin, Chief Auditor. Through the chair, subsequent to the report being printed, the audit committee asked me to take a look at the activities that occurred versus policy 3320. And it's my opinion that the second post-board memorandum is a finding that I will track in my own tracking as we go forward on that. So I do believe that that is a finding because it did occur at a period that was very close to the previous post-board memorandum as well.
Okay, thank you. And I think that, Mr. Runcie, it would be important that that information at a minimum be included with this audit report as it's an additional finding that is being suggested for follow-up by your chief auditor.
Okay.
And so I just didn't know if you had any comment about that.
We could certainly update the report. I mean, I guess the auditors do it. I don't, dictate how they ought to do the report, but since they have this additional information, I think Joris can work with the external auditors to just do the appropriate amendment to it so that we always have one comprehensive set document that you can go to.
Yeah, and I think for the follow-up on the findings, it's going to be important that that be included. So when we make reference to the audit, that's included.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, thank you. And then I guess the other thing that I'm a little troubled by is the motion that was made at the audit committee. And that information is still not being transmitted with this item. And so I would just ask, because this is transmitted to us after review by the audit committee, and I'm assuming that is the way we do it so that we as a board would have insight into the audit committee's concerns. And I know that there was extensive conversation. We talked about it last time. And since then, there has been some clarity around the motion. And so I'm having trouble understanding why that information isn't explicitly laid out here for us as this item is being brought back to us and was delayed or deferred to this meeting so that we could get some clarity around what it was that the audit committee was asking for.
Ms. Brigworth, I'm hoping that the board response that I provided yesterday that had the minutes to the audit committee, which was adjusted during their meeting on June 18th, would have been sufficient, but of course I could modify how that's done. I provided a response, a follow-up response yesterday that included the revised minutes as well as some policies that the committee requested be sent to the board.
Yes, and so I guess the trouble that I'm having is that under the summary explanation and background, it still reads that the audit committee approved this report for transmitting to the school board at their May 14th, 2020 meeting, but also requested that certain policies and transactions are analyzed. I really feel very strongly that that does not capture adequately what the audit committee was asking for. I believe that unanimously they felt very strongly that any transactions that had occurred needed to be reviewed, and I just feel like that's really important information to be transmitted with the audit. If you're going to mention what the committee requested, it should say what they requested.
I'm wondering if we could attach the minutes to this report, if that would be sufficient, but I would need the advice of counsel for that. If we could attach the audit committee minutes, if that addresses the points that Mrs. Brinkworth is looking for. Ms. Myrick, would that be okay if the minutes to the audit committee meeting be attached to the report to meet Ms. Brinkworth's request?
Yes, you could do that. Certainly, you could do that. If that would respond to her request, you could add the minutes to this board item. Yes.
Well, the other difficulty that I'm having, though, Mr. Jabon, is that it's my understanding at the audit committee meeting, there was some concern about how the motion was reflected in the minutes. And so it's very important that we as a board, we appoint people to committees to serve for us, to bring us information, to ask questions. And the audit committee very specifically unanimously voted on and approved a motion to move forward to the board. And it's my understanding in the most recent meeting, they had to clarify what the motion was based on what was included in the minutes. And so I'm having a little bit of trouble in what was presented to us in the executive summary, and if the minutes, and I haven't had the opportunity to review the minutes that you sent, if those minutes do not reflect the motion accurately according to what the audit committee discussed at their most recent meeting about making sure the motion was clear, I'm concerned about that. So I'm going to ask Mr. Runcie that, again, that we work really hard to make sure that when the items come before us, if there's something that the audit committee wanted transmitted to the board, that it is very clearly transmitted to the board.
Yes, and I believe that's what was submitted to you that Mr. Jaboan had mentioned.
Madam Chair, this is Mr. Moquin. I'd also like to take some of the culpability here. I know Mr. Jaboan is fairly recent, and I think there might have been some confusion in terms of the fact that the item had been deferred and had to come back in the same exact format. But typically we do a memo to vote down, and if we want to amend the item, there's a second item for you for consideration. And so I appreciate your comment, Mrs. Brinkworth, that we want to make sure that the item as it's presented on the agenda stands on its own to reflect what actually occurred within the audit committee. And so I can work with Mr. Jaboan and his team to make sure that we, like we have in the past, update agenda items on the e-agenda so that it creates the appropriate historical record that the board wants.
Okay, I have concerns about moving it, the transmission and accepting the transmittal today without that information. So I'm going to see what my colleagues have to say about that. And thank you for adding, Mr. Jaboan, that additional finding, because I do believe that that is something that should have been a finding. And so I appreciate your willingness to look at it and to look at the policy and to bring that forward. And so that also, Mr. Moquin, I believe needs to be included. So I don't know, Madam Chair, if we need to have this item come before us again so it is updated completely and is voted as transmitted to us and received by us in its entirety.
Okay. If you're okay, I'm going to have my our colleagues just further comment, and then we can come back to what a next step would be if we were to take that action.
Yes, thank you.
Ms. Bartleman?
Hold on. Can you guys see me, hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay, my buttons keep getting stuck on my Lenovo. Okay.
There you are.
There I am. Okay. So I guess I'm going to address my comments to Mr. Runcie because I do talk to multiple audit committee members. This is new, Ms. Korn. I'm not going to go back to the audit. So there is an increasing frustration. Well, the board members they're becoming very frustrated with the processes and everything going on. I believe Ms. Brinkworth was touching on this, but the first set of minutes from this meeting actually did not accurately reflect the motion, which was frustrating to the board members, some of the board members, because it's a tape. Everything's on tape. So one of the audit committee members had to go back, listen to the tape, and transcribe it exactly how it was stated, because for some reason our staff did not do that correctly with their exact motion. And as of this Thursday, there was an amendment put on the floor to amend the minutes because they didn't even reflect what the audit committee really wanted. So a lot of the board members are very frustrated with that because this audit, of course, is very sensitive and there are a lot of issues with it. The second point of frustration is the fact that a third party was paid to do this audit and they missed a glaring violation of policy that our auditor had to identify in a subsequent, letter to the board, and that our audit committee members found when this is a professional auditing firm. The third issue, as it pertains to the audit committee and why some members are very frustrated, is just bylaws not being followed. And this all comes together because you have to have faith in the audit department, and you have to, there has to be a level of we're following all the rules and we're doing everything right. But for instance, the bylaws are very clear as to who submits the nominating who the nominating committee is and how nominations are made for officers on that committee. But for the second year in a row, those bylaws have not been followed. So when you put like all these different pieces together and all the controversy surrounding this, there are audit committee members who are incredibly frustrated. And really, Mr. Runcie, this is the auditor is a dotted line towards me. So you're the direct line. So I would really hope that you would make sure that we don't violate the bylaws of our committees, and that when staff transcribes minutes, especially as it pertains to what they want, which was very specific, they wanted an audit of the $81 million smart bond and any significant purchases from 2015 to 2019 under the previous chief information officer, that's not hard to put in minutes. So I know there may not be any ill intent, but when you put all of these different things together, you understand why people who are giving of their free time to serve on this committee are incredibly frustrated. There should be no violation of the bylaws by our staff members. So I hope you'll handle this, Mr. Runcie. It's not towards you, Mr. Joris. I'm going to Mr. Runcie to handle the issues because he's the one, you're a dotted line to me. But I have to represent the people who represent me, and I've spoken to more than my committee member who have the same frustrations. So
through the chair, can Mr.
Please.
Jabron have a chance to respond to that? Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. With respect to following the bylaws, at the last committee meeting on June 18th, the bylaws were followed. The chair of the audit committee nominated 3 members to be on a nominating committee that will in turn meet at the nominating committee meeting on August 13th. So as the facilitator, I helped set up the agenda for the chair, and the chair made his nominations for people that would be on the nominating committee, and the committee voted for that. With respect to the discussions on the minutes, unfortunately, and we will be very careful with this, the timing of the minutes were slow because that was a problem on my part. So what I did is the committee met last Thursday, and over the weekend, I created the draft of the minutes that I went over with my staff on Monday morning so we can have the minutes done sooner. So at this particular point, when the meeting ends, I start working on the minutes right away so those type of concerns would not reoccur. And that way the discussion and the tape from the meeting and my memory will be very fresh so I can compile a better set of minutes going forward.
Okay, thank you. So I think Ms. Bartleman, were those all of your points?
Yes, those were my points, and I'll let the committee members speak about the bylaws with him at the committee. So thank you.
Ms. Rupert?
This is going to be music to your ears, but Ms. Brinkworth and Ms. Bartleman asked my questions, so thank you.
Okay, wonderful, thank you. And so I'm actually I don't have any, well, hold on. I think our student advisor, Rocco Diaz, wanted to share something.
All right. All right. I keep turning my camera off and then it keeps turning back on. Please excuse me. All right. So the question that I wanted to ask was not about how we can gather more information, but what we can do with the information that we've already gathered, because we know that the chief information officer who is in charge at the time of these purchases has already resigned. We know a grand jury is looking into the matter, but that's also out of our hands. And I want to know how we can prevent this from happening again. And there are also a lot of best practices that come out of this report, such as we saw in the report that, for example, Bibb County avoided a purchase of the flat panels for $5,700 in favor of a $4,600 clear touch board. And meanwhile, we paid $5,800 for something that could have been avoided if we had looked into other counties' purchases across the United States, such as Bibb County's purchases, in order to look at other other products we could purchase. But my question is, do we plan on taking any legal action against the Chief Information Officer because of this transaction?
And if I could please respond through the chair.
Yes, please.
We have communicated these issues to the Attorney General. And as we continue to do more work, and so there are more transactions that were done under the former CIO that we're looking at. The committee requested that, and so did the board members at the last meeting. So we've been able to take a look and identify those transactions, and we're going to start working on the next biggest transaction. At the same time, my colleagues, Mr. Woods and Mr. Dunn, they have implemented procedures for these transactions that occurred several years ago, 5 years ago. They have implemented procedures. There will be a workshop where the current policies and procedures are reviewed. And I'll be working with them to make that stronger because I can identify gaps and controls very well. So when this type of work is done in the future, it can be done better. With respect to the comment regarding the amount that we paid for the interactive flat panels, it's important to note what was purchased and when it was purchased. So we know that Miami-Dade announced what they were going to be purchasing, their Promethean active boards, in 2014. We saw the video where they were announcing it, and we looked at the features for that. So HCT has a chart in their report where they're looking at some of the features versus what we purchased versus what they purchased. So it's very important to take a look at the product that was purchased and the timing when it was purchased as well. So at the end of the day, the work that HCT has done, they have some charts, indicate that the counties that purchased the interactive flat panel similar to the school board of Broward County, that the county paid at market for those particular items. So it's important to also point those matters out as well.
All right, and just one more question. So is it possible for the school board to make transactions without taking into account the competitive integrity of purchasing the product, fireable offense for future chief information officers? Or is it already a fireable offense?
I guess with respect to this matter, it's important to let the proper people in law enforcement identify that. The HCT report does not identify anything directly to Mr. Hunter. The issues that it identified have been turned over to law enforcement so that they can deal with it accordingly.
Okay.
And also, Ms. Korn, with respect to the report, we do have a managing partner from HCT. If you'd like to maybe get a comment from him as it pertains to that finding on the policy.
I'm not sure that that's necessary at this stage. I mean, I think we've really already talked through it unless there's a specific question. And I believe I'm the last of my colleagues that's going to speak on this item, so I don't think that's necessary at this point, but thank you.
Donna, when you're done, I just put my hand up. I forgot one question. I can go
okay.
after if you want to.
So,
all right, thank you for your input.
Thank you. So my question here is, I know in one of the findings, it was specific to the fact that if we had gone out and bid this collectively, rather than in the manner that we did, which was finding number 3.01, we may have gotten a better price. Is there anything, and I think this might even be to Ms. Myrick, is there legally anything we can do in trying to collect any type of dollars that, because of going through this process, that we could go back and look for some kind of savings after the fact?
From the vendor or from Mr. Hunter or who?
No, from the vendor. Well, I would tell you from anyone, but I've been told pretty clearly that not from Mr. Hunter. I guess the question would be from the vendor.
I think that if we can prove that the what we purchased, and just listening to Doris just now of making sure that you know exactly what you purchased at the exact time and what the comparative prices were. If we can prove that we did not get comparative prices and that was due to the involvement or the actions of the vendor, then yes, we probably could. But I think that that would be a push to try to prove all that. But we can certainly look at it with the auditors.
Okay. Okay. I mean, I think that's at least worth looking at, right? I mean, we're talking about millions of dollars, so it's probably worth looking at. At the last meeting, I specifically said something that was, now having heard the motion from the committee, was something that I was asking, which was us to go back and look at significant, right? And it's just ironic that they were going down that same path, and that whatever it is that we do uncover, and I know there was some concern because there were so many purchases done over that period of time, but I think significant is an appropriate word. My question would be, what is our intent with that request from the committee as well as from myself as a board member?
Yes, it makes sense. So we've gone back and we looked at all of the transactions that Mr. Hunter could have potentially touched, and we listed them. And so we will start with the largest one. We will, I've already spoken to HCT about this project, which is what we're going to do next. And then if we identify any issues, then we'll obviously go down and look at the next one and so forth. And so we'll start with the largest one and see what that leads us. Going into this, I am anticipating that some of the policy recommendations that HCT has already noted, that those existed already between those transactions. So I'm not sure if it's worth repeating those specific policy issues, but there may be new policy issues that are identified as you look at a different transaction.
Well, and my other interest is to make sure if anything else is uncovered that can help on the legal side, I would like to make sure that we are doing that and handing that over as quickly as possible. The other thing that I believe came forward was that the backup policy that the board would rely on in reviewing this come forward with this audit. I didn't see that happen, so maybe I missed it, but I went through my emails. And I think the intent of that is to make it a little bit more easy for the board members to navigate rather than us having to go in and try to locate, well, what are all the policies that apply? These policies align and would allow us to be able to. So that would be very helpful for me, not just based on this recommendation, but just in going forward.
Ms. Korn, those policies were also in the board follow-up that I sent out maybe around mid-afternoon yesterday.
Okay.
The board members did not get a chance to read them, so we did include policy 3320, policy 5306, and 5301 as well. Was in there, as well as some of the requirements for the forms that need to be filled out from an HR standpoint as well.
Okay. All right. Perfect. Thank you. So those were my comments, and I believe I'm going to go back. Ms. Bartleman had one more comment to share, and Ms. Brinkworth.
Okay. So my question is, I just want to make sure it's clear because I know there was confusion with the minutes, that when you go back and audit, because there's questions whether or not the Lenovo's were purchased with the smart bonds. And I'm still not sure. I don't know if you have the answer to that question, but it's all significant purchases, correct?
Actually, yes. All significant purchases that he potentially touched is what's in scope. So if it is some of the smart bonds, then that's in scope as well, because the focus is what he may have touched.
So real quick though, were they purchased with the smart bonds, the computers?
We'll find out when the project is over.
All right, can you get an answer to the board and everyone, because that is a question that's out there. as to what the T was in technology. Oh, I see Miss Marte is on the
Yes,
screen.
Miss Marte?
I actually was going to clarify that under a K item, hopefully, Ms. Bartleman. So thank you for giving me the opportunity.
Okay.
I have been I've misspoken. So I was, and you know, please give me a pass because I was not here when some of these things happened. I thought I was told by my staff that we used millage to buy all the devices. When I made that statement at bond oversight, Mr. Shim was kind enough to say to me, you are a little bit mistaken. We bought devices both with bond funds and millage, not just millage.
Okay.
So I stand corrected, Ms. Bartleman, and I appreciate you giving me the opportunity to clarify that.
Great.
Again, I was counting on information and my memory failed me as to the answer. So it's very important that that clarity be out there. It was both.
Great. That answers the question then.
Thank you, Ms. Bartleman, for giving me the opportunity to clarify that.
Thank you, guys.
Okay, I have Ms. Brinkworth and then Ms. Olivedeff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I just wanted to just make a comment on, actually, it was a follow-up to Ms. Korn's request during the last meeting on this item. And I felt like when I read the response, although it spoke directly to any contracts that might have been entered into with EDCO specifically, I just want to make sure that we also looked at, because even this Recordex purchase was not through a contract directly with EDCO. So I just want to make sure that in that review, you reviewed every contract that might have had a subcontractor of EDCO or any affiliated company to the owner of EDCO. I think that was her request, and I just felt like, and I don't want to speak for her, but I felt like when I read the response, it was very like semantics around this is what she asked for. And I think the intent was really for the board to have insight and for the superintendent to understand through his staff's review whether or not there were any other possible connections between that entity and any other purchases that occurred. Thank you.
Mr. Woods and Ms. Coker worked on that response. I'm not sure if they're on to be able to comment on this.
Yeah, so thank you for the question and good afternoon, board, Madam Chair, Superintendent Runcie, and the board members. So there was really two research activities that we embarked on. One was to do an extensive list of any procurements that were impacted or could have been impacted by the former CIO. That was a relatively exhaustive list. And then as it relates to the EDCO procurement, I recall us having conversation about Dell and Recordex and the supply chain related to the purchases that we made on the Touch Interactives. And we went out and specifically looked through that supply chain with a focus on EDCO. We could not find any other purchases related to that organization. Anything else that the former CIO would have had his hands on or on the exhaustive list that we turned over to the audit team, and we will be going down that list, as Mr. Jaboan said, and doing a deep dive into starting with the largest item. So I believe that if there were any other purchases related to this, which I don't think that there were, they would surface when we start doing a deeper dive into the exhaustive list that we provided.
Okay, and you believe that that would provide insight if EDCO served as a subcontractor on any other larger contracts?
Yeah, I believe that we've covered that. I'll defer to Ms. Coker, and if we need to go back and look at that again, we will. But I believe that based on our systems and our visibility into the contracts now, I feel confident that as it relates to touchscreens and the supply chain between Dell, Recordex, EDCO, I believe that we've done our due diligence there. Ms. Coker, I don't know if you want to add to that or if I've misstated.
Good afternoon. I'm not sure if you can see me.
We can.
Coker. Yes.
Thank you. So yes, thank you for the question, Ms. Brinkworth. As Mr. Woods advised, We did run several reports and cross-checks with EDCO. As it relates to subcontractors, more and more when putting out solicitations, we require that subcontractors are part of the responses. Therefore, we can identify them. We do not track the spend of the subcontractor. Generally speaking, we mostly have that done in the construction world, but related to other commodities at this point, we don't track the spend, but at minimum, we like to know that these vendors are considering contractual or have contractual obligations with subcontractors. So as Mr. Wood stated, through this report that we provided the chief officer, auditor, he should be able to identify, if any, and we will drill down into any specific vendors or activities that they may identify so that we can further evaluate if that indeed took place. But I don't foresee that to be the case. Having seen the report, I don't believe that there were any subcontractors.
Okay, so I'm just going to ask it so it's really clear. In your response to the follow-up for Ms. Korn, you reviewed directly contracting with EDCO and any subcontracting that happened with EDCO? So
We only reviewed, and the only way that I can confirm to you is how I wrote the follow-up, which is in SAP, there's only one vendor called EDCO, and it's an award trophy specialty vendor. Therefore, we did not pay any funds to EDCO other than those POs that were issued to that other vendor. Now, having said, as I mentioned earlier, if we contracted with a vendor and they subcontracted with EDCO or any other organization, we do not have visibility as to what that vendor that we contracted with may have paid another source or another subcontractor. We don't have that. But what we do now is when we do have solicitations, we expect for those respondents to include in those responses that they will use a subcontractor. We still will not have visibility to the spend unless it's in construction, which we do track SMWB spend or subcontractor spend, but we will at least at minimum know that they are subcontracting, which from reviewing the list that I sent to Mr. Javoin, I do not believe that to be the case.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. So my follow-up question to Mr. Jabone would be then, do you believe that through the audit process and going through the contracts that were issued underneath the chief information officer, the former chief information officer, that would provide insight into whether or not that subcontractor was coming up again or no?
It's very difficult to identify what business that any of our vendors do after we pay them. So under this particular bid, our contract is with Dell, and EDCO doesn't appear. They're a few layers away. So the visibility to be able to look that deep is very challenging. So audit procedures can be put together to try to identify those type of instances, but Ms. Brickworth, it's very difficult to provide the assurance that we may be looking for under these audit procedures, particularly since we just don't have that visibility. But we know going into this, we know the risk and we know what to look for because we hear you. And so we'll try to be your eyes and ears on that, but it's very difficult, Mrs. Brickworth.
Thank you. I appreciate that. So Mr. Runcie, what I would just ask then, because it's not something that we maybe have the ability to do, but it's something that possibly law enforcement does have the ability to do, and because we do know that this has been referred, if that list could be provided to law enforcement, the same referral that it was referred to State's Attorney's Office, and the Attorney General, if those things could happen so that perhaps those entities could look into those transactions in a way that we can't as a school district, that would be my preference. And so, Mr. Runcie, that would be my request. I don't know if my colleagues would agree, and that would be something that we could provide as a directive to you as a superintendent. Thank you.
Yeah. So I will tell you that any items that we come across, as I discussed with Mr. Jabone, I ask him to turn it over to the state's attorney So they have a lot more information that we voluntarily provided to them above and beyond anything that, we've necessarily shared with the board or the initial set of documents we sent them.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Alhadeff?
And I think Mr. Jabone wanted to just add to that.
Okay, guys,
Through the chair.
unless there's something new to share, we need to move on. We've already hashed through most of this topic. So
The only thing I wanted to add is, Ms. Corn, I did get a message from HCT that they would like to make a statement. Is it okay for them to make one statement briefly?
okay, we typically do not have this kind of a presentation format when we're talking about an item unless there was a specific question. So is it regarding the fact that there was another finding brought forward? What's the topic?
They did indicate to me through a text that they wanted to make a comment about the new finding on that front.
Okay, that's new for this item. Ms. Alhadeff, if you could pause for 1 minute. Mr. Jabone?
Mr. Harvey or Mr. Patton, would you care to make that comment, please? Mr. Harvey or Mr. Patton?
Hello, yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hello, greetings, good afternoon. Nice to be here. We just had a quick follow-up on the finding we had with the, where the finding that was not included in our report regarding the two bids that were done fairly close to each other, both in the $450,000 range. And I think we brought it up last time as to why we didn't include it as a finding, but we had it in the report so you could actually, the reader could see it and draw their own conclusion. And the reason why we did that is because we couldn't exactly prove that it was purposely done to circumvent the policy. So that's why we didn't include it as a finding. And we just wanted to reiterate that.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Alhadeff?
My question is a follow-up to Mrs. Marte's response. Ms. Marte, regarding the technology money, and you said that it was paid with the bond money and millage, can you tell us what specific amounts of money it was paid with millage and the bond money?
Through the chair, I do not have that available now. I certainly will take it as a follow-up, Mrs. Alhadeff, and get staff working on it.
Thank you.
Thank you. And the last I have is Ms. Rupert.
This is getting so annoying having to click the mute and unmute thing. I just had a simple question about Lenovo, the $81 million that we used as. We considered that contract as well?
Yes.
Or we will be looking at that piece of the contract?
Yes, my understanding is that 81,400,000, which is the next one. I believe it does include that.
Okay.
And obviously, if it doesn't, it might be in that next transaction below that.
Right. Okay. Because the reason I bring it up is you just have to Google this. And Mr. Hunter also brought millions and millions of dollars of Lenovo purchases to his Atlantic school district. So I wanted to see from a time frame period, and did we actually save more than they did, apples to apples? So that's not my wheelhouse. It just kind of got my brain going, thinking, you know what, I understand the system we're looking at it and that we have audited, but I'm thinking it needs to be a more expansive look. But that's, of course, your call, Mr. Runcie. But I did want to say that connection. So thank you, Ms. Horn.
Okay, thank you. So with that, unless we have further discussion, I'm going to take a vote on the item. All those in favor of DD1, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Those opposed say no. So DD1 passes unanimously. To my colleagues, we have 61 remaining items. So I would ask that we just try to be as succinct with our questions as possible without adding too much additional, color to the conversation that isn't necessary to specifically get to the point. I hope that's clear, considering it is 3:45 in the afternoon. With that said, may I please have a motion and a second on EE1 and EE2?
So moved, Rupert.
Second, Dr. Osgood.
Moved by Ms. Rupert, second by Dr. Osgood. Mr. Moquin, do we have any public comment on EE1 and EE2?
Madam Chair, we received no public comment on EE1 and EE2.
Okay, great. So I have EE1, Ms. Rupert.
Hey, I'm going to go quickly from my notes, not even pulling it. Congratulations to Cross Creek. They're awarded money from for their Snapdragon Book Foundation, about $1,000 in new books that will be culturally responsive and they can explore more in their culture. I forgot what that one is. L. I usually highlight awarded grants, but the one that Deerfield Beach High School just sent out, I wanted to share. It's $5,000 requested from the Toshiba AM Foundation. Teacher grants will fund a proposed student slowing the spread COVID-19 project, building with their mathematical skills while making face masks to show to stop and slow COVID-19 spread. So, thank you.
Thank you. I have Ms. Levinson.
Yes, I just would like to, as I always do, thank everyone who took the time to make these grants possible. And I'm not going to go through all of them like I usually do, but I am going to say that I am looking forward to seeing more grants that will be spent on professional development. We have several items here where we're paying for professional development, where I know we need to sometimes, but I would like to see more grants brought forward. I know Dr. Wanza has mentioned this, and I look forward to seeing those and other large substantive grants that could help the district at this difficult time. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Levinson. I'm just going to share that I would typically pause at this time and call out all of those at our individual schools who are going above and beyond to request grants and have been awarded grants, but just a special thank you to each and every one of you for doing it that at the school level. With that said, all those in favor of EE1 and EE2, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Those opposed say no. EE1 and EE2 pass unanimously. May I please have a motion and a second on EE3 and EE4?
So moved, Rupert.
Second, Aldo.
Moved by Ms. Rupert, second by Ms. Alhadeff. Is there any public comment on EE3 and EE4? Mr. Moquin.
Madam Chair, we did not receive any public comment on items EE3 or EE4.
Thank you so much. To my colleagues, I have a comment by Ms. Murray on EE3.
Okay, thank you. This really is a great agreement that we're looking at with FAU. As young teachers and others have to work to get their teacher certification, some of the biggest struggles for young, especially teachers that are just coming into the field, is the cost. And the fact that we now have found available funds through our Title II program to offset the cost is really very supportive towards our young teachers. My question is that we have approximately 75 teachers that can take advantage of this, approximately $2,900 a piece. What I want to know is, do we have any stipulation in place that those that have passed and gotten their certification, are they required to sign any kind of a documentation that they'll stay with us for X amount of time, years? If not, will they be obligated to repay for us helping them get their certification?
Good afternoon. This is Valerie Wanza, the Chief School Performance and Accountability Officer. Dr. Cohn is here with me, and he will respond to that question. Dr. Cohn?
Yes, good afternoon. This is Dr. Cohn, Teacher Professional Development. There currently is not an existing agreement between BTU and the district regarding replacement or retention for this specific time. That's something we can certainly look at. But there is no agreement between BTU and the district currently that involves stipend payments that allow them to stay past a certain amount of time. However, within the program, we do have an 84% retention rate over 3 years. So we do realize that teachers who benefit from this actually do stay in the district, at least 3 or more years.
Okay. Well, thank you. I think that's good. And as long as that the staff and the department is watching that, because again, sometimes we do good things and we get taken advantage of. So as long as we're tracking those, and for those who are leaving, I would hope that we would get when they do their closeout papers, that we would compare the length of time in service and when they check out, to see if they just stayed long enough to get what they wanted and leave, or do they have personal reasons or opportunities that they've selected to move on. But again, this is a great project, and I hope, as Ms. Levinson said, that we can find more monies, because again, this is really a struggle for so many teachers to be able to pay this, because it is a $2,000 bill to get your certification. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Murray. So all those in favor of I'm sorry, Ms. Rupert has her hand up. Is that this item, Ms. Rupert?
Sorry, hold on, there I am. I was talking to the hand, that was funny. Val, is this like the STAR program? Did you hear me?
Dr. Wanza?
So what do you mean when you say the STAR program?
Where people who want to go into the teaching field that may not be elementary education majors had we had a grant at FAU, and we had to, I believe, stay for 3 years. But if I'm any indication, I'm still here. So it's a great program.
So I'm going to have Dr. Cohn answer that, but typically those are like loan forgiveness type programs. This would fall under one of our district alternative certification pathways, but I'll have Dr. Cohn answer specifically.
Yes. Dr. Cohn, I was going to say, if it's going to take more time, you can just send me a text or a note. I know that mine wasn't a loan thing. It was you guys actually paid for the classes at FAU for my certification. So, but Dr. Cohn, if it's lengthy, then you can send it to me, unless you got like a minute.
I have less than a minute. We actually do have. We have comparable programs. The BEC program, which is what Ms. Murray had mentioned, is one of those programs, and we also offer the ACE program similarly, which is a state-approved program. So both programs actually do that for teachers who are on a temporary or alternative track.
Gotcha. Okay. Well, thanks. I hope you can find more of these.
Okay. So thank you, Ms. Rupert. I have Ms. Levinson. Did you want to speak on this item? I saw your hand up.
I'm sorry, Ms. Korn, I didn't take it down from before.
Okay.
Thank
That's
you.
Okay. Just didn't want to miss you. All those in favor of EE3 and EE4, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Those opposed say no. EE3 and EE4 pass unanimously. May I please have a motion and a second on EE5 and EE6?
So moved.
Second, Alda.
Moved by Ms. Rupert, second by Ms. Aladeff. Mr. Moquin, any public input on EE5 and EE6?
Madam Chair, we did not receive any public comment on items EE5 or EE6.
Thank you so much. And I have Ms. Brinkworth.
Thank you. I did send my question to staff. I haven't seen a response, so if they have a quick response. My question was looking at the last fiscal year award and spend, like the spend authority versus the actual spend, and wondering whether or not we anticipate the full spend through the end of fiscal year 20, and is the spend authority commensurate with the actual spend, or is there a need to adjust?
Do we have staff who can respond?
So good afternoon, everyone. This is Dan Gold, Chief Academic Officer. Through the chair, Ms. Brinkworth, we are on EE5 and EE6, correct?
Correct.
All right.
Yes.
So these are with two separate departments. E5 is with Exceptional Student Learning Supports. Ms. Hollingsworth is here. I'm not sure if it's that one or item number 6, which is on the private schools or are you asking both on whether or not it's within the comparative budgets?
No, my apologies. It's EE5 was my question.
Okay. Simone, you and I
Yes.
were just texting on this, so it is E5. Can you please come in?
Yes, good afternoon, Madam Chair, school board members and superintendent and everyone else. Happy afternoon. Yes, we are watching that, and we know this is an annual contract with our preschool programs, our agencies that are contracted. We are monitoring our FTE, knowing that we've been out, but the FTE that was funded for them this previous year is based on, was February, and also going to be monitoring that as we move into the next school year, and that those dollars allocated are based on the enrollment of those agencies. And Diane Egan, who is the preschool elementary director, is on as well if you need some additional information, but that's certainly something that we're monitoring very closely to make sure that we are only utilizing dollars for students that are receiving the services in those agencies.
Yeah, and so my question, thank you for that. My question was really just looking at what the spend was to date, and I have my notes in my agenda, but I didn't have the item in front of me. So the purchase order spend, the spend authority was 13.3 million. The actual spend was 9.2 to date. And so I just wanted to know, and that was the preparation date was May 20th. So I just wanted to clarify, is that the spend through May 20? And we anticipate there's $4 million more of spend between May 20 and the end of this fiscal year? Or do we anticipate that spend authority may have been a little generous and we maybe didn't necessarily need all that spend authority in this year? And then for going forward, looking at the spend authority that we're looking to allocate, do we think that needs to be adjusted? That was my question.
So this is Mary Coker, if I may, Director of Procurement and Warehousing Services. I can go ahead and take a grab at that. So as you noted, the financial analysis worksheet was done on May 20th. Therefore, if you look, it says months into bid, it shows 10 months. Therefore, if you calculate the average monthly expenditure times 2, which would be remaining 2 months, that would give you a give or take $2 million. So that's basically the difference right there. If you look at the second page of the executive summary, you will find a breakdown. You will find a breakdown of the different providers, as well as an increase, or not an increase, but a breakdown of the transportation, 3686 per student. That's the difference right there. The 691 was the
Coker, sorry. I need everyone to mute their microphones, please. There's a lot of background feedback, and so it's getting very difficult to hear Ms. Coker as she's going through this with us. Can everyone just mute their microphones, please? Thank you, Ms. Coker.
Okay, maybe if you can see me, it'll be better too. So I don't know if you need me to repeat everything I said. Ms. Brinkworth, were you able to hear me? Do you need me to repeat it?
No, I could hear you. I could hear you, and that's fine. I'll just tell you, Madam Chair, I think whoever is not on mute is still not on mute. It kind of sounds like someone's getting in or out of a car. So I just wanted to understand the reduction in the spend authority for the upcoming fiscal year. It wasn't really commensurate. It's a little bit more. So we're just keeping it in there as a cushion. Is that the intent?
I don't want to say that that's the intent, but you're absolutely right. There is a slight increase. I would probably defer to the end user about their intent to keep it, but we felt that it was along the lines just over, because since the transportation is an estimate based on fuel and expenses, that was more or less an estimate. So we kept that a little open, and that's why we came up with the number. But I don't know if Simone or someone else.
I was going to say, Ms. Hollingsworth is asking to speak. So Simone, if you would like to share.
Yes, good afternoon again. Thank you. Sorry. Can you hear me okay? Okay. Making sure. So that spend authority is also based on the highest matrix level, and much like Ms. Coker's mentioning in regards to an estimation in regards to transportation, also doing the same thing in regards to the matrix number, not knowing exactly where students come in. So to estimate it higher, and then obviously we don't really anticipate using it all, but at least we know that we're making sure for the most needy students and then adjusting it accordingly.
Okay, thank you. That explanation makes sense. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I don't, oh, I think Ms. Bartleman was going to ask her a question on this item rather than on E8. Ms. Bartleman, are you with us?
Yeah, I could go either way. I just was going to do it on the other one because one of the contracts, but it's all the contracts. I just wanted to follow up that the pre-K providers, they were paid in January. There were issues whether or not they were paid in February and March, but then they were paid in April. Did you all resolve that issue?
Yes, they were paid. We have the invoices showing that they were paid.
For all months of February and March as well?
Correct.
Okay. Okay, can you
You're
just
welcome.
give me that follow up in writing, please?
Absolutely, no problem, Ms. Bartleman. Thank you.
Okay, I don't have any additional questions on these two items. To my colleagues, all those in favor of EE5 and EE6, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Those opposed say no. Items EE5 and EE6 pass unanimously. May I please have a motion and a second on EE 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12.
I move them. Patty Good.
Seconds.
Moved by Ms. Good, second by Ms. Rupert. Mr. Moquin, any public comment on EE 7 through 12?
Madam Chair, we did not receive any public comment on items EE7 through EE12.
Thank you so much. May I please have Ms. Bartleman on EE 7?
Took care of everything already.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Brinkworth, did you have a comment on EE 8?
Yes, I did. I also tried to send these questions earlier. My comment is really with regard to the addressing of the needs of school nurses on campus, and then what was explained in the backup with regard to some of the things that nurses had been doing during the response to COVID-19 and assisting our schools and our students and our parents during the time when our school sites were closed. And then depending on the model moving forward for fiscal year 21, students in schools versus students e-learning and choices that families might make and models that we might put forth. Does this contract allow for us to have the level of staffing that might be appropriate, that might be needed and appropriate to address the issues based on the fact that we might not have kids all in one place because of choices that parents make or because of the models that we decide to go forward with for the school year?
Good afternoon again. This is a joint item between ESLS and SSIR, and I certainly, I'm not sure if Marcia is on, I'm sure Dr. Hickman's on, but certainly during the COVID closures, working alongside with student coordinated health services in regards to doing documented telehealth services and making sure we were contacting families while they work, because I'm not a nurse, making sure they were doing that outreach. And certainly that's something that was built into this next contract, is making sure regardless of what our location is and where we are, how do we safely provide those services, and obviously depending on next steps and decisions as we open buildings and get students back in, providing the more hands-on services as opposed to more of a remote service. But we were trying to continue to have that continuity with families and making sure families had outreach, and also working with the social workers and ESLS counselors to make sure if there were other needed community resources, we were all working in unison to try to make sure families had as much connection and connectivity as possible. Dr. Hickman, anything else that I left out there?
The only thing is that, based on the CDC guidance on requiring a nurse in every school, we just have to admit we do not have one. We didn't have one at the end of the school year, but we definitely will make sure that we have a nurse in every school. And based on this contract alone, will not be able to meet the needs for our nursing department. I think we've come a couple of times. If I share with you that in order to have a nurse in every school, we would need more than one now. We already had 89,000 students with chronic chronic mental health conditions. I'm sorry, chronic health conditions that needed to be addressed. With the guidance from CDC, we would probably need double the number that we have now, and so we're going to have to definitely look at other grant opportunities. We're going to have to work in the next month. We'll be coming forward with a telehealth proposal that we've been working with Hazel Health Services so that we can provide telehealth either from the school or virtually. So we do have some work ahead of us.
Okay, thank you for that. And Mr. Runcie, the only thing that I would say, and there's no need for staff to make a response right now, is that, so in reading the backup and seeing what transpired for students that were engaged in e-learning, and knowing that we might have some students that choose to do that going forward, what is our obligation and what are we able to provide as far as those services for students who are at home and be able to provide them when students are in school? So it might be something that we're going to need to look at as far as capacity for our school nurses. If they won't be able to, because students will be in school, they won't be able to do both of those things adequately. We just need to make sure we're prepared for that. So thank you very much for staff's responses.
Thank you. Do I have any other colleagues? I have no one else listed or hands up. So with that, I'm going to take a vote on all those in favor of EE 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12. Please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. The items pass unanimously. May I please have a motion and a second on items EE 13 and 14?
So moved.
Second, Dr. Osgood.
Moved by Ms. Rupert, second by Dr. Osgood. Mr. Moquin, is there any audience input?
Yes, there is. We have Mr. Grubb down at the KCW building who'd like to speak to item EE 14.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, school board members, and Superintendent Runcie. Again, my name is Andrew Grubb, student at Cypress Bay High School. Now, I'd like to thank the district for adding this app to their portfolio of technological services over the past few years, because without it, I would have to continuously check the website on the Friday, Monday evening, and early morning before each board meeting to figure out when you guys drop new items onto the agenda. Now, on another note, I believe that we should try and give a directive to parents to use this app in a similar way that we as students are given direction to use Clever. Why? Because Clever was created to simplify and create a simplified access portal for students to access all of the websites and systems that they need. And it seems as though on this app that parents are able to monitor grades, upload money for paying for school lunches, and do other tasks that they need to ensure their children are successful during the school day. So I ask that we try and take a directive to market our app to parents to maximize its usability, rather than kind of send that flyer out in the First Day folder that says, here's your join code, go. I think there's a large ground and lots of area that we can pick up to improve the end user and customer experience with this product, especially for the price tag that it has. And your data is showing that only 142,000 people have downloaded the app. And that seems like a lot, but when you take the almost 270,000 students and then you multiply that times the 2 parents plus or minus per student, that is not where it should be considering the price tag it has. Additionally, I believe on the side of ParentLink, we need to expand the scope of services that ParentLink provides the messages for, in particular, obligations. Parents are not given a direct notification from schools when their students incur an obligation, whether it be for a new ID or for a textbook. And I believe that we should create a way to streamline that communication, as many parents do not check virtual counselor because they don't access the app. Thank you.
So thank you very much. Any other public input, Mr. McGuinn?
No, Madam Chair, that concludes the comment for those items.
Thank you so much. All right, I have Ms. Murray and then Ms. Levinson. So why don't we do Ms. Levinson first, and then we'll come back to Ms. Murray.
Okay, Ms. Corn, which items were moved to the floor?
EE 13 and 14.
Okay,
You had
so
asked about 13.
EE 13, all
Yeah.
right. So my question on EE 13 is, we had this item 3 years ago where the clock was being updated to a new model when I went back and read it. And so the previous contract was for $1.5 million. Is that correct? For 3 years. Ms. Coker? I'm looking at the financial analysis worksheet.
Yes, give me a second. We are on EE 13.
Yes.
On the financial analysis worksheet, it states that the previous total bid was for $1.5 million.
Correct. So my first question is, we had talked about repairing Kronos. That's what the item spoke about, but we had conversations as a board about expanding Kronos in the district. So why did we only spend $575,000 out of the 1.5 million? And we still have the same number of clocks, it says, as 3 years ago.
I think I'm gonna just start and then I'll defer to Mr. Dunn. I happen to be a user of Kronos, so I recall at the time that we last brought this item to the board and working with Mr. Highland, it wasn't about the amount of clocks. It was more about the licenses or the users available to use.
Okay, I'm going to stop you because that was not the discussion we had as a board. That's what's in the item, but that was not the discussion that we had as a board. It was to increase the capacity of Kronos to get additional savings and efficiency with overtime and things that we've had many audits on in the past. So that's my question to you. And Mr. Runcie, I don't know if you want to chime in, but I know this was a whole conversation we had about expanding Kronos in the district. And it looks like, you know, almost $1 million wasn't spent doing that we had allocated.
Yes, Ms. Levinson, yeah, I'd have to get a little more background on it, but to your point, I mean, the vision is to have Kronos available everywhere, administrative offices, schools, and I know that's part of the plan to do that. I know we were trying to prioritize things relative to, you know, our budget, so I'd have to get more information from staff and why we just went with those limited amounts. And I don't know if Mr. Dunn or Ms. Marte has any further background on it.
Right. I know Mr. Dunn wasn't here, so I'm not so sure that he would know, but.
Through the chair, if I could just share some of the background I understood, definitely concur with the vision with the superintendent's vision and the board has blessed to have a full deployment of Kronos. My understanding is that we spent approximately $500,000 on the prior contract. We were unable to identify additional funds to spend up to that 1.5 million in spend authority. So we couldn't allocate that additional million. And to my understanding, with this item in consideration of the 650,000, which helps us replace some clocks by and large and grow the footprint a little bit, we still have about 2.2 million more to go. So we're trying to be strategic in how.
So who can answer the question why we weren't able to? We approved the item and we had conversations at budget time to expand it, and it was included in the budget. So what was it used?
I think we have to go back and revisit the prioritization process for capital when we do that. Yeah, I know what we had on the item, but that we may not have had budget sufficient to be able to secure all of that. I need to go back and go.
Okay, if you could go back and look, I would appreciate it, because I do not want to see another item, an audit that shows that we have these same problems when, as a board, we thought we were allocating money to take care of more of this. And so if we're just replacing the same clocks, that's not what I thought we were doing. So if we could get,
I'll come back and get a system-wide number for the district, but it's going to be substantially more than the numbers that are in this item. This item with the extra 2 million or the million that you're referring to, there's no way that amount could have covered what would be required for this district in order to fully go and implement that. It was going to be.
It would have covered almost half of what Mr. Dunn is saying right now. We need 2.2 million. So. Yeah, but that's why I need to get some follow-up, because I don't want the money going just to replace the other clocks. And how many of the, I guess let's let Ms. Marte speak first, then I have another question.
I will share with the board that the KK1 item today requests an allocation from capital of $650,000. It is my understanding, and I don't know if Mr. Katz or Mr. Dunn can help me, but it's my understanding that there are new clocks involved that we need to buy because all of our safety staff is now on Kronos. I hope I'm not misspeaking, but that's what I believe I was told.
No, this is Brian Katz. The ones that are specifically for the safety security staff, we have already purchased. They've already been installed. So unless this is replacement at schools where they just feel like they need it for staff to work, I'm not familiar, but maybe Mr. Dunn will know.
Okay, the item says that it's based on the needs identified by the IT department to replace 174 Kronos clocks located throughout the district that are over 15 years old, as well as accommodate the replacement of up to 23 clocks due to unforeseen breakage, as detailed below. So to me, that's not expanding what we've done. In the 3 years past, how many clocks did we replace on the previous one?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know, but to your point, this obviously is a maintenance item, right? This is not a strategic item to expand Kronos across the system. I'll get a memo back to you and the board within a month or so what that is, because I've had some proposals worked up of what that cost would be. And it was going to be, again, a fairly substantial capital investment. We've had to weigh a whole bunch of other things. I mean, our refresh piece, other priorities in capital to be able to do that. So there are other priorities I know that went ahead of that. We'll go back and revisit that and put that in front of the board. I think we're maybe in a better place this time. So we'll the next budget conversation we have around capital, we'll have an item in there with some context and explanation of what it would take to fully implement Kronos across the district, as we talked about.
Okay, yes, I would like to get a full update, because I don't recall that's exactly what happened. We had capital discussions and we approved spending money on increasing the number of clocks. And I'll pull my records as well to find them, but I know that's what we discussed. We knew we couldn't do it all, but we knew we were starting at it. And it was as a result of audits we've received to stop that.
Right,
So,
and I think we added it in different units. And so, but it's not district-wide. So I think it's in the 4 or 5 different departmental areas, but again, not district-wide. So
okay, so if we could just get that update from you, Mr. Runcie, about what's been replaced.
Yeah, and I'll tell you where it is.
New ones. And where we are with that.
Okay. All right.
Right, Mr. Dunn, did you want to add something to it?
Yeah, I understand it. And just briefly, my understanding is that we, in the former contract, replaced approximately 200 clocks. And with what we're proposing here, we're replacing about 174 clocks for those units that are 15 years old or older. And my general kind of broad stroke was most of these funds are going to replacing existing clocks,
right,
with some de minimis amount going to growing the footprint. So that's where I think we have that other, after the 650, we have that additional 2.2 million we scoped. to do the full district. So we're just trying to chip away at it as best we can with the resources available.
Okay, but we don't know that we've chipped at all with getting new resources out there, correct?
We haven't grown the footprint as fast as we would have hoped, if that's what you're saying. We haven't chipped away at it as fast as we would have hoped.
So
Yeah,
I'd
Mrs.
like
Levinson?
to find out exactly what we spent the money on and why we didn't spend the rest expanding. Mr. Moquin?
No, I was just going to say, to echo Mr. Runcie, allow staff to go back and do some thorough research and provide the board an update, because my recollection is, this aspect covers the hardware costs. Bigger than the hardware costs were going to be the implementation costs and the consultant fees associated with the conversions, and that couldn't be borne by capital. And at least sitting here right now, my recollection is what challenged us from expanding it significantly was the significant costs of the implementation fees that couldn't be borne by capital.
Well, the other piece is actually the user licenses. So for every employee you have on it, there's a fee for it, and that is an ongoing, perpetual cost.
Okay.
And we got a large number of folks, as you imagine, 30,000 employees versus the number we have on it now. It would be a fairly significant hit. But I'll go back and get you the background, because we have that data, because we researched it, because we wanted to get it done. But again, given our financial situation, we didn't press the gas on it.
Right, but I'd like to be able to compare the ROI in terms of operational efficiency if we do part of it.
So I've tried to basically do that. The ROI is kind of hard to actually measure in and of itself. We just know that it's there. I've also asked if we can actually get the vendor to provide some case studies of clients that have demonstrated ROI, and maybe they have. I think they're owned by Ultimate Software now, so they're kind of in our county.
So it's local. Yes.
Yeah, it's local now. They used to be in Boston, but they got bought by Ultimate Software. So we could probably have some more interesting conversations about it. So Mr. Dunn and staff will follow up on it, and because we'd love to get this project going. I've said, hey, we could start with KCW and go everywhere else, and we'll be the role models for the district. So.
Right, but we need to be able to demonstrate what the ROI is. So thank you for getting us a memo on what we've done and what we could be possibly looking at. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Levinson. I have Ms. Murray. I know she's with us on the call. I'm just not sure if she's able to join us. I will say, Ms. Levinson, I don't know if you saw me shaking my head, but I recall what you recall regarding the intent to expand the last time that we looked at that years ago. I do not hear Ms. Murray for comments. So with that, all those in favor of EE13 and EE14, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Those opposed say no. EE13 and 14 passed unanimously. May I please have a motion and a second on EE15?
So moved. Rupert?
Second, Ms. Good.
Moved by Ms. Rupert, second by Ms. Good. Is there any audience input on EE15? Mr. Moquin?
Madam Chair, we did not receive any public comment on item EE15.
Okay, so to my colleagues, I have Ms. Bartleman.
It's okay. It's fine. I'm trying to, I'm going to ask the important questions and skip the ones that I can get. I mean, it's important, but 61 items. I'm trying to be kind.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Bartleman. I have Ms. Levinson.
Okay, my question is on the comment on the second page that it was determined to contract for 5 years because it's warranted for 60 months and you run the risk of voiding the warranty. Why would that be?
So, Ms. Levinson, this is Mary Coker, Director of Procurement and Warehousing Services. I knew you would catch that. Okay, so I sent an email this morning with the correction of that paragraph because it says the paragraph mentions tracks, and obviously we're talking about elevators here. So the reason why we're doing the 5 years, and I can, if the board decides, we can amend the executive summary and send an amendment related to that. But basically, why we're doing the 5 years, we're doing this piggyback for the 5 years, mostly because, as you may know, elevator services are volatile pricing. We're trying to leverage and hedge the pricing today for the next 5 years. Normally, in my experience, elevator services contracts with ThyssenKrupp or organizations such as those, which are the largest players, the global players, is a minimum of 10 years. We're actually piggybacking off this contract. We're actually reducing a couple of $1,000s a month on better services. We had ad hoc elevator services prior. Now we're going to have improved solution to the 300 and something, I think it's 305 elevators and or equipment that we have. So it's a cost reduction. It's a cost reduction, and we're only bringing the first year of request, which is $520,000, and we will subsequently come back to the board asking for the additional, depending on, based on the COVID, we've brought only the request for the 1 year. But yes, you're absolutely right. It is incorrect, that statement. It should not have said that. We've eliminated that paragraph from there, and we have a revised paragraph. Should we need to amend the
to
executive?
me, unless you did everything in the first year, your 60 months won't be there in anything you place in year 2, 3, 4, or 5. So,
Yes. And in this particular case, these elevators are not under warranty. They're not new. And that's why ThyssenKrupp is going to be a partner for us, because they are, if not the largest, one of the largest elevator companies. And the majority of our equipment is ThyssenKrupp. I believe that there's
2/3 you said it.
Yes, they are. So sometimes this technology is proprietary. So having this new contract is very different from the one we used to have before, which was a company that was some sort of a distributor retailer. Now we're dealing directly with the manufacturer. So we expect to get a lot of better services, more rapid response rate to the repairing of the elevators, which I personally know sometimes has been a delay, being in a 3rd floor. So overall, this is a win-win for the district, and it's a cost reduction.
Okay, and so that amount you listed by school, the maintenance, I'm assuming, is about $41,000. So how do we get to such a large number?
So
is it actual breaking down? I mean, that we're paying for all these costs, or how do we get from 41 to 500?
So if you look at the second page of the executive summary, you will find the breakdown, the 41,817 times the 60 months, which is the 5 years, the $2.5 million. And then we've added, based on the hourly rate also that we've contracted with on this.
Okay, I got you. I didn't realize that was a monthly amount there. Okay, thank you very much.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Levinson. I have Ms. Bartleman's already addressed her. So all those in favor of hold on, I have another hand. So let me just make sure that I haven't missed someone. Ms. Rupert, did you want to speak on this one? I do not hear Ms. Rupert. So all those in favor of EE 15, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed say no. EE 15 passes unanimously. If we can all put our hands down by chance online, it'll just again be easier for me to try to monitor who would like to speak on the items. If I could have a motion.
Ms. Korn, it's Ms. Rupert. Did I miss the vote?
Yes.
Okay. I wanted to vote yes, but I actually put my hand up because my question was, moving forward, this is one of the highest demand jobs and the highest paying job in the country, is fixing elevators. So I'm going to once again say, I think we should take a look at this as adding internships or apprenticeships moving forward.
Okay, thank you. Can I have a motion a second on EE 16 and 17, please?
So moved.
Moved by Ms. Rupert, second by Ms. Good. Mr. Moquin, any audience input on EE 16 and 17?
Madam Chair, we received no public comment on items EE 16 and EE 17.
Okay, perfect. So I have Miss Brinkworth.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I apologize to staff because I did send the questions to Gail, but she did not send them out to you, I don't think, in enough time that you had them before I started saying that you all had them ahead of time. So I don't know if now that's happened or not. But I just really quickly, understanding that summer is an ideal time for the transition, I have a question relating to the solicitation. Do you feel confident that the timing of the solicitation yielded adequate responses? Do you feel like the market, I know the timing was like right around the initial shutdown, and so I just wanted to ensure, based on the number of responses we had, you felt like that was adequate response?
Yes, but I'll let Mary Coker, through the chair, lead and
yes,
offer some additional
we
remarks.
did.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Ms. Brinkworth, for the question. We received 2 responses, more than we had previously, and we awarded it to the lowest bidder. We feel comfortable with the selection.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And now I have Ms. Bartleman.
Mr. Dunn, I think I'm confusing my items. The item we spoke about yesterday is which item?
The item we spoke about yesterday will come in July for first read.
Oh, okay, so I thought we were talking, okay. Got it. So your item is not coming at all right now for the RFI for that. This is
Not the one we discussed, correct?
perfect. We're good. Thank you, Ms. Korn.
I have one more hand up, and I don't know if that's a new hand or not. So let me just see if I can. Sorry, I have to scroll my whole screen, so it doesn't just give me a name. I have to look. Ms. Rupert, did you want to speak on this item?
Is it EE 18?
No, EE 16 and 17.
I'll wait then. Thanks.
Okay. All those in favor of EE 16, 17, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Those opposed say no. EE 16, 17 passed unanimously. May I please have a motion and a second on EE 18?
So moved.
Second, Alda.
Moved by Ms. Rupert, second by Ms. Alhadeff. Any audience input on EE 18, Mr. Moquin?
Madam Chair, we did not receive any public comment on item EE 18.
Thank you very much. I have Ms. Rupert.
Yes, and it doesn't need to be answered now, but what criteria are we going to be looking for with 3 schools? Because it does say that we'll only be doing 3 schools, but I couldn't find the criteria, and I won't want to take up the time now. I just wanted to ask the questions. So thank you.
Thank you very much. The chair will respond to that point. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Bartleman?
Yes, and Ms. Korn, I'm sorry, I thought we were doing 16. I didn't realize 16 and 17 were pulled together. So I did have a question on 17, but let me do this one first. So I wanted to know, we're doing this for 3 schools. This is hold on, let me get my 18. And I wanted to know, when are we going to have training? Like, I know we're committing $45,000 to this now, and it sounds like a good idea, but actually a teacher who saw this on the agenda was like, we need to get ourselves together just to be able to teach. And everyone's trying to get trained on everything else. So now you're committing them to this training as well. So how is it appropriate to do right now in light of everything that's going on to add on this additional training?
So this is a targeted program.
I don't think it's important.
No, I hear support in your question. Let me begin by acknowledging that. So Dan Gold, Chief Academic Officer. With me today is both Secondary Learning Director Guy Bermoha and Director of School Counseling and Embrace Advisement Ralph Aeo. We've been working on this issue for well over a year of how do we get higher education academic treatment of happiness as a social emotional issue. People often try and separate the academic from the social emotional. We do one over here and one over here. In reality, there is an academic study of happiness that our students can begin to receive dual enrollment and other forms of higher education certification around. We've been talking with a variety of vendors. This is the one we settled on. So we're doing it at 3 schools. This will not be for all teachers. It will be for the schools that have volunteered with the teachers that have done it, and kids will be selecting this. Mr. Bermoha, do you want to provide any additional detail?
Thank you, Mr. Gold. No, you covered it pretty well. It is for the 3 schools in the Hollywood Hills I-Zone, Driftwood Elementary, Driftwood Middle, and Hollywood Hills High School. We had some work already previously done around that SEL component with the Driftwood L and Driftwood Middle School, Ms. Barma. If you remember, during the K-8 proposal, we had some work done around bringing Driftwood L and Driftwood Middle into one K-8 school with an SEL component. And this is just, we're using that same work that we did then to extend the work to the Hollywood Hills I-Zone.
Okay, I'm just going to be very cognizant of things on teachers' plates, knowing that we're going to have a new normal soon, and they are already stressed and are begging for more training just to be able to teach their subject matter. So I think it's a good idea. I just was asked that question, so I thought it was important to share that. So thank you.
Thank you. Well, one of the reasons why, I mean, Driftwood in particular makes a lot of sense is that there is a teacher there that does a lot of this work and well known throughout the district. I'm sure you know her. So I don't, and they've done a good job of integrating this into the work they're already doing. So this is not going to be additional work on their plate. That's why this is a good place to start this. So it's not like we're going to some place that this is totally foreign concept to the teachers.
Right. No, I agree. And it didn't say which schools in the agenda item. We had no idea where it was going to be used. So I didn't see the schools listed. So thank you. Now I understand. And then Donna, are you can you go back to E17 for me after this, please?
Yes. So right now I have Ms. Levinson. Did you also want to speak on EE18?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Just a quick comment. I just wanted to say that there is no better time with what is happening in the world than to introduce this course now. I happen to be privileged to be familiar with it. It's some of the most popular courses that are taught at the most preeminent universities in this country. And as was mentioned by Mr. Gold, the tie-in between the academic and the social emotional, this is a program that I really look forward to having in our district. And Donna, did you want me to go on to EE19?
Yes, please.
Okay, so my question on EE19 is, first, why we're only receiving 2 responses to something like this. And that's my concern about a lot of the items today. I'm going to make the comment now, but I have that concern on a lot of items that they're being downloaded by a lot of companies, but only 2 companies seem to be bidding on them. And I want to make sure that our RFPs or whatever's going out in these circumstances are open to many companies being able to get this work.
So I can comment overall as just as you made a generalized statement. Yes. That is something definitely that I have also seen an increase in the reduction. Mm-hmm. I want to believe we're currently using DemandStar, and DemandStar is a system that I know we have to move away from. Hopefully, when we bring back our SAP Ariba that we initially brought back a few years ago, we had 2 phases of which we've already completed phase 1. We need to bring forth phase 2, which would allow us to eliminate DemandStar as our solicitation platform. By eliminating that, which has been the problem, we would bring additional vendors from Ariba sourcing platform, which is free. Right now, DemandStar charges for those vendors to download and respond. Therefore, through Ariba, we would have a larger database of vendors that would qualify under those specific commodities. They would also be receiving those alerts directly from Ariba to those vendors that have already registered and have identified those commodities as the services or products they sell. So we would have a larger gamma of respondents. So we need to it's a bigger conversation than just putting out a solicitation. I do know for a fact that our purchasing agents, in having witnessed this and seeing this, there's an additional step that they take. I tell them to, get the yellow pages, call vendors, reach out to vendors. We do a lot of sharing of vendors with the Tri-County area. So I can tell you it's not because our staff has stopped or is outreaching or doing any outreach any less than what we were doing before. It can be just a matter of the market. I think you also alluded to, Ms. Brinkworth also alluded to the economy. There's a significant amount of reasons why, but I can tell you that if we had the SAP Ariba advertising mechanism, which we were on our path to do that, and we would like to get there, we would definitely be exposed to a lot more vendors, and that would help us a great deal.
Okay, but Ms. Coker, 24 vendors downloaded this and only 2 bid on it. So to me, it's not, that could be something we could discuss in the future. I don't see that as precluding us from getting vendors that are downloading it. They are deciding not to bid on it for a reason. And I want to ensure that our RFPs are being written so that we will get the most amount of people bidding on it and thinking that they can get that work.
I appreciate your comments, Ms. Levinson. And again, the fact that they've downloaded it, they might have identified themselves as a vendor that does that work. And you're absolutely right. They may have downloaded and said, well, this is too complicated, or for whatever the reasons, right? But we are looking at doing a better job and ensuring that we can document the reasons why we did have such a large amount of, and in this case, 24 is not that many. I've seen where it's been more. But we will take your comments definitely into consideration as when we're developing something that we can at least come back and give you reasons as to why we're not receiving that many responses, and hopefully we can enhance the process further through SAP Ariba. Mr. Woods, I see that you joined. I'm not sure if there's something that you might want to add.
No, I just want to acknowledge the fact that I have seen over the last couple of months specifically that we've had very few responses. I know this issue came up in the past, and then I think we did a really good job of turning the corner and getting multiple or more than just a couple responses. Historically, I know we've actually reached out to some of the vendors that downloaded and didn't respond and asked them so that we would have feedback if we got this question from the board. And I think we need to continue to do that as we move forward. I'm not sure what's happened over the last couple of months, but I have seen an increase as well, and I want to acknowledge that. So one, continue to do better, but 2, more importantly, I think on items that are of large volume or have specific technical requirements, we need to reach out to some of these vendors that are not responding to make sure that it's not something that we're putting in the bid that's limiting the response. Thank you.
Right, and I want to make sure we don't revert back, so that's why I'm bringing it up. Okay, and then I have a question on the specific item. We use the average monthly expenditure, which is fine. What is this immediate work required for $260,000?
And which item are you on? Still the same?
EE 19. Is Mr. Riddlemoser on? Is that who's handling this, or? If you look in year 1, there's a significant amount of money that's been put in here for work required by regulatory agencies.
Yes, I have to defer to Mr. Riddlemoser. This is an operational question.
So, Ms. Korn, would you like me to just table it till later in the meeting, or till we get him on, or? Because I can't vote on this item when, that's a huge chunk of it.
Yeah. Ms. Coker, is this something you think we need a longer pause than just a moment?
It depends if someone from Roger's shop is on the phone.
Okay. Can someone
Minus,
please?
Madam Chair, this is Jeff Moquin. I know that I have had a meeting with Mr. Riddlemoser and Mr. Katz recently about a regulatory issue that we're dealing with at one of our schools that could have a significant financial impact. So I would presume that he is proactively putting that money in year one to potentially deal with any mitigation we may be required to do. And that project is still ongoing. But we can get Roger on we can go ahead and table the item and get Roger on to participate and confirm that.
Okay, so I have,
I'll make a motion to table EE 19 till later in the meeting.
okay, so
Second.
can the motion separate 19 and?
Oh, yes. I move to separate EE 19 and defer it till, or table it till later in the meeting.
Second, I agree.
All those in favor of separating and tabling, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. Okay, so we're going to come back. So the rest on EE 18, 20, and 21, any additional conversation? Hearing none, all those in favor of EE 18, 20, and 21, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. If I could get someone, I believe, Ms. Bartleman, you were on the prevailing side for EE 17. You wanted to bring it back?
Yes, I'd like a motion to bring EE 17 to the floor.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Bartleman, second by Ms. Rupert. Ms. Bartleman, EE 17?
Yeah, so this is a question for PPO, and it kind of correlates because now we're doing a piggyback bid on lawn equipment, which I'm excited about. But the review of the Council of Great City Schools is very clear that we were overpaying for a lot of these areas, including lawn maintenance, et cetera. And we also had the one purchasing agent who was arrested, and there are a lot of contracts under him. And we just had a situation with Mr. Hunter in the audit committee where we went back to look at purchases. In this department, have we gone back and identified the contracts that had to do with that employee, number one? And did we go back with all the contracts that were identified by Great City School and went back to look at the prices and see if they were competitively bid or if we could get better prices?
Okay, so Ms. Bartleman, that seems to be quite a jump from this, which is specifically on the agricultural lawn equipment piggyback renewal. So I would say that if you want to speak to Mr. Runcie about exploring this, but that really is not relevant to this.
So we did a piggyback on this. We should be doing piggybacks on a lot of these contracts based on that, what the report said. Nobody wants to talk about it. We don't have to talk about it. I've talked to Mr. Runcie about it. I've talked to the auditor about it. We had a big discussion about one audit that just happened. And so I just want somebody to tell me that the same due diligence we're doing in technology, we're doing in this department. I see a piggyback now. I'm excited. There's no other place to put it on record. So as long as I'm on record that I'm doing
this is what I'm going to say, Ms. Bartleman, there is other places to put it on record, like at our workshops. At just this past meeting, I asked Ms. Bartleman, excuse me, at the last workshop, I asked all of you, is there anything that you would like us to further discuss at an upcoming meeting? So that would be the place to do it. I'm saying that we have to stay on our items.
Okay, Ms. Corn, with all due respect, at the PBO workshop, I brought this up about auditing the contracts from the arrested employee, and you shut me down. I actually have it saved on the video.
Okay,
so that was on a workshop.
So if you want to be argumentative, Ms. Bartleman,
when do we get to talk about it?
Well, then I can tell you this. If you think that I'm going to start having you address whatever you want because it says lawn equipment in the name of the item, I can guarantee you that's not going to happen. What I did just now, though, is say, absolutely, please bring it forward, but we're just going to do it in the right place. That's all. All of those in favor of EE 17, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. EE 17 passes unanimously. If I could please have a motion and a second on, if Mr. Moquin, if you can just identify, please, when the appropriate staff is available for EE. EE 19, if we can bring that back, I believe there is someone here who can now provide a response. If I could have a motion and a second on EE 19.
Moved.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Good, second by Ms. Rupert. And so if we could have staff, do you need the question restated or are you able to provide the answer?
So this is Allison Wodashinsky. I'm a EH&S coordinator for environmental compliance. So I believe the question was regarding the $260,000 line item. For, so those are some items related to the fueling facilities, north area, south area, and the PPO location where items associated with the fuel storage tanks need to be repaired, and that is an item, a compliance item that we need to take care of in the first year in order to make sure that those tanks remain operational.
So to comply with regulatory agencies, we must do this.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Okay, any other questions, Ms. Levinson?
Nope, that's it. If it's something we must do to comply with regulatory agencies, it's something we need to do.
Okay, all right, perfect, thank you. All those in favor of oh, I'm sorry, Ms. Rupert, your hand is up. Was it on this item?
No, I'm sorry, I forgot.
Okay, that's okay. Just wanted to make sure. All those in favor of EE 19, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. EE 19 passes unanimously. May I please have a motion and a second on EE 22 and 23?
So moved.
Second.
Ms. Good.
Moved by Ms. Good, second by Ms. Rupert. Any audience input, Mr. Moquin, on EE 22 and 23?
Madam Chair, we have not received any public comment on EE 22 or 23.
Well, thank you very much. I love it. One of my colleagues would like to speak to EE 22, Ms. Alhadeff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question is, how is this different from Teams? Are they is it correlated, or it's something totally different?
Hello, it's Rick Reynolds, Director at Beacon, and I'm happy to answer that question. Thank you for the question. This is related to Teams in that this equipment that we're working with, we are working to integrate with Teams. This is something we used before Teams was a factor here at the district, and we still will continue to use it, but we're working right now very actively to make sure that it integrates with Teams in the future.
So how will it improve our virtual learning?
Well, this is the equipment that allows us to connect full classrooms of students to virtual field trips and events around the district. It's the equipment that we use to bring the Pledge of Allegiance to the board meetings from schools. And it's used also for special, what we call master teachers, to teach sessions to full classrooms of students who need extra help in a certain area. Regardless of what school they may be in, we can bring teachers from other schools around the district into the classrooms that need it the most. So that's what this equipment is used for. Teams will be connected to it as we move forward with the way we're using Teams in the future, but this is something that we've been using for years in the district.
Okay, great. I mean, it sounds like it's something that we could probably definitely use the start of next school year. Thank you.
Oh, absolutely. Yes, thank you for the question.
Okay, I don't see any other colleagues with their hands up, so all those in favor of EE 22 and 23, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Those opposed say no. EE 22 and EE 23 pass unanimously. May I please have a motion and a second on EE 24?
So moved.
Second, Alda.
Moved by Ms. Rupert, second by Ms. Alhadeff. Mr. Moquin, EE 24, any public comment?
Yes, Madam Chair, we did not receive any public comment on item EE 24.
You got me there because you said yes, and then there wasn't any. All right, so to Ms. Brinkworth.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I appreciate Daryl Diamond sending back a response. I guess that I was just trying to read it, and this is difficult to try to pay attention to reading the paper and reading my email and all of that at the same time. So if someone could just help me, I guess my question really is still about the availability of these tutorials and how that is advertised, because in the item it says and use and short tutorials, lessons and projects, professional learning resources, assessments, reporting, and use tools on commonly used technology applications for students, teachers, staff, and parents. And so I just wanted to understand how we're really making, especially because it was utilized, I guess, in the transition to e-learning a lot. And so how are we making teachers aware of the opportunity? And the explanation I got tells me how we're currently doing it, but I think we probably need to do a better job.
So good afternoon, everyone. This is Daryl Diamond, Director of Innovative Learning. Yes, the Who Knew It app is on our Clever Launchpad, so teachers have easy access to it. Students access it when a teacher creates an assignment in Canvas. So in our Canvas trainings, we often talk about the different apps that have LTIs with Canvas, so teachers learn about how they can reach out to these other applications and create assignments and have students go into those applications, get grades in those applications, and those grades pass back into Canvas and then into Pinnacle. We also advertise in our newsletter, which we send out monthly, Innovative Learning's newsletter. We have an instructional technology tab where all of the different digital resources that we provide training for, we speak about and give information to teachers. Who Knew It also participates with us in our quarterly tech meetups, which are professional development opportunities for teachers, which we housed this past year over at Sheridan Technical College. The vendor partners have a table in which they share information with the teachers, and then they participate with us in delivering professional development sessions on the applications. So those are just a couple of the ways in which we have and which we will continue to deliver information about the product.
Okay.
So, Dr. Diamond, I'd like to add to your remarks, Ms. Brinkworth, and to the rest of the board. Systemically, we have begun cross-marketing these through our Seasons of Learning, which has taken place over the last 2 weeks. We'll be doing an email kind of midsummer to all teachers after the 4th of July weekend to kind of say, hey, August 12th is coming. That's going to be your first day back. We'll have a welcome back email, and then we will push this as well as the other tools as part of the August 12th to 19th training, and then continue it moving forward. We hear you that the extensive resources the board and the superintendent have provided are great, but if they go underutilized, they're not getting us the value they should. So we certainly hear that.
Thank you. And then just additionally, I would like to make sure that I know you probably heard the same complaints and my colleagues heard them as well. And so moving forward, just making sure that we are having teachers have the highest level of consciousness about having students navigate between different platforms and how difficult that was for not only the younger students, but for their parents to understand. And so if there are applications or platforms that are seamless through Canvas that teachers can direct their students to, those are the ones we should be, really asking them to utilize because they're so user friendly, and it would really alleviate that stress from both the students and the parents and make the lives of the teachers easier. So I think that, anything we can do on that front would be beneficial as well.
Agreed. And that is part of our technical requirements now as well. So they have to have an LTI with Canvas. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I don't have anyone else signed up and I don't see any hands up. So all those in favor of EE 24, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Those opposed say no. EE 24 passes unanimously. May I please have a motion and a second on EE 25?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Rupert, second by Ms. Good. I'm sorry, Ms. Alhadeff, I think was the voice I heard. Mr. Moquin, EE 25, any public comments?
Madam Chair, we did not receive any public comment for item EE 25.
Thank you very much. To Ms. Levinson. I think this is one that you just asked for, right?
Ms. Horn. Yes, just a quick question here on the financial impact part of this. First, just to say that ARC Broward is a fabulous facility that does wonderful things with our students. But the two paragraphs there talk about 20 students and what they generate, which is $10,784.50. And then underneath, the per student cost is $24,380.53. Could you explain that to me?
Good afternoon,
I'm
everyone.
sorry. We all jumped on at the same time. Go ahead, Simone.
I was
just
going to
wanted
say, go ahead. I was going to introduce Sonia. I know that this is through Stacy Wolf. So if you want to address that for me, Sonia, thank you.
Okay. Could you repeat the question? I'm sorry.
So the question is, the second paragraph says that it generates 215,690 FTE, which is $10,784.50 per student. And then the per student cost is $24,380.53. So my question is the difference there, and I thought the weighted amount would be more than that for these students.
And it could possibly vary. I would have to take a look at those numbers. And can I get back to you? I want to try to see if I can kind of figure those numbers out, and I'll get back to you in just a second.
Okay. Do you need more than a few minutes? Do you want me to table it and come back?
I believe too, if I can, that is a half a year amount and it's double the FT amount because the FT is split from October and February. So that might be the discrepancy we're seeing there because it's half a year on that.
No, that wouldn't come out to being double.
Yeah, I think we have to take a
So
look.
through the chair, if we could table this and come back to you in a few minutes when we're more able to directly answer the questions.
Okay, so I'll make a motion to table, what are we on? Item EE 25 to later in the meeting.
Second.
Thank you.
You're on mute, Ms.
Sorry,
Korn.
I was on mute. I was just like, why is no one answering me? All those in favor of tabling EE 25, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. EE 25 is tabled till later in the meeting. Please have a motion and a second on EE 26.
So moved.
Second, Aldef.
Moved by Ms. Rupert, second by Ms. Alhadeff. Mr. Moquin, EE 26.
Yes, Madam Chair, we have not received any public comment on item EE 26.
Thank you very much. So to my colleagues, I have Ms. Bartleman.
So I looked in this contract for how we're going to hold the vendor accountable for providing services, because this is an outside contract and we are going to have children getting serviced via virtual instruction. If principal has a way to, account for the teachers, how are we going to hold this vendor accountable? And I didn't see any language in the contract. And I saw some language that could be amended, so I'll let you guys answer it and I'll pull that language out now.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Again, Simone Hollingsworth, Executive Directors, Exceptional Student Learning Support. And that is something that we've been working with the contracted vendors, is having them go through, and we're getting ready to do an ESY training, and the expectation of having them participate in anything that's formalized that the district's offering, so that we can ensure that the students are getting the same sort of services that our school board employees are getting, so that they're offering the same kind of, whether it be e-learning, distance learning, teletherapy, face-to-face, one-on-one, small group. So that is something that we're expecting and working with them and actually requiring them to do.
What I'd also add to Ms. Hollingsworth's remarks is that because this is being delivered remotely, we do have digital traces, right? Birdseed trails of what time people log on, how long the session lasted, and we can compare it to the billable hours that we are being charged.
Okay, well, that's not in the contract. Like, there's no account.
It's not, but let me put it this way. What the contract says is that they will be paid for what they deliver. We can audit what they deliver using these digital tools. So we're only going to pay for what has passed the verification step.
I was just going to say the same thing, Mr. Gold, in regards to they have to log through a Cellify to monitor their schedules and services for billing purposes.
Okay, again, I really think it's important that you do a sample, Simone, of the parents that are receiving services from the outside vendors and contact them or someone from your office or send an email and say how many times a week are they getting services? Is your SLP calling you? Are they on the video conference? Because that you have listed here when you make reference to the COVID pandemic in the agenda item, parent-student home packets with home parent conferencing, push-in services via Teams or Zoom. This is your description here, not in the contract, but nobody through this whole virtual thing, 9 weeks, there was very little follow-up as to whether or not people were receiving these services. So I cannot stress enough how important it is that parents and children are contacted to make sure that the child is receiving the direct services that are outlined in the IEP. So, I mean, it's easy for us to do. It's just get a list, email it out. Has your SLP been contacting you? I think, look, if we don't put that investment in now, we're going to be paying for it later when complaints are filed. So, and parents have lists and days. They've already got notes from the last 9 weeks of the school year. So, and it's more important than that. It's because the kids need the services. So I hope you guys are going to follow up and just keep a close eye, especially on the outside vendors.
All right,
Thank
we'll
you.
all work together, absolutely.
Anything else, Ms. Bartleman?
No, thank you.
Okay, I have Ms. Alhadeff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question is, does this contract allow us to provide the services for the students at their house?
Currently, it does not, and currently that wouldn't have been something we would have entered, following CDC guidelines. It was based on doing things teletherapy, digitally, remotely, as well as going back into buildings, but that wasn't addressed in the contract.
But Simone, when I went and looked at this, it is where the student is at. I saw nothing which precluded an e-learning home student from receiving speech language pathology services through a district issued laptop.
Right.
Because so to Ms. Aladeff's point, these services as provided by a remote provider can be delivered either in a school or the student's home or a secure location in a third party location.
Which we had started prior to COVID-19 as well.
Right.
Correct.
Wonderful, because I mean, as we start the next school year and there's going to be children that are going to be 100% at home, we still need to provide the services based on their IEP. And then my other question is, with students, are the different companies, are they talking to you at all about wearing like clear face masks or providing shield barriers? Because this is speech language, pathology, and audiology services.
So that's something as we work on the work streams with reopening schools, where our division is working with all the other work streams, the other 15, to ensure that we're taking into consideration all different PPE items and needs based on sensory issues, being able to see faces, what's good for students, what's good for delivery models, because absolutely, Mrs. Aladeff, when we're doing speech pathology, we need to see the way our lips are moving and now the muscles can articulate those sounds. So that's something that we're working with. So it's not just a cloth mask, so knowing that we have lots of different needs, but thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so I don't see any hands up or additional comments asked of my colleagues. Those in favor of EE 26, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Those opposed say no. EE 26 passes unanimously. May I please have a motion and a second on EE 27, 8, 29, and 30?
So moved.
Second, Ms. Aldeff.
Moved by Ms. Rupert, second by Ms. Aladeff. Mr. Moquin, check deep. We have EE 27, 28, 29, and 30 on the floor. Do we have any comments?
Madam Chair, we did not receive any public comment on those items.
Thank you very much. To my colleagues, I have Ms. Levinson.
Thank you. My question is on EE 27. I see that this year you have reduced the amount on the professional learning. I want to find out when we anticipate that this will be self-sustaining, where we will no longer need to contract out. And then I have some questions about the contract.
So this is
Hello,
Dan
Ms.
Cole. I'll let Guy Bermoha chime in just a minute, but in terms of self-sustaining, I would have hoped we would have been there this year, but given where we're at and the fact that we need to provide project-based learning in very different circumstances, it is appropriate that we continue this. I hope that we have a sufficient amount of both physical and distance learning in project-based environments, that this is the last contract on this that we bring forward. We should be self-sustaining after this. Guy, do you want to add and then talk about the contract questions?
Yeah, I would love to. Thank you, Dan. Guy Barmoha, Director, Secondary Learning. So as you know, Ms. Levinson, in our strategic plan, we've always had a 3-year rollout of reimagining middle grades with our Community Foundation of Broward grant, and this is still paid for out of the grant. So it's coming from the Community Foundation of Broward grant. The reason why it's reduced greatly this year is because we actually canceled the Summer Institute this year. That's delivered by Buck because of COVID-19 and the school closures, right? So we are asking this Community Foundation of Broward to move the money from this summer to next summer. So we actually have our third Summer Institute coming up next summer, the summer of 21. But what this year is dedicated for, actually this contract is dedicated to your point, Ms. Levinson, building capacity within the district. So the workshops that you see that we're paying for at the Community Foundation of Broward is directed towards district staff to get them trained in PBL 101 in the fall, and then another coaching training in the spring. So we have district staff trained in the fall in PBL 101, and then trained in the spring for the PBL coaching piece. So when we are now beginning to build more capacity within the district, so we do not have to contract with them moving forward in year 4. I hope I answered your question, Ms. Levinson.
Yes. Actually, yeah, you just gave me additional information. Mr. Gold answered the question, and I totally agree that this year I read a fabulous article about PBL recently and how important it is now in light of the type of learning that's happening in schools with virtual learning, that there be meaningful PBL infused. So, but to ask you a question, Guy, on what you just said, why are we waiting till the spring to do the coaching piece of it? Why aren't we doing them simultaneously in the fall? So that we can benefit from the full year of it.
Yeah, good, very good question. I've already had some staff go through both the PBL 101 and the coaching piece. This is just catching more staff within that PBL 101 and coaching. So the PBL 101 workshop is a prerequisite to the PBL coaching piece. So we're going to run people through the PBL 101 first, and then run them through the coaching piece second. But we can definitely negotiate, Ms. Levinson, to have another PBL coaching piece in the fall, if that's what's needed as well.
No, I don't want to add additional. I was just talking about the timing. And then, you know, my final comment on this is pricing is inclusive of materials, facilitators, travel, and accommodations. What have you done to ensure with COVID, we may not have travel and all of that? I think you need to delineate in this contract and all other contracts that have travel in there, what it will be without the travel, because I see a page here on cancellation fees that is a concern to me.
So without travel, there are no invoices. With no invoices, no accounts payable and no checks, right? So should there be no travel for the whole year, those will not be able to be charged.
Okay, I mean, some of these have travel. You're delivering these are in person, correct?
They are
So
planned
I
to
would
be
assume that all of these have travel in them.
They're planned to be in person. However, there are contingencies built in, Ms. Levinson, that we have discussed that they may end up being virtual, and then there will be a discount. And it should have been written into the contract what that discount was going to be. So I apologize that it's not.
Yeah, I think we need to add that into our contracts moving forward. So that
I
was my
agree.
comment on that. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
And then I have Ms. Alhadeff.
My question was on the cancellation fees, and it was answered. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So all those in favor of EE 27, 28, 29, and 30, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. EE 27 through 30 pass unanimously. May I please have a motion and a second to bring EE 25 back to the floor?
So moved.
Second, Alda.
Moved by Ms. Rupert, second by Ms. Alhadeff. Mr. Gold.
Thank you very much. Ms. Clay, I believe we have some clarity of language that will quickly resolve these questions, so thank you.
Yes, we do. Thank you so much for allowing me to come back to the board to speak on this item. Currently the amount that is generated for these programs is for 20 students, and it's for the $215,690 plus the cost of transportation. However, for the 2021 school year, the maximum that this particular contract can have is for 24 students. And the matrix levels are normally between 254 and 255. So we estimated the cost at the highest level because we're not sure what matrix level the students are going to be at. So again, we're not anticipating reaching that highest level, but we wanted to make sure that we had funding set aside for it. So therefore, the cost is higher.
So this is very similar to the conversation we had with Ms. Brinkworth on the question earlier, where when constructing the model, we want to prepare for the worst possible financial impact and allocate sufficient funds so that we do not have to come back to the board for subsequent funding down the road. If the final cost will be driven by the student levels of service.
Okay, to me, it would be impossible to increase to that amount. I mean, you're talking about similar type students and you're more than doubling the amount per student. So I don't know how that works appropriately.
So what's happening right now, the students are right now ranging between a 254 and 255. But if all the students were at 255, the amount would be much higher because 255 gives the greatest funding level for our students.
And what's the 254?
That's the matrix
for 54s and 55s, please.
Pardon me?
The board member would like to know what the relative weight of cost is between the two different levels of service required by students.
I would like if someone's from the budget office that can help us with those numbers, because I don't have those numbers right now. The difference between the 254 and the 255.
This is Mrs. Marte. I'm trying to get you the exact numbers, but a 254 is 3 times the standard, a little bit more than 3 times the standard FEFP, which is about $7,700 right now. And again, I'm trying to look it up. I believe 255 is nearly 5 times.
Okay, so either one of those are way above last year. So I'm more confused than ever now.
Yeah. Okie dokie.
So, Ms. Clay, please walk the board and the community through the intent of this contract and how the contract as written meets that intent, including the structure of the cost. I think that will simplify this.
And just for the record, 254s are 3.637, the rate of a standard FTE, and 255s are 5.5, the revenue, the support of a regular FTE.
So how was the previous contract only $10,784.50 per pupil?
It was based on the actual matrix levels of the students. So I'm not
that'd
sure.
Be nowhere near a 254 or 255.
And at the time, at that time, it could have been some students with a lower matrix level. But for right now, our students are ranging between 254 and 255. And so when we looked at working with budget, when we looked at making sure that we had enough funding for these particular students that may come into these programs, we wanted to make sure that we requested through the board at the time of the contract the amount of funds that would be needed at the highest level, and not saying that we're going to utilize all those funds, but we wanted to make sure that the funds were available should that particular program have more 255 students than we would normally project.
Okay, the highest level, according to what Ms. Marte just said, would be over 40,000.
Right.
So again, it's not making
And we
sense
can go,
to me.
and I can go back and take a look at the numbers, work with budget to take a look at the numbers, just to make sure that, you know, we have the most accurate numbers. But from our initial calculations, those were the numbers. But I will be happy to take those, you know, take this item and work with budget to look at these particular numbers.
Okay. I don't know what we're approving. I'm a little confused because the 254 and 255 are more than this number. So what do we do?
So I'm not sure what the question is. So this is a maximum of 24 students. If they are all level 255s, that determined the contract maximum cost.
Based on 7,700 per student, that'd be $42,350. The other one would be 27,720. So 24,380 is lower than both of those, and the 10,000 last year, I don't understand at all.
I'm wondering, and I'm sorry, if I may, I'm wondering if that was the wrong amount, and I apologize because that's not making sense either. I agree with you, Mr. Levinson, because that's too much of a discrepancy from what they would have generated in the past. So I'm trying to find that too and trying to do the calculations.
Ms. Hollingsworth, I'm going to have Ms. Marte speak on this for a second.
So thank you, Madam Chair. I can't speak to the prior contract, but these contracts are generated and the full value of the FTE. So the contracts generally provide them 90% or 85% of the value of the FTE, and part of it is kept here for monitoring some of that service. So if there is a mix of the 24 between 254s and 255s, this would be enough money. But you're right, Ms. Levinson, if you assume they're all 255s, it is not. But I believe, and I'll go back and look again with budget, and this item was added, so budget didn't do its normal review of the item. I believe this amount will be close to enough given the 90% or 85% cost share and a fairly equal mix of 254s and 255s requiring transition services under this classroom. But where the 10,000 for the old contract came, Ms. Levinson, I can't answer.
Well, I just want to make sure, Ms. Marte, because it will only work if they're almost all 254s.
I agree.
So I want to make sure that it's an adequate amount, so that we're asking for. So do we just want to table it, Ms. Korn, until later again? Because I don't know, do we need to pass this, I assume?
I would think so. I would prefer, obviously, like yourself, that we have numbers in there that correspond with our expectation. So if staff can get this back to us, we probably have another hour at least. Is that something staff could do today? I'd like this to pass today if possible.
Absolutely. I apologize.
I
Yeah.
apologize.
It's okay. It happens.
Okay, so
Thank you,
Is
Ms.
that a
Levinson.
motion, Ms. Levinson?
Well, Nora?
I said, is that a motion, Ms. Levinson? I
Yes,
was ready to
I'll make
move.
a motion to table item EE 25 to later in the meeting.
And I second that.
Perfect. All those in favor of tabling EE 25 to later in the meeting, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. It is tabled till later in the meeting. If I could please have a motion and a second on EE 31.
So moved.
Second. Moved by Ms. Rupert, second by Dr. Osgood. Mr. Moquin, do we have anybody who would like to speak to us from the public?
Madam Chair, we did not receive any public comment on item EE 31.
Thank you very much. I believe that Ms. Aludek wanted to recuse herself from this particular item.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
After further discussion with Ms. Myrick, I do not have to recuse myself from EE 31 or K2.
Okay, thank you very much. I don't have anyone else looking to discuss the item, so all those in favor of EE 31, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. EE 31 passes unanimously. We are now halfway through the 61 items I previously indicated. So we are making good time, and that was only an hour and 40 minutes. So if we can now move on to the F items, if I could please have a motion and a second on F1.
So moved. Second.
I've got Ms. Rupert moving the item, Ms. Good seconding the item. Mr. Moquin,
Yes,
I believe
we
you have
have,
audience input on F1.
we do. We received a written public comment on item F1, and it reads, first of all, it is from Dr. Penny Schaefer and Mark Kuko, and the comment reads as follows. Florida Blue is the state's Blue Cross and Blue Shield plan and has been the leading health insurer in Florida for the past 75 years. As a not-for-profit, mission-based company, Florida Blue is unique and has a long history of supporting education, community empowerment, health, and well-being. Florida Blue has established an innovative community program to assist students, communities, and an employment pipeline called PEBS, which stands for Partners in Education for Business Success. Started 30 years ago in Duval County, near the company's main headquarters in Jacksonville, PEBS is a unique high school internship program for business track students. Dillard was selected for expansion of the program as a pillar partner in the larger collaboration with the Urban League, Broward College, and the Alliance 6 Pillars to address generational poverty in the Broward zip code of 33311. Students are selected by teachers and administrators, then apply and work part-time for Florida Blue at an office the company sets up at the school, learning skills, earning a competitive wage, and part-time benefits under the leadership of a Florida Blue supervisor. After graduation, they are offered part-time work during college or move on to full-time jobs at the nearby Broward County location on Commercial Boulevard. Dillard and Principal Robinson have been featured on local news highlighting the impact PEBS has had on the students involved, the Dillard community, and the families of the PEBS students. We have to mention that even while our schools were remote these last many months, even Florida Blue offices were closed, the company paid all of its PEBS students despite the COVID-19 stay-at-home orders. While we have operated this year out of a temporary retrofitted classroom, Florida Blue is committing to renovate an outdated and unused building at Dillard. The location would look like every other Florida Blue office location, complete with all the technology, furniture, and amenities of the company's officers. As it's done for 30 years in North Florida, Florida Blue wants to build a long-term home for PEBS in our county and at Dillard. The student employees are able to build skills, save for college, purchase computers, and help support their family. We ask for the school board support to formally adopt PEBS within our Broward County Schools family and to formally approve the plans that will allow Florida Blue to build out this location at Dillard. Madam Chair, that completes the public comments.
Thank you very much. I do not have any of my colleagues that are asking to speak on the item, so all those in favor of F1, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Those opposed say no. F1 passes unanimously. May I please have a motion and a second on FF1 and FF2?
So moved. Second.
It is moved by the whole board. It was moved by Ms. Good and second by Ms. Rupert. Any audience input on FF1 and FF2?
Madam Chair, we did not receive any public comment on items FF1 or FF2.
Thank you very much. I have Ms. Brinkworth first on FF2.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Basically, I just wanted to, on page 13, and let me just pull it out really quickly. On page 13, this is to the superintendent. On page 13, underneath the fiscal section, I just want to make sure that this department has your support and the support of anyone who needs to be rallied up to make sure that the fiscal process for monthly review of staffing to ensure coding is correct is taken care of. I know that it was There was a mention of, coding happening differently because teachers had been moved by administration at school sites, and maybe there was a lag in that coding catching up to it being appropriate to the right program. And I just want to make sure that district level staff is very focused on how important that is to the program to have that be correct and not be a finding in the future.
Yeah, well, we heard it here today, so we will follow up and make sure that's happening based on the expectations of the board. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I don't have any of my colleagues. I do have a couple of questions. I was a little bit, I guess, perplexed at the timelines for the recommendation of improvements. And I know this is self-assessment. I think it was well done, but I'll just give you a couple of examples. For instance, on page 9, it talks about the second recommendation for improvement is developing a systematic process for parent educators to follow up with teachers on a regular basis. That's from July 2020 to June of 2023. Why is it taking 3 years to develop a process? I can see develop and implement, but that's basically giving us the entire 3 years just to develop a process, right? And then below it is another developing of a process, develop a procedure, but that one is only being done in a 1-year time frame. So that would just be one example. And then, for instance, if you go to page 13, again, this is another one where we're the third one down from the top, develop a process for aggregating and analyzing accident and incident data district-wide. Again, a 2-year period of time to get that done. To me, this just seems like those are critical things that need to happen more quickly, and I don't understand the time frame. Can you help me with that?
Yes, this is Angela Utica, Director of Head Start Early Intervention. I apologize for the wording of that, and you're absolutely correct. And I think what we meant is develop the process and get it to 100% in that amount of time.
Okay. So for me, it's a very short dialogue as to what the actual recommendation for improvement is. I would rather it speak more specifically to what the real goal is, right? Because I think that's the goal. And without what you just added, for instance, in just that one instance, it doesn't really tell me much. I'm guessing that the reason you're doing it over a span period of time is because you have a goal in mind, but it's not saying that. And again, some are a year, some are 2, some are 3. I don't know what the individual goals are. I also don't know if there's a timeliness to this having to be submitted. I would guess that there is, knowing everything about Head Start is very, has a lot of structure. So I would prefer this to come back with something a little bit more concrete in those responses. But at the same time, I don't want to miss a deadline. Can you help me?
To the chair, presuming that this would have passed today, we had put in a request to have a workshop on Head Start at the July board workshop meeting. Because with these plans, and this is a highly unusual time for both the federal and state level, there is a renewal that will expire in October of 2020, and then there's a new grant that then is going to extend beyond it. There's overlapping purposes on the 2 Head Start things. We need to do our annual training. We did not want that to occur during the school year, so we were trying to get that early, and we wanted to work through this in detail. This needed to be submitted in order to meet the timeframes, but we had anticipated coming to you next month with these kinds of conversations.
And may I speak for a moment? This is Angela Utica again. Ms. Korn, did you get a chance to review the actual program goals and objectives, which was another attachment?
So
the self-assessment is done by the committees, and then from the self-assessment information, we develop the actual goals
behind it.
Yes.
Yes. So yes, but they don't, like, one doesn't normally, when I see a document like this, it'll reference something in an appendix, right? It'll reference that there's additional information. It's not doing that here, but if you're telling me that that's how it's going to be collectively received and read, then I'm okay and comfortable with that. But otherwise, it seemed to me to be just too broad in that.
Yes. So the self-assessment process is supposed to be made up of parents and community members, school staff. And so those are their recommendations. And then we take that and put it into the program goals format. and you'll see that we actually have by like end of year 3, by end of year 2.
Yes.
And we are currently actually in year 2 already because they truncated our year 1. Our year 1 lasted 4 months. And
Oh,
so
that's
now,
right. Remember.
yes, yes. So we're in year 2 and we'll be moving into year 3. And we did have to give ourselves some time because there is an assessment on the ground assessment coming, we think next year.
Okay. Well, so the reason to me they didn't completely align is because the goals that you have in the spreadsheet, the way you have them, don't specifically correlate back to the self-assessment and the recommendations. So you have to kind of piecemeal it a little bit and say, oh, well, this goal must be coming from this improvement under mental health in the first section. Oh, and this is a further clarification. So now, do you understand what I'm saying?
I do.
We can provide a crosswalk.
Okay.
Yes,
I don't want to set back anything. I just want to make sure if we're submitting this, that this is not going to be where someone else is having to cross-reference and figure it out. I think it's on us to make sure that we're submitting it in a fashion so that it is very easy to cross-reference it. And I don't want anything to be missed, because at the state level, the last thing I want is for them to come back and then we have to give responses to something which we've addressed. We just didn't address it in a way that it was very easy to follow. If that makes sense. So
Yes.
I know that you all do a fantastic job in this area, and detail has definitely been an area where we have made great improvements in this area. So to that, I don't want to belabor it. I certainly don't want to change any of your timelines, but that was my concern in reading it. So I wanted to share.
But if you would like, I can clarify the goals and objectives correlate with the self-assessment and bring that one piece back to you.
Dr. Utica, we will respond to the board members' questions with the crosswalk, and thank you for those observations. They are extremely helpful.
Okay,
Thank
you very much. With that, all those in favor of FF1 and FF2, please indicate by saying aye.
I had my hand raised.
I'm sorry. I was so focused on my document, I stopped looking. Sorry, Ms. Rupert.
No. Sorry. I was gonna say my cat just knocked the page over. I had to find it again. It's crazy.
Okay, the floor is yours.
Thank you. On page 13, it references the Drew Family Resource Center playground. I understand that we're in negotiations right now. I don't really want to affect the timeline for that. Would pushing it forward, would that be upset by us going out for the Resource Center playground, or wouldn't affect anything at all?
No, that wouldn't affect anything.
Okay, I am good then.
Perfect. All those in favor of FF1 and FF2, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Those opposed? It passes unanimously. May I please have a motion and a second on HH1?
So moved.
Second, Brinkworth.
Moved by Ms. Rupert, second by Ms. Brinkworth. Mr. Moquin, any public comment?
Madam Chair, I'm happy to report that we did not receive any public comment on item HH1.
Thank you so much. To my colleagues, I have Ms. Alhadeff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So reviewing this ask from the board, I looked at some of the financial cost summary of the council, and their salary ranges from $115,000 to about $167,000. And they're also getting fringe benefits on top of that, ranging from $29,000 to about $38,000. So their total salary and fringe is from $144,000 to $205,000. And based on the contract, it seems that it says that the school board of Broward County shall pay to and provide for the deputy general counsel the salary and other benefits described in this agreement. But my question to Ms. Myrick, this is not saying that we have to give the 2% salary increase, correct?
Ms. Myrick, you're muted.
Is council available to be able to address Ms. Aladef's question?
Sorry, I was on mute. I
Thank you.
apologize. The original contracts all say that all of the councils, including the general counsel, will get the same salary adjustment as all 12-month administrative employees. And so that is the 2% for this past year, retroactive to last July. All of our contracts, all of these contracts expire at the end of June. And so they would not get a salary increase back until we come up with a new contract for them.
Where in the contract does it say that?
Well, I have to go get what hold on, let me get Joanne. It's not in what you have before you, because we are only amending the amount of the salary, that one section, but I will find for you where it is on let me ask Joanne, hold on a second. Joanne is getting it for me. Oh, here, I have the initial. Mr. Ben had an initial contract. They're all the same. And section I'm looking for it, sorry. It's under other benefits under F, number 4F. It says the Assistant General Counsel shall have the right to participate in any of the benefit or program which other 12-month administrators, employees are entitled unless otherwise expressly set forth herein.
So we have a legal obligation to give this 2% raise, so we have to do it. We don't have an option.
No, they get the same raise as other 12-month employees. That has been the way the district has operated for the entire time that when the general counsel came in-house, which was about 20 years ago. That is how they have operated. That contract has basically not changed since then.
But Ms. Myrick, I need to clarify. Ms. Aladef asked a slightly different question.
Okay.
She did not ask what our practice has been. She asked if it was required of the board to support it.
Yes, because you have a contract with these individual people.
But we don't have a contract that says they have to get a specific raise.
Well, it says that they get the same benefit as other 12-month employees. And when you gave if you don't give another 12-month employee a raise, then no, you don't have to give them a raise. But you gave other 12-month employees a 2% raise back to July 1st. And so therefore, you need to give that to the attorneys.
Ms. Olive, I'm sorry. I'll expand on my comments. I just wanted to make sure your question was addressed.
Yes, one second. Okay, so I just, with the wording in the contract, I just want to be abundantly clear. Ms. Meyer, you're saying based on the wording in the contract, we have a legal obligation to give the 2% raise, period.
You have the legal obligation to give them the same raise that you gave other 12-month administrative employees. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I don't have anyone else that is listed to speak. What I would like you to clarify though for me, Ms. Myrick, is we have certainly in the recent past given all employees the same pay raise. What would then be the case if we happen to give different pay raises to different categories of 12-month employees?
Then we would, you mean one 12 months got one thing and another 12 months got something else?
Correct.
I guess you would have to choose where the general counsel, the attorneys in the office, which 12-month category they would go into. Or we would have to change the contract.
Okay, I will tell you, I don't recall this ever having been brought up in the past, because in the past, we've actually even discussed some type of there being some form of pay raise based on performance, and we haven't gone that far, but this was never brought up as a barrier to being able to do that. So I'm just surprised
I don't think it's a barrier to do that, but if we did that, I mean, certainly within the office, and I would assume that Paul had spoken about it, that if in fact we came up with a pay for performance, the contract would have to be changed.
Okay, is there any additional discussion on HH1?
Yes, I do.
Yes, Ms. Good?
Yes, Madam Chair. I do recall having this conversation before and this same information being shared by the General Counsel's office.
Okay, thank you. Okay, guys, if we wouldn't mind if we can just mute if we're not talking, that would be perfect. Thank you very much. All right, all those in favor of HH1, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed saying no. HH1 passes unanimously. May I please have a motion and a second on I1?
So moved.
Second. Moved by Ms. Rupert, second by Ms. Olideff, I believe. Mr. Moquin, any public comment on I1?
Madam Chair, we have not received any public comment for item I1, but I'm going to allow Dr. Wanza or Ms. Baroque to make a request for a friendly amendment because there's an error in the item regarding one of the school schedules.
Okay, so prior to us taking conversation, Dr. Wanza, if you'd like to speak to I1.
Yes, thank you, Mrs. Korn. Again, this is Valerie Wanza, Chief School Performance and Accountability Officer. And I certainly apologize to the board, the superintendent, and the public. When the items in the backup were uploaded for this particular item, we inadvertently uploaded the wrong version of the schedule for Pompano Beach High School. The correct version has been provided to official school board records. And I just wanted to make that comment, and we certainly apologize to the board, the superintendent, staff, and the public for that error today.
Okay, thank you. So is it uploaded now correctly online?
It should be, because I had staff to send the correct version, and I believe Mrs. Borick, who's our coordinator of school improvement, go down and ensure that the correct copy was there.
Hello?
Yes.
Yeah, can I talk to Russell?
Speaking.
Hey, Gabriel here.
If we can just make sure that we muted our microphones.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Madam Chair, I just muted everybody real quickly.
Yes, I appreciate that. Thank you so much. So thank you, Dr. Wanza. I think to my colleagues, Ms. Levinson.
Yes, I'm just going to make a quick comment, and I must have missed this last year, but these waivers that talk about midterms will be mandatory in all classes, to me, that's not an exemption. That's basically changing our policy. So I would like to have some sort of conversation about this in the future. It does speak to specific classes that you may exempt, and schools have added the EOC, and I'm fine with that too, if the classes have an EOC. But to me, it's taking it too far and reversing the entire policy, saying that you can exempt from it. They can exempt and make it mandatory in all classes. We might as well not even have a policy on it then. So how does that happen?
So this is Valerie Wanza again. So what?
And I'm bringing it up because there's one new school this year and there's 2 existing schools.
Okay, so the first thing I would ask Veta to answer is even though it says it's new, is it actually the waiver went for the 5 years, and because the 5 years has extended, now it's new? And I'm not certain, Ms. Levinson, I'm not saying what you're saying.
It says new.
Okay, I will let Veta explain that, and then we can certainly look at how we provide guidance to schools in the upcoming years so that we give them some parameters around which they can speak to their staff and their communities about presenting waivers for board consideration and ultimate approval.
And I'm sorry, they're continuations. The new one is just with classes with an EOC.
Okay.
I was reading it wrong. But, I, as one board member, don't want that choice taken away from students for all classes.
Good afternoon, board members, Mr. Runcie. Veta Hudge, Director of Service Quality. Thank you so much, Ms. Levinson, for that question. We will, anytime that a school, as you are aware, comes in or their waiver discontinues, the school will submit in a new waiver. And in this situation, that the school submitted in for a new waiver to begin after the years of which the waiver concluded. To your point and Dr. Wanza's comments, we will definitely take a look at that as it pertains to the policy and ensuring that it does not coincide with the language of the policy. So we will take a deeper look into that.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you.
You're welcome. You're welcome. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, and I concur with Ms. Levinson's comments. So with that, I don't see anyone else oh wait, I have one more hand up. I don't know if it's the same one as before. Did someone newly put their hand up, Ms. Good?
Nope, not me.
Okay. All right, so with that said, all those in favor of I-1, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Those opposed say no. I-1 passes unanimously. May I please have a motion and a second on JJ 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7.
So moved.
Second, Aldeff.
Moved by Ms. Rupert, second by Ms. Alhadeff. Mr. Moquin, JJ 1 through 7, any public comment?
Yes, Madam Chair. I believe Mr. Grubb is downtown and looking to speak to item JJ6.
Okay, thank you.
Good evening now, school board members, Superintendent Runcie, and Madam Chair. Again, my name is Andrew Grubb, student at Cypress Bay High School, proud alumni of Falcon Cove Middle, and newly appointed member to the Facilities Task Force. Now on JJ6, the second change order item speaks about that we need to add fire hydrants, which was a consultant omission in the original plan. Now, I understand that there is I don't know the proper word, but there is a kind of contingency fund which we plan for change orders. But again, as I go over each and every meeting, there are many projects that have yet to come before the board. And each time we make one of these mistakes, we're eating away at money that we're going to have to magically come up with all of the projects we have yet to that have yet to come before the board. And not just for this item, we have several other items which have incredibly large sums of money that we now have to go back and change. Now, being a Weston resident, I have not missed a Weston City Commission meeting for the last 2.5 years, and the city does not mess up on code enforcement. So I just wonder where the buck stops. What does it have to take for us to realize we have to get our act together and make sure consultants actually draw our plans in a proper manner? Now, I know that we don't have all of the experts internally, and that's why we go and hire out. So why hire out if we're going to have to go back and fix it? Yes, I know that this occurs in all projects, and you guys might argue that, oh, it's only $8,000. But when we have 6, 7 change orders coming every meeting, it's getting ridiculous, especially because we're not making progress on the construction projects. If we were moving along and almost done on year 5 of a 4-year bond project, maybe it'd be okay. But we're so far behind, and our estimates in 2014 were so far below, I truly am at a loss for words. So I don't know what has to get done, but what I do know is that whoever needs to crack down on Kiri and the architects, this cannot happen. We cannot be coming back week after week and adding more money to these projects. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Moquin, do we have any other public comment?
Madam Chair, we do not have any other public comment on the JJ items.
Thank you so much. I have Miss Bartleman on JJ7.
I have a question about the change orders. And by the way, I did get your staff response to all of my 3 questions. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. So this is like one of the examples that was given to me, but not by this company. I already told you that. They're not the ones I spoke to, but they all talk to each other. So here's the question. A consultant bids on a job. They take the plaster down, and oh my God, the whole room has wood studs. How would they ever know that those wood studs were there? And then they're asked to replace all the studs in the whole room, but then they have to pay for it because it's their omission. How does that happen?
Okay, well, on this one, the reason it is, I was on JJ6 that he was talking about.
I'm sorry, JJ7.
JJ7. No, that's my fault. I was on the wrong one. It's a consultant omission because they had as-built drawings that said the wood studs were in the wall. That's why it is a change order and not a CUD, because it wasn't necessarily an unforeseen condition. It showed up numerous times in as-builts. So that's why we had to do a change order on this. Otherwise, it would have been a CUD, unforeseen condition.
But then you would have had to technically pay for it anyway.
Yes.
We as a school district would have paid for it. Because we would have had to do it anyway. So then they're charged $3,000 for.
The $3,000 is for removing the wood studs. And just a little bit more background on that. Yes, the whole room had wood studs, but the building department made a decision that since the perimeter rooms were common with classrooms, the perimeter walls, and only the drywall was removed on one side, they allowed to keep the wood studs there. It was only the middle wall between the 2 restrooms, which is a chase wall, that drywall was removed on both sides. So that one, they made us change it to metal studs.
So maybe this was the wrong room because what the example I was given was like they had to change all of the studs, even on the walls they weren't working on, and they weren't paid for it. So maybe there was another situation where this occurred. And I'm bringing this up because people are getting fed up with things. And if you guys see my response, the people that I met with actually gave solutions to all the different, how to handle the change orders. And Frank gave a good response back as to why those will or will not work. But they have serious issues when they're asked to do work that wasn't part of the original scope, and then they don't get paid for it. So was there?
Right, I don't know the ones that they're not getting paid for. You'd have to let me know those situations and I could look into it.
You know the bathroom one, but I don't want to use just that
Right.
one. I want to use the other ones. But that's the same concept, like, oh, the light is rusted. I'm here to put a handle in, but now fix, the building department says, but fix the light. And then they have to fight you to pay them for fixing the light.
Well,
And I don't know if this was the exact example, but it was a wood stud example, which I'm sure other schools have wood studs. And then they were told they had to change all the wood studs beyond the wall. So is this that example, or am I going to have to wait for that change order to come in the future? Because you can't expect people to do work that, if they omit it, that's one thing. But when people add to the scope, they want you to either make a new contract, a new job number, do something, because it's very frustrating for them.
And if you notice in the response, it spells all that out.
Yeah.
I'll go into it a little briefly now, but there's really, and I put it in the response, there's 3 reasons that would be a scope increase. One is if the owner decides to add something, of course, they'll get a change order and we'll add it. If they need more time, we'll give them more time. We don't do many owner change orders because that's us changing the scope. The other one is if a contractor gives us a request for information on something and it means doing something different, that could be a possible one. The big one I think you're talking about is when the building department goes out and inspects and they all of a sudden say, well, you got to bring this up to code. This doesn't meet design standards and it's not part of, it's not in our project, it's not in the contract, but we're being made to do it. So that's the one I think you are really talking about. And I can't do anything with that because that's not in my department.
Okay, so whose department is that?
That would be the building department. And we have a conversation. I'm not saying bad things about the building department. And we meet constantly every Wednesday morning. We meet for like 2 hours and go over these issues. And that's where on the one instance, the chief building official said, no, if you only take drywall off one side and it's wood studs, you can leave the wood studs. Of course, if they're in good shape. If they're in bad shape, we have to fix it anyway. But that's where the decision was made to go ahead and only replace the studs where you remove drywall on both sides. I'm going to find out which project you're talking about.
Okay.
I did not know anything about that one, but I knew about all these other ones. But I don't know where we would make them take that down and not pay them for it.
Okay, and then I'll have to ask Mr. Runcie. Did you have an opportunity to review Frank's memo yet?
My responses?
No, for Mr. Runcie, because it's not your department, so really,
Okay.
Mr.
I'm
Runcie.
just saying, I just sent it. We
Yeah.
not an hour ago.
Oh, okay, well, okay, so Mr. Runcie, is he still on? Oh, hi, Mr. Runcie. I didn't see you.
Oh.
Okay, so remember when I called you about this and you said you were going to look into it? The frustration exists with exactly what Frank spoke about. If it's not a consultant error, and if it's not us asking for a change order, but the building department is asking for it, they want a process so that they can be paid for that additional work. And what happens is the way it's happening now is it's going through the change order process, which is taking forever. And then they're not getting paid. And it's a frustration throughout all companies. And
right, but the change order process, the change order process is set by the board and policy, is it not?
No, you're not listening. It's the decision of whether or not to grant the change order. You can do a change order. We have a change order because it's a consultant error by omission. You can have a change order because we're requesting it. But there's another situation that has come up in all of these projects, which is a change order because the building department is saying, we found something else, we need you to do it now. And that's where the fight comes in, because it wasn't in the scope of work. It's not a request by Frank's shop. And this is the easiest example because it's actually an example. Put in the toilet handle in the stall, but the light, there's an issue with the light. Now, contractor, while you're doing the handle with the stall, and this is Frank can give you the school, while you're doing the handle in the stall, go ahead and fix the light, but then the person has no means to get paid for fixing the light.
Can I make one comment on the change order process?
Sure.
I admit we've got problems with our change order process. And I admit that in the response back to you and the board, that with the last few weeks, Atkins, here, and myself have been working really hard to streamline it. And one of the issues is it was in eBuilder, and I'm sure contractors have showed you this big flow chart on going through change orders. Well,
Yeah.
we revised that and we've shortened that. Before, if a change order, if it went through everyone and at the end it had to be revised, it had to go all the way back to the beginning. Not anymore. So we're taking care of our processes, and I'm hoping, just like we did, and Mr. Runce's mentioned it in previous board meetings with the payments, most of the contractors are very happy with the payment process. And when you get to that part in my response, the ones that are complaining are the ones that are not doing the submission correctly. So we have gone really far with the payment process, and we're changing the change order process, not the board policy part, but our internal getting them done.
Okay, so I don't want to get to the payments. I want to get to the change order.
Right.
They have a very specific, Mr. Runce, they say that if you're going to make them do something that's outside the scope, that is because a building department official, it's not their fault. It's just something that has to be done now. That the change order, it's a fight as to who's going to do it every single time, where maybe this has to be a policy change. There has to be another avenue where you say, building department says you have to fix that light now. And then it has to be, they want a separate work order number and they want to be paid for that separately. Or if it's a big project, they think you should rebid the job. Because sometimes there's so we need to come up, and this is beyond me, but they have a very thought, when I talked to them, I typed their exact comments. So Frank has.
So Mrs. Barrowman, this is Jeff Moak. The building department reports to me. I think you're oversimplifying this issue. The building department just doesn't willy-nilly go into a project and say, I want all these things upgraded. They need to be upgraded because they're part of code. There are a significant amount of aspects of these projects that tangentially touch other parts of the building, when they're up in the false ceiling plenum, when they're in the walls, dealing with electric, what have you. And so I would prefer, before we go ahead and make it seem like this is the building department just adding scope, that we have an opportunity to have the chief building official and representatives from the building department speak to this issue.
Jeff, you're missing the point. No one is saying that it doesn't need to be done. No one is arguing that they're doing things that shouldn't be done. The argument is who's going to pay them for doing it.
So
to say it's willy-nilly or the building department, I just want to put this out. That's not the issue. You're right. You go in and something touches something else and you have to fix it. But if you have to also get paid for that. And that's why people are frustrated with the district. So I'm not saying you don't do the work. Of course you increase the scope. Of course you meet all the safety criteria. But if it was never, and by the way, we're doing the big three. So this is going to come up more and more as we go into the older buildings. They're just saying that we'll do it, but if it's a big thing, you really should go out to bid or give us a separate work order for this request and pay us. They're not, and
so
I'm done. Thank you.
What I'm going to ask is, you've obviously brought up the
You just
topic.
infuriated me with that comment because I'm not saying there's something wrong with the building department.
Okay.
Just saying people want to get paid.
I got it. So
And
we've brought up the issue, and I believe this is something we've acknowledged. There is something to do here to improve. So I think it's been acknowledged. Mr. Girardi, I think we probably need to work with your team. Mr. Moquin, obviously under the direction of Mr. Runce, if that's something, Mr. Runce, that you can tackle outside of our meeting.
Yeah, no, that's absolutely right. This type of, I understand what the issue is, and this is not something that's unexpected when you're doing massive renovations to the extent that we're doing them. We've said it from day one years ago. You're going to find things there once you go behind the wall. So the issue is it part of the existing scope or do you set up a new one? So we'll sit back, we'll talk to some of these contractors, and we'll come up with a process. I have no concern if it's new work order or a new project, depending on the scope of what it is, we need to go and look at it. But I don't see it as some just broad universal problem necessarily that we have. I think the more complex projects, we may be seeing a lot of this on, and it depends on the nature of the project. So yes, Ms. Corn, we'll go back and I'll sit down with Frank and we'll review our processes around this.
Thank you, guys.
Okay.
Thank you.
Anything else, Ms. Bartleman? Okay, so I have Ms. Brinkworth.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm not going to belabor the point. I'm just going to say that I heard similar concerns from contractors, and I just want to make sure that we're putting a process in place to make sure that those change order payments are addressed. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
We also met with the same contractors, so we're meeting with them also. So
Okay.
we're working on it.
Thank you. So to that, all those in favor of JJ 1 through JJ 7, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Those opposed say no. JJ 1 through 7 passes unanimously. May I please have a motion and a second on JJ 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12?
So moved.
Second. Moved by Ms. Rupert, second by Ms. Levinson. Is there any audience input on JJ 8 through 12? Mr. Moquin.
Madam Chair, we did not receive any public comment on items JJ 8 through JJ 12.
Thank you very much. To my colleagues, I have Ms. Brinkworth on JJ 11.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just have a question in reading through the item, and I appreciate, oh, wait a second. Is this the wrong one? Hold on a second.
Through the chair, it's Blanche Ely.
No, I know, but my note, I think, was applying to somewhere else. So I've got to see, did I write it in the wrong place?
You want to ask the question and we can.
Well, it was about Windows replacement in the scope, and it was about the Parkway project.
That would have been the last J item, J11.
So it was J11, not JJ11. I made an error. I apologize. My question is not about JJ11.
Miss Corn, you're muted.
Okay, sorry about that. So let's vote on JJ 11 or all these JJs, dispose of them, and then Ms. Brinkworth, do you need us to open up the consent agenda and bring forward J11?
Yes, I just have a quick question that I need to ask. Thank you.
Okay, all those in favor of JJ 8 through 12, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
Those opposed say no. JJ 8 through JJ 11 pass unanimously. May I please have a motion and a second to open the consent agenda?
I'm sorry, I'm trying to follow Miss Corn. I thought you asked JJ through 11 at one time, and then you said 12. Mr. Moquin, can you clarify?
The original motion was through 12, so if I restate it at the end, I can
11,
restate it again. So all those in favor of JJ 8 through 12, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
Those opposed say no. Thank you. Can I have a motion and a second to open the consent agenda?
So moved.
Second, Alda.
By Ms. Rupert, second by Ms. Alhadeff. A motion to J11. A motion to move J11, please.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Rupert, second by Ms. Alhadeff. Ms. Brinkworth, J11.
Thank you. I appreciate that, Madam Chair. So my question is, and I want to say first that I appreciate the phased approach and how that's going to allow some of the work to move forward while considering what needs to happen on that site with community input and all those things that need to happen in order to make the best decisions for the benefit of the community. My question, however, is with regard to, because it calls out window replacement, and I know that I asked this question, especially with regard to the Stranahan project and the fact that, you know, building envelope didn't necessarily call out window replacement. So I was just asking if window replacement was called out in the scope. I'm sure it's definitely a need, same as it is in many of our other schools. But I just want to make sure if it was called out specifically that's something that I need to have a better understanding about. And then I'll have another conversation with staff about how the scopes, and I've talked about this before, are not consistent in the way they call things out. So can you answer the question whether or not replacement of windows was specifically called out in the original scope?
Okay, I'm gonna turn that over to Danny Jardine from CBRE Erie or Ashley. They know the scope on that project a little bit better than I do, so.
Ms. Brinkworth, this is Danny Jardine, CBRE Erie. And many times in the Jacobs assessment, it may identify 5 square feet of windows that need to be replaced and not necessarily full-blown window replacement for all the buildings. We go and we'll do an assessment of each building and identify if we can find the 5 feet of window or the square footage of window that is specifically called out for in the Jacobs assessment, and make sure that if the windows need to be replaced, they can get replaced or repaired so that it's watertight. The intent is to have a watertight, safe condition in a good learning environment in the classroom.
Okay, thank you. So a similar approach is being used on all the products when there is all the projects when it's called out in the scope for aluminum window replacement. It isn't necessarily a wholesale window replacement on the entire project, just addressing specific issues. And I'm not saying that all schools probably over a certain age didn't need a wholesale window replacement, but that wasn't part of the original scope. So I just wanted to clarify before I begin getting questions from the community about why a certain scope calls something out and another scope does not. So thank you for answering that question. I appreciate it.
Right.
Okay, thank you. All those in favor of J11, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. J11 passes unanimously. May I please have a motion and a second on K1?
So move.
Moved by Dr.
Second.
Osgood, second by Ms. Rupert. Any audience input on K1, Mr. Moquin?
Madam Chair, we did not receive any public comment on item K1.
Okay, thank you very much. To my colleagues, I have Ms. Bartleman.
Yes, I am looking for my question. Hold on.
You want me to come back to you?
No, I got it. I just gotta turn the page, but I also have to turn this on. Hold on. So my question has to do with, you said, so we lost $764,000 in FEFP. By the way, I just have some, like, it seems very, and the mental health, there was just a lot. We lost 824,000 in appropriations. Just wanted some explanation.
Where is it?
It's
So-
page 6 of 7.
Did I say that out loud?
Oh, is somebody asking me a question or no?
So through the chair, Ms. Bartleman, the explanation is in the executive summary. In spite of the fact that the district had an increase in FTE for the February count of 23 students, the state planning undercounted statewide enrollment. So there was a proration to funds in Calc 4 statewide of $11 million, of which 731,000 affected Broward County Public Schools.
And that's why when you look on page 6 of 7, it's broken down between all of the allocations, like instructional material, reading, mental health.
Yeah,
Okay.
this simply conforms the budget to Calc 4 from the state. If someone takes this document, pulls the state document, and looks at Broward, you'll see these numbers and you'll be able to tick and tie them to that.
And it doesn't have to do with, it has to do with them not planning correctly. And that's why we're impacted, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
I just want to get that on record and make sure I understand it and I'm able to explain it because that's a huge problem. Okay.
It's happened the last 2 years, Miss.
Yeah, when I saw it, I was wondering if it had something to do with everything going on with COVID. That's also why.
Nothing to do with this. This is the state's last year budget.
Last year budget. Got it. Okay, thanks for answering that.
You're welcome.
Thank you. I have Ms. Brinkworth.
Thank you, Madam Chair. On that same page, Ms. Marte, and I think you just answered the question, but I just want to get clarification. So underneath the charter schools instructional services ESE guaranteed allocation, it kind of, when I was going through the numbers seem to like be proportionally allocated and reduced and increased, and then that one seemed out of alignment. So if you could just help me understand.
I'm going to try. So our number of students went up 23, some of which were ESE and charter schools too. So while that number in the fourth calc went up, others went down.
Okay, but specifically to charter schools, because if you look at all the numbers in the top district instructional services, and then you look in the bottom charter schools instructional services, and you kind of like compare them, if you took the bottom and laid it side by side to the top, you could see.
It depends on the weight of the ESE children that they increased. So I can give you a follow-up, actually giving you the calculation. But if the weights of the ESE students increase at different rates, those numbers are going to look like an anomaly.
Okay, well, they did. So that's why I wanted to ask the question about it. All right, thank you. And then
you need a further follow-up, Ms. Brinkworth?
No, if you're telling me that this is from the state and these are the numbers that they sent, then
tie out
I'm
to the
fine with
state
that.
report. Absolutely tie out.
Okay, thank you. And then on page 7 of 7, I have quite a few questions. So the first question, it's probably not directly for you, but it's tied to this item. For the funds that added to Student Services Department for increased hours for 5 community liaisons for the HEART program. I just asked if we as a board could get some insight into the change in numbers over the past 5 years, if there's been, a pattern of the numbers increasing throughout the year from beginning of year to end year and then year to year.
So I can tell you specifically to this item, Dr. Hickman has seen a significant and unfortunate growth in the number of homeless students since March 16th. And he asked for an expansion of the hours of these individuals to make sure these children who are newly homeless as a result of mostly COVID had services. So these specific requests come through a review process. So I am very familiar with these asks and why.
Okay, thank you. And then so to Mr. Runcie, if you could just have staff provide a follow-up to the board on the numbers and the increase, because I think it's something that we often get asked in the community, and it's important for us to be able to speak with accurate numbers and impacts so that the community can understand. And then for the funds added to the Office of the General Counsel for legal fees, can you help me understand what this is for?
Can I provide you with a follow-up for that, please?
Yes, that's fine.
Thank you, Ms. Brinkworth.
Fiscal services, how much?
That was to so we had to, because of COVID, parents had paid a lot of money for field trips and year-end events and used credit cards, and we had to refund.
Yeah, no, I was one of those parents, and I appreciate that. And
that's what this is money for. It's a one-time occurrence.
Right, but so my question to you is, I understood what the money was for, but my question was, how much money did we refund that this fee is this significant? Because this indicates that it's the processing fees.
I'll get you that. It was millions. It was a lot of money.
Okay, all right.
I will get the exact amount. And Mr. Woods and I worked on this together, and I believe Mrs. Brown, it was a significant amount of money, and we will get back to you with all the detail.
Okay, thank you. And then lastly, I had for the central services items, for all of those items, I know that this is impact based on COVID-19 response, but my question to you was, did these budgets not have funds available due to the shutdown, or did you allocate funds so that they could be specifically linked to a certain, budget allocation number?
The latter.
Okay, that's what I thought, but I just wanted to make sure.
And just as an FYI, number 1, possibly number 2, are both going to be reimbursed by 87.5% by FEMA, and we're tracking all of that.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to, because there should have been money left in some of those budgets.
I want to show the specific allocation to FEMA.
That's what I thought, but I just wanted to clarify. Thank you, Madam Chair. That is the extent of my questions. Thank you, Ms. Marte.
Thank you. I have Ms. Levinson.
Thank you. A couple of my questions were already covered. The remaining ones, why $100,000 increase in transportation when we're not using transportation?
I'm sorry, Miss Levinson, point me to where you are.
Oh, I'm sorry, it's under the revenues. Why the increase in transportation there for the revenues? Where is that coming from that,
Additional ridership counted in the February head count.
okay. All right, so that goes with the FTE, okay. All right, and then my other question is, under the central services, the funding for security costs, aren't those salaried employees that we were paying anyway?
Part of, through the chair, not necessarily. So there was a declared emergency by the governor that part of it was over the spring break time when they were off calendar. So their union contract entitles them to pay over and above. This is separate from their contract. This was during the emergency.
Okay, that's a whole
So there
different
was a
discussion.
declared
That's a whole
emergency.
different discussion, but I appreciate you answering that question. And then the breakdown for the last item there for the new House bill that passed, what is that 75,000 to be used for?
So I know it's to comply with the legislation and buy the additional equipment. I'll have to get you a follow-up, Mrs. Rich Levinson.
Terrific. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I have Ms. Rupert.
Thank you. I had a question to Ms. Marte about the federal government actually repaying money to agencies who help school shooting victims. And it mentions that recipients will include the United Way, several governmental agencies, including the school board. So I want to know how much.
We're on item K1.
I understand that, but this is the only way I can get into this.
Okay, all right, I'll try. I hope I'm prepared to answer. Go ahead.
No, my question was, do we know the actual percent amount or money amount that we're going to get paid back because of the money that we put forward for COVID? I'm sorry, for MSD, excuse me. Are you lost? I'm sorry. I'm reading actually from a paper. Recipients from the United Way and several governmental agencies, including the school board, the children's services, etc., will be reimbursed for the $9.8 million that have gone through to the MSD high school massacre. So it says that we were, you know what I'm saying?
I believe you're talking about the recently awarded VOCA grant, which is not on the agenda today. You'll get more details.
No, but it is in,
right.
I'm sorry, it is in finance. I wanted to ask.
So there is a grant for $9.5 million that will reimburse us for some of the expenditures over the last 2 years. So we get a full, and Dr. Hickman's on the line, I believe it's 9.8 million.
Yes, that's what the paper said,
That's
but
correct.
I wanted to bring that up for the.
We get all of it.
Yes, we get all of it?
Good afternoon, good evening, board members, Superintendent Runcie. This is Stephanie Williams-Lewis, Director for Grants Administration. Just to clarify, that 9-point-something million, and I apologize for not having the document in front of me. I'm actually driving, but that contract was on the agenda earlier for item EE31. And our portion of that is, I believe it's around 4.9. I'm
perfect.
Talking off the top of my head.
No, you don't need to be more explicit. Just a follow-up.
Yes, the total is shared between Broward Schools, Children's Services Council, and the United Way. And we've been working on that for the last 2 years in partnership.
Yes, and I brought that forward because it was actually in the forum, which is Coral Springs, Coconut Creek, Margate Forum, and they mentioned it. And I thought, you know what, this needs to be brought up for information from my colleagues as well as the finance department, so you all can see and share with us how much of the money that we'd actually get reimbursed, which we could be utilizing towards when we finalize our budget. So I don't,
Just to be clear about that, it's reimbursement for expenditures that for the most part, we've already made.
Yes, but because we've been reimbursed, then we now have additional money that we have been paid back, is what I understand.
Not necessarily, because it wasn't budgeted. We fronted them the money.
All right, but now you're going to back.
Huh?
But now you have it back.
Right, so we're even. It's not additional money.
Okay, I got it. I just wanted to bring that forward towards my, my colleagues and the public to know that, hey, it took a couple of years, but we're getting a little money back than we
Well,
didn't
it
allow
certainly
before.
helps, Miss Rupert. We're not grateful for the money, but we funded these much needed services.
Yes.
Being very confident we were going to get it. Had we not, we would have had a reconciling item at the end of the year.
Absolutely, and I appreciate that. Thank you so much, Ms. Marte. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I don't have anyone else at the moment that I saw hands up. I think I've addressed everyone. I had a couple of quick questions. I'll call them quick. Hopefully they will be quick. It's on page 7. So help me with trying to find page 7. Under the student services, the extra liaisons that we need for the HEART program, do we not see that potentially as something that's probably going to occur going forward, considering the conditions we're in? And do we need to be considering how that impacts next year's budget?
So that's really a good question. So anytime we bring these type of budget adjustments to the board during the year, my staff reviews with the requestor, is it recurring or non-recurring?
Right.
So maybe we should put in parentheses on these items, NR for non-recurring or R for recurring. So as we've built next year's budget, we've included that money in it already.
So even though this is coming so late in the year,
we're still working on budget, we're still balancing.
Okay.
Yes, that's still included. But I think that would offer a lot of clarity because there are often times where an item is not recurring.
right. Well,
So
that'll be my next
this
question.
one is recurring. You know, if you look at the the fiscal item is non-recurring. 6I is non-recurring. 3 is non-recurring. So I think it's important, and that's a good point. I think going forward, we'll adopt that format, letting the board and the public know whether they're recurring or not. But anything that is recurring, we're still working and building into the budget.
Perfect. Okay, that was exactly what I was speaking to. And that 6I, the 250 that's set aside there, I mean, I know we're still talking at this point about what some procedures are going to be for next year. That obviously will impact, but that dollar amount is what we've already spent, or that's what we've set aside. We've spent some and there's still some left to spend on those particular required services.
So the last budget amendment we brought to you which is only a month ago, we had $1.2 million of additional items that Ms. Coker was buying for emergency supplies.
Right.
This is an additional 250. Some of these items are still in the warehouse. So it's not all given out, and she still has money to buy more. And as I keep saying, FEMA has confirmed, and Mr. Sullivan has confirmed for me, that FEMA will pay for 87.5% of the cost of enhanced cleaning supplies and materials and salaries, as well as 87.5% of the PPE equipment we need to open schools. So I expect you're going to see more of these numbers and increases in these budgets.
So I'm glad you said that, because it was clarified to us that PPE was not in the FEMA unless it was specific for the cleaning aspect, meaning it was our so help me understand.
I have confirmation from Mr. Sullivan in writing yesterday, because he asked the question specifically. PPE equipment is covered. I believe Mr. Sullivan's probably still on the call.
So Mr. Sullivan, if you're on the call, if I could just clarify, because I know we talked about we're stockpiling, right? Ms. Coker is doing what we would want her to do, which is purchasing materials now, because when we open schools, we have to have them on hand. So I don't know whether or not we're actually going to be giving out masks. I don't know if we're going to have hand sanitizer, at every classroom. I don't know where those procedural decisions are going to fall out, but we would have to be ordering now, I would think. And so if we could maybe speak to, if Mr. Sullivan's there, that would be great. If not, if we could get follow-up to clarify, because at the last meeting, I specifically asked about PPE and I was told no, it was not included.
So
Madam Chair?
Yes, Mr. Sullivan.
Yes, I'm still here. Ms. Marte is 100% correct. We reached out because we were both on a webinar where it was conflicting information, but I reached out to the Florida Department of Emergency Management, which deals with FEMA, and they said it would be reimbursable. Also, I believe earlier today, the Department of Education released information about we have to a process of us requesting face mask for our employees. So I know Mr. Woods and his shop are working on that.
Already have them
as well.
I just got confirmation that the 20 pallets of cloth face masks for staff were delivered.
Okay, got it. All right, and then the same with hand sanitizers. I don't know if that falls into that category,
Yes,
but
it does.
anyway, I don't want to get into the details. I just wanted to make sure, because that's different than what we were previously told, which is a big win, obviously, for us, because there's a big expense, unexpected, and we expect other funds to be drying up for next year. Food service costs, that's not anywhere in this.
That is Amendment K3.
Okay, but I mean, that's not something that we would ever see in this area. That's only in the operation side of K3.
I'm not sure I understand your question.
Well, because this is in general fund. Don't the funds go into general fund for food service?
No.
Oh, I thought they went into food service. I thought they went into the general fund and then they went back out too. Okay.
Nope.
Perfect. So those were my only questions. I don't see any other hands raised than what was up before. If we could take
You
our
should have
hands.
me. Sorry, Rupert.
Yeah, if we can just take our hands down, that way I make sure that I'm not missing anybody. So all those in favor of K1, please indicate by saying aye.
Okay, but wait, I had my hand up.
Oh, I'm sorry. It was up and I thought I called on you. Yes, Miss Rupert.
I'm sorry. This is for Judy, and hopefully you'll be able to have a follow-up. Is in here or in any of the K items, the information for paying monitors for their overtime? Our campus monitors that are kind of
Yes.
centrally located. Yes.
The paying for the 6-3 paid any campus monitors who were working during the emergency.
That is exactly music to my ears. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay. So all those in favor of K1, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Aye. Those opposed say no. K1 passes unanimously. May I please have a motion and a second on K2 and K3?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Rupert, second by Ms. Alhadeff. Any audience input on K2 and K3?
Madam Chair, we did not receive any public comment on items K2 or K3.
Thank you, Mr. Moquin. I know, Ms. Alhadeff, you no longer need to recuse yourself from this item, so the comments that I have are actually on K3. I have Ms. Brinkworth.
Why don't you go first and I'll see if I still have a question, because I circled an area, but I didn't write a note down, so I got to reread it.
Okay, so Ms. Bartleman, K3. Ms. Bartleman, are you with us? Let's see. I believe she is. She may be having a problem. Is she still on the line? Ms. Bartleman, are you there?
Go ahead.
Okay, it's your turn, and we're on K2 and K3. Do you need a minute, Ms. Bartleman? I can give you a minute if you need. I think you're on mute.
Question.
Okay, there you go.
How are we paying for the food? The COVID food. We had a decrease in the National School Lunch Act, but then we were using other money. We used the summer feeding program. You see when there's a decrease? Can you guys hear me, by the way? Because I can't hear you guys.
We're paying for the food with fund balance available in food service.
So we lost the 26 million because of COVID, and then so is there anyone who's reimbursing for any of that? Or are we just gonna deplete that? Because we've had a healthy fund balance in food and nutrition. Thank God we have, but this is an issue because we're spending it down, which is, we gotta do it, but there's no other resources we can get to feed the families.
So I'll start the answer, and maybe Mr. Sullivan may want to jump in, or Mr. Woods. So this is obviously a problem that is not unique to Broward County. This is a national problem. All the urban school districts are feeding all of their children and families. So the Council of Great City Schools is working on legislative action to try to get the federal government to cover some of this. But the last I heard, nothing has been done yet, but it's certainly on the radar of many people at the federal level.
Okay.
I can add real briefly to that. I've been working with Mr. Woods and his team, Ms. Williams and Ms. Mulder, on this issue. Part of that work group, the superintendent has communicated with the county administrator to see if they will use their CARES Act to cover some of the costs to feed the adults. But we're not allowed to use our CARES Act, but they are for food. Thank you.
So,
and this is Maurice. Hello.
Hey, go ahead.
Hi, it's Maurice, and I'm driving, so hopefully you're not getting too much feedback.
No.
But what I will add to that is, in addition to that, we've been aggressively working with our local partners to receive funding. Obviously, it's not in the multi-million-dollar range that we would need to make a dent in what we need to cover some of our costs. But we have been working with partners, the Miami Dolphins, and other organizations. And we've also done a campaign out to the community through our grants department, where we're trying to cover a significant portion of the adult meals. The last thing I'll say is we were fortunate enough to have a fund balance to help us cover some of these costs. Some of our peer districts are having even more of an impact because they didn't have the level of fund balance that we had on our books.
Okay, so let me ask this. Why at one point was I told we would be using the summer feeding program, but I don't see that in this budget amendment? Because when we opened it up for because part of the summer feeding program, and maybe Mary Mulder needs to be here.
Yeah.
With the summer money, there is no everyone can get food in the summer. You come, you get food. It's not like during the year. And so I thought when we transitioned to, it was going to be set up like the summer feeding program, that we would have access to those dollars.
So I'll start, and then I believe Mary Coker or Mary Mulder is on the line.
Okay.
But on the actual item, and I don't have it in front of me, I believe there's about $3 million of an increase. I think it's under other food services, if I recall correctly.
Yes,
I believe that's the summer feeding program. And Ms. Mulder, please correct me if I misstated.
Yeah. Hi, it's Mary Mulder, Director of Food Service for the district. Mr. Woods, you are correct. Let me just touch base for a moment on the summer feeding program. We did transition in March to the summer feeding program due to the guidance of FLDOA. And that allowed us to feed students in schools where the free and reduced meal percentage was over 50%, which is why you see our feeding sites at schools that are all over 50%. So that is where that money is coming from. You are correct, Ms. Bartleman. We do receive reimbursement. It's just under a different program. It's not under the National School Lunch Program. It's under the Summer Feeding Program.
So when I look at the line on page 1 of 2, there's no budget increase or anything under the summer program. How come it's under food services? Because there is a line that says summer program. Or is it that we haven't been reimbursed yet?
Well, the reimbursement occurs on a monthly basis. So our reimbursement claim for the month of May still has not been received yet.
But this amendment is as of May, and how far back does it go?
We usually go back at least 2 weeks by the time we submit the claim.
No, but for this K item, Ms. Marte, I guess.
It's the first amendment. It's number 1 of the year. So this goes all the way back to the budget that was adopted by the board in September.
So should we be seeing more reimbursement money from the summer program?
After May 31st, yes.
It's
Okay,
a
so how
timing
much,
issue. It's
okay, so
timing.
how much of that $26 million are we gonna see?
So far, we've seen 3. We have to wait and see how many people show up to eat and do the submittal of the reimbursement. So we don't have that answer yet.
This is for the past. That's what I'm asking. We only got, I don't see, if this was as of May 31st, we started summer feeding in March. We had March, April, May.
And so far, we've received $3,050,000.
So why is that under the summer program though? If it comes out of summer feeding program.
It's under other food services.
But Miss Mary Mulder just said that it's part of the summer program. So that's why I'm asking, are we anticipating more money?
Yes, we will anticipate more money, as Ms. Marte said, once the claim is filed for them and received for the month of May.
Okay, so we have to file a claim to get the reimbursement.
You
Okay,
are correct.
So even though this is a May 31st, we haven't put in a claim for May 31st yet.
Our claim will go in the middle of June, but the money is usually received within another 2 to 3 weeks after that. This was already put together prior to the board meeting.
Okay, so even so, if I'm assuming then that the 3 million was from March and April for 2 months.
Correct.
And then, so that means we may get maybe 1 million more. So we still have
We still have May and
22
June.
million. Yeah, we still have a huge hole. Then how much is left? Now remember that we always, when we negotiated last year, we negotiated some portion of, I don't know if we did a stipend or something for the employees out of their fund balance. Did we cover all of that we needed to out of here?
Yes.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure because we didn't anticipate spending the fund balance, but we always earmark some of those dollars.
As Mr. Wood said, and I think it's important to repeat, we are quite fortunate at this moment in history that we have the fund balance we have, because I can tell you when I'm on calls with the CFOs across the nation, they're all tapping into their general fund to cover these costs. So
how much
where we
fund
are
balance?
now and this amendment, our fund balance still remains at $17 million.
In food service?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, that makes me feel good. Okay. All right, and then just let us know what we need to do to advocate to get those dollars. And then is there something we can do differently? We're still gonna have to feed virtual school kids. So what if a parent makes that choice to go to the hybrid model? Is there anything we can do differently so that we can make sure we get reimbursed in our operations?
We get reimbursed for any eligible child that we feed.
But we didn't get reimbursed for what we just did.
Yes, we did. The reason that you see fund balance goes down is because we had an order from the governor to pay all our employees, and we were rotating staff to feed, but we paid employees we weren't paying as many meals as we normally do, so we had more costs than meals. We got reimbursed for what we did feed though, or will get reimbursed for that.
Okay, I'm misunderstanding this because we have $26 million that we spent. I was assuming that was spent on all the food we fed everyone.
Ms. Mulder, do you want to answer the question? So our salary costs continued.
Right, but then you shouldn't have a deficit. But you shouldn't have a deficit. You should have anticipated salaries in the budget for the year. We were going to pay them anyway, so why would there be a deficit?
Because we were reimbursed for all the meals we fed, but we fed far fewer meals than we would have had we been in a traditional school setting. And our staffing is built on a traditional school setting, and we were required to continue to pay everybody.
Okay, I'm so confused.
Right, so this is Mr. Wood. So this is Maurice. This is Maurice. So I think an easy way for me to say it is that we had significantly more cash outflow driven by salaries that we were paying, greater than the amount of food revenue that we were receiving. And then in addition to that, we were paying for some adult meals in which we don't get as high a reimbursement as we do for the students. Because one of the things that we committed to is that we would not turn families away. So some of that cost or that cash outflow was absorbed by our fund balance. So that's
Okay,
how
so-
I would summarize it. Yes.
Okay, so then I like what we're doing as long as we're asking other partners to help contribute to the deficit. And just whatever we need to do.
Excuse
and
me, Mr. Woods, may I add to partner list? I had a few connection problems. Apologize for interrupting, Ms. Bartleman.
I'm sorry, who's speaking?
I heard you mention, this is Stephanie Williams, Director for Grants.
Unfortunately, we're
Highlight
not able to
a
hear
few of the
you.
partners.
I'm sorry, I have to interrupt. We're not able to hear you, unfortunately.
So,
Is it better
yeah.
now?
Yes, yes.
Okay. So I just wanted to, I wasn't sure, I had some connection problems earlier. And so I wanted to highlight a couple of the grants that we had worked with Food and Nutrition Services to secure. And one of those was the Urban Alliance grant for $305,000, as well as a No Kid Hungry grant, which the announcement came in for today. We were working with Feeding South Florida and several other partners, over the last few months. So just wanted to add that to the conversation if it wasn't already mentioned.
That's fine, and I appreciate all of that. And I don't think we have to do this. I'm just saying we have to be cognizant that you can't keep taking money from fund balance, which is non-reoccurring revenue, for something that might be potentially reoccurring based on the current situation. So we just need to find a way to figure out how to do this. And if we have to ask the federal government to give us, it's beyond me why our CARES money can't be used for this. But I just want us to be cognizant that we can't keep draining fund balance, because then we'll be in the situation the other counties are in and not have a fund balance. So I just want us to come up with a plan, and then however we're going to do that for the hybrid model, because we're going to need to feed kids on their days off. And how does that impact how we do that? And I mean, do we have them? What can we do differently so we make sure we get reimbursed for them? That's all. So thank you. And just really, really quick to Mary and all her staff, just thank you so much for everyone who was out there when all of us were locked down and they were out in the cafeteria putting food in people's cars and everything they were doing, putting themselves in harm's way. And again, we stepped up as a school system and fed the whole community. So I have to say, I think it's pretty amazing. It's just we have to be able to sustain this model and be able to help people, because if we go into a lockdown again, we can't keep depleting reserves or we won't have them. So thank you.
Okay, I have Ms. Brinkworth.
My questions were answered during that session, so I'm all good. Thank you.
Thank you. I have Ms. Levinson.
Yes, just a quick question on K2. I don't see, and I haven't seen in the prior ones unless I missed it, and I don't remember what the grant was. I just remember it started with a V. Did we ever get it? It was the Project Serve, and there was another one that started with a V.
VOCA.
So did we ever get it? Because it was supposed to pay for some items that were approved.
It was EE 31 today, and of the 8.9 million, we're getting approximately 5 million.
Oh, I didn't realize that was that grant. Okay, very good.
It's that one.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
And just to that point, the reason why it's not on K2 is because we just got it and K2 was already submitted. So it'll be in the year-end budget amendment you approve later on.
Got it. Thank you. I have Dr. Osgood.
And just one thing, so it'll go to pay for the items that we passed already. There was one like the Center for Mind Body Medicine, I remember.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
So I have Dr. Osgood.
Yeah, just a quick comment. Ms. Bottleman was making some comments about money early, and I think that we all do our best to manage the budget. But I want to be clear, I'll go broke when it comes to feeding and taking care of kids and families every day. It is a priority. Many of our students live in food deserts. They have to have food. And I just believe as we continue to take bold steps to meet the needs of the community, the money will come some kind of way. I mean, we can't, I'm not worried about depleting the fund balance. And I know that sounds really crazy, but I'll do that to feed someone, because if kids and families don't have food, guess what? We're not going to have students in school. So it's all going to be null and void. And I understand Ms. Bottom's point and what she was saying about the budget and that we need help in doing that. But we have to continue to prioritize our students beyond educational needs. And I think we lead the nation in doing that. We are a model. People are looking to us for best practices, and the things that we're doing it on a level that no other districts are doing. And I have a lot of confidence in Mr. Runcie and you, Ms. Marte, and Mr. Woods and the staff and Ms. Mulder to continue to guide us in these areas, that we continue to prioritize our students and their families first.
Thank you. I have Ms. Rupert and then Ms. Barnum, and I'll come back to you.
Thank you. I just wanted to highlight the fact that we have the $810,000 for SEDNet administration, and as well as the youth mental health awareness training. Those are two aspects that are truly going to change our kids' lives, and I'm very proud that the district is moving forward with those. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Ms. Bartleman?
Yeah, I just wanted to, I think Dr. Osgood clarified it a little bit, but I want to be very clear. We 100% need to feed people, but at the same time, as we run down money that we're using, we have to replenish it so we can continue to feed people. There's going to be a second wave of this. Everyone keeps talking about it. They're saying we're not even out of the first wave. And if we, God forbid, have to go to full shutdown again, I want to continue to be able to feed everybody. So I just want us to be cognizant of it and aware of it and keep doing what we're doing. But honestly, there has to be a call at the federal level. If we're saying that the county can use their money, their care money for food, and we can't, but we're the one doing it all, we should be allowed to use those dollars and access them, like John said. And it's something that we have to fight for, because just because we're not getting the money, we're not going to do it. But at some point when we have zero money left, there's going to be a problem. So I think Lori's on the Council of Great City Schools. So clearly this is going to be a problem for big districts that don't have a fund balance. And we just need to keep plugging along and saying, look, we're going to fill this hole here. But it's ridiculous that the county has money for feeding, but we're the ones doing all the feeding. That's what I'm saying. So I didn't want to characterize that, because Dr. Osgood, I am with you. Feed everyone. I'm fine with that. But I don't want to ever have to turn somebody away because we just don't have it. So that was my point to that. I didn't realize it was $24 million just in a 3-month period. So thank you, guys.
Thank you. I don't see any other hands. I just wanted to clarify, in those dollars set aside for food service, I think we did do something financially for food service. I think Ms. Mulder, maybe, is that in those numbers or is that forthcoming?
So the will of the board was to fund a 3.5% salary adjustment for food service workers, of which 2% came from the referendum and 1.5% came from food service. Those dollars were paid to all the full-time employees.
Right, but I mean, during this period of time,
they were still paid that amount.
Okay, so there was no additional concession or anything provided to them. That was all just done based on our prior negotiations around the contract.
The only dollars that food service workers received was during the declaration period of the crisis. They were paid according to their contract.
Perfect. Okay, and that's in these numbers, because that would also be just specifically to food service.
Through May 31st, they would be reflected in these numbers.
Perfect. Okay. I just wasn't sure if that was still something that might have been coming in the future. So, all right, that was it for me. All those in favor of K2 and K.
Wait.
I'm sorry, Ms. Levinson.
Yes, I just wanted to say one thing. I just want to make it clear. And also I want to thank Mary Mulder and all the food service people. I know we did that last meeting when we were talking about grants, but we can't thank them enough. But I want to make it very clear that we're not being reimbursed for the adult meals. We are being reimbursed for the kids' meals. So I think we have to distinguish between the two of them. And that's why the county is able to hopefully help us out, because it's for adult meals. So I just want to make that clear so people understand that. And it is something that the Council of Great City Schools is definitely targeting, with legislators to talk about that. But we need to differentiate between the children's meals and the adult meals. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All those in favor of K2, K3, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. K2, K3 pass unanimously. May I please have a motion and a second on K5?
So move, Osgood.
Second.
Moved by Dr. Osgood, second by Ms. Rupert. If I could have any public input, Mr. Moquin.
Madam Chair, we did not receive any public comment on item K5.
Thank you very much. I know you keep thinking I'm going to forget to ask you, but I'm not going to. May I please have Ms. Alhadeff, K5?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Marte, what is the fund balance that we're required by the state law to stay over?
3%.
Thank you. And my other question on page 8, why is there only this one donation listed as a gift? Because I know that we get a plethora of grants and gifts. Why is it just the one?
Most of them are recorded in the grants fund. I'm going to ask if my Director of Financial Reporting is still on, which I believe she is, because this is still an early night for her.
Hi.
I'm going to ask Ira Montawala to answer that question for you, Mrs. Alhadeff.
Ira Motivala, Director of Accounting and Financial Reporting. Through the chair, the Butler Foundation, that's a recurring donation, and that's recorded in this line item every year. Sometimes we do get additional donations, and if there is no separate line item for that for tracking purposes, that would also be recorded here. But usually there are separate line items associated for those donations. So they would not be reflected here.
Okay. Okay, and then my last question, Ms. Marte, how often would the board be getting an update on our fund balance?
We are required to give you a monthly update, which you have been receiving. You get a monthly financial statement from from Ms. Montawala through my office, as required by state law.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Oops, thank you. So I have Ms. Brinkworth.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I had a question on the J for the capital outlay. The increase of 55.2 million in capital outlay expenditures is primarily due to remodeling and renovations. I just wanted to know, do you have the breakdown? I'm assuming, but I don't want to assume that it's all smart or a majority of smart. So if you could just tell me what the breakdown is.
It is majority smart. We have had a significant increase in actual expenditures from last year in the SMART program.
Okay, so I guess I should more specifically ask, what amount of money is not part of the SMART for remodeling and renovations? Any of it?
I don't have that detail.
Okay, if you could just send it as a follow-up, that would be great. Thank you. That's the extent of my questions. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. I don't have any other, oh wait, I think I have a hand up. Ms. Bartleman, did you have a question? Okay, so her hand is up. Ms. Bartleman, did you have a question? Okay, I'm gonna pass. I can't hear you, Ms. Bartleman. I'm sorry. Yes or no? No question. Okay, I see a no, shaking no, so perfect. No questions. It's a little bit of a charades game, unfortunately. Sorry. So with that, all those in favor of K5, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. K5 passes unanimously. May I please have a motion and a second on KK1?
So moved, Rupert.
Second, Brinkworth.
Patty Good.
Moved by Ms. Rupert, second by Ms. Good. Is there any audience input? Mr. Moquin on KK1.
Madam Chair, we did not receive any public comment on item KK1.
Thank you so much, Mr. Moquin. With that, is there any discussion on KK1? Hearing none, all those in favor of KK1, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. KK1 passes unanimously. May I please have a motion and a second on LL1 through LL8?
So move, Osgood.
Again, the entire board has moved the items.
One of
Yes,
those is to vote down. So
Huh?
you might want one of those is to
yeah, it
vote
is,
down,
right.
so you
Hold
may
on.
not want to include it. I think it's LL7.
Yeah, so Mr. Run, yes, and Mr. Runcie is going to speak to that. Let me just do LL1 through LL6.
Okay.
Dr. Osgood?
So move.
Second.
Moved and second by Ms. Good. On the audience input on LL1 through LL6.
Madam Chair, we did not receive any public comment on items LL1 through LL6.
Thank you so much, Mr. Moquin. Any of my colleagues have any input on LL1 through LL6? Hearing none, all those in favor of LL1 through LL6, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. LL1 through LL6 pass unanimously. May I please have a motion and a second on LL7?
So move. Second.
Moved by Dr. Osgood, second by Ms. Rupert, and I believe Mr. Runcie asked if he could speak to this item before we take a vote.
Okay.
Mr.
Yes,
Runcie?
thank you, Madam. Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Can you hear me? Hello?
Yes. Yes.
Oh, okay, great. Yeah, I would just like to request again that LL7 is voted down, and I would like the board to defer LL8 so I can have time to go back with staff and ensure that our process is appropriate and make sure that all the appropriate steps were followed for this particular item so that we can make sure that we're doing what we need to do to find a replacement. So again, the request is for LL7 to be voted down, and if you could defer LL8 to give us some more time to make sure that our process is implemented with the level of fidelity that we desire.
Okay.
That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Runcie. So voting this down, LL7 is going to be voting the item down. So you're going to vote no if you want to vote the item down. Okay. So all those in favor of LL7, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye. No, it's not. Yeah, it's no. Sorry.
Those opposed say no.
No.
No. So it is unanimously voted down.
I'll be done in a minute.
So we will now take a motion, please, for LL8.
So moved. Second.
Moved by Ms. Rupert, second by Ms. Good, I think. Is there any audience input on LL8, Mr. Markwin?
Yes, Madam Chair. Mr. Grubb is downtown at the KCW building, would like to speak on item LL8.
Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you again for giving me the opportunity. About 4 months ago, I was at the Weston City Commission meeting asking for them to fund the additional SROs to make Cypress Bay and Falcon Cove come in compliance with the MSD Public Safety Commission guidelines. Now, why did this happen? Because the school board has now passed on the request or mandate to fund these police officers to the municipalities. So now I'm here to ask, we have this wonderful opportunity to go out and find these ROCs. Let's try and expand this program to decrease the burden on the municipalities, because one way or another, we have to comply with the guidelines from the MSD Public Safety Commission. So if we can offer free rent for even part-time security, let's do that so we can have someone else and only pay the second half. We in Weston are very fortunate to not have the monetary constraints that other cities have, so we are lucky to be able to fund the SROs. Our only problem was finding someone to do the job, because for many people it may not be the most attractive thing. So I just ask that we look to find ways to almost take the burden off our cities and keep our security funding internally. Thank you.
Thank you. I have a comment by Ms. Good.
I think Mr. Runcie wants to say something.
Yes,
Yeah,
Mr.
so I just wanted to be clear for the public. The ROCS officers have no relationship to the requirement for us to have an armed officer on each and every one of our campus. That's a whole separate item, so I don't want the public to be confused on that. The other piece I will say is that we have increased our share of funding, which we've historically done with our municipalities to fund the SRO program. And if you look at our total overall spend, and Mr. Katz can speak to this a lot more detail than I can, but our spend on safety and security is multiples of what municipalities are spending on their share of the SRO program. The final thing I would say, the SRO program itself is an investment that the municipalities make to ensure that there's a positive relationship between their law enforcement and the school community in their municipalities. In this era where we're talking about challenges that communities are having with law enforcement and the police, the SRO program in Broward County is a model for how you can have a collaborative relationship, and that relationship can be started in the school with our young people and extend out into the larger community so that there's better collaboration, mutual respect with law enforcement and the community. And so it's a great program. We want to continue having it. And again, that program is very different, has nothing to do with the resident on campus program. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. Good.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. And again, I appreciate Mr. Runcie's comment in having the matter deferred for follow-up. I also want to thank Mr. Katz and his staff for a great deal of follow-up that they also provided to me. I just want to say, I think we can continue to do better in the information that's provided to the board when these items come before us. I think we've talked about them numerous times as to ensuring that we document the need for having the programs at the schools, the interaction with the principals, the contacting the municipalities' jurisdiction to see who is if they have any candidates that they would like us to seek out. I think it needs to be more than just the individual that currently leases the lease and then moves it to the next person that they feel they want to sell their mobile home to. The program has value. I just want to make sure that as a board, we've talked about it numerous times, especially as it relates to documentation of monthly reports and that interaction that the ROC officer may have with the school itself. So again, I thank Mr. Runcie for his comments. Thank you. And if appropriate, I see that I have a colleague that wants to speak. I will make a motion to defer. Thank you.
Okay, yes, I actually have a couple. I have Ms. Rupert and then Ms. Levinson.
Yes, I was to make a motion to defer, but I will support Ms. Goods on that.
Thank you. Ms. Levinson?
I just want to thank Mr. Runcie. He actually addressed what I wanted to address with the SROs. Thank you.
Thank you. I do not have anyone else with a hand up, unless I missed it. So with that, Ms. Good?
Yes, Madam Chair. I just needed to ask Mr. Runcie what his time frame for the deferral would what is it that he would want it to see it?
Yeah, I think we could bring it back at the board meeting the end of July, unless Mr. Katz thinks we need some more time. That was my sense of when we'd be able to do that. So we'll be able to, do some additional outreach and get that item ready for the board meeting at the end of July.
Okay, so I'll make a motion to defer it till the July board meeting.
Second.
Do I need to have a date on that?
July 21st?
July 21st.
Thank you.
Apparently, everybody said July 21st.
Thank you. Any discussion on the, so it's moved by Ms. Good, second by Ms. Rupert. Any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor of the deferral of the item, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Those opposed say no. Can I get a quick roll call on who's on the call at the moment, please? I need Ms. Alhadeff,
Yes.
Ms. Bartleman,
Yes.
Ms. Brinkworth,
Yes.
Ms. Murray,
Yes.
Ms. Levinson,
Yes.
Ms. Good,
Yes.
Ms. Rupert,
Yes.
Dr. Osgood,
Yes.
and I am here. So we are at our last item. If I could please have a motion and a second to again bring EE 25 to the floor.
Ms. Corn, I was here for that vote. Can you hear me?
Yes, we did hear you and we were recorded of it. Thank you, Ms. Bartleman.
Okay, I'm sorry, the thing doesn't press on my computer.
That's okay.
So moved.
Thank you, Ms. Rupert. Second by Dr. Osgood. If we can all put our hands down, that way I know who actually has a question on this one. That would be great. And I believe, Mr. Gold, this is for you to respond. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you, Board Chair, and apologies to the board. I have three very simple direct statements. Number one, the contract has been confirmed to cover 24 students at the maximum load of 255. That is why the dollar value is what it is, given the prorated 255. Those numbers have been verified. Secondly, the previous contract, which is referenced in the executive summary, is at 253s with 20 students. So there is both a fewer number of students as well as a smaller allocation per student, which is why the number is so significantly less, but again, it's prorated. And third, we stand prepared either to do follow-up to this board item or to defer to the July 21st meeting if you would like to see that information prior to taking a vote.
Okay, Ms. Corn?
Yes, Ms. Levinson.
Okay, so no, I think you just answered my questions. It was based on 253. So we
Correct.
weren't talking about that before.
Correct.
And that clarifies what I was asking. And you're putting in the worst case scenario in terms of funding for 255.
Correct.
So my only question would be, that amount is not the amount Ms. Marte mentioned in terms of 255s being 5.5 times.
So I misspoke earlier. It's not the FEFP, it's the BSA.
Okay.
Yeah, we've been working back and forth to get you an answer, Ms. Levinson, Mr. Gold and I.
Okay, so it was the BSA. Okay,
Yep.
that makes a difference.
A
Thank
big
you very
difference.
much for clarifying that. I appreciate it. And just
Thank
before
you.
we, thank you.
I apologize.
That's okay. And before we close, I just want to make a comment about Mr. Moquin. I want to make sure he doesn't leave us to go on a game show or something. Ms. Corn, with the way he's been talking about the speakers, right?
You cracked me up.
That's funny. Is there any additional comment on EE 25? Going once, going twice. Okay, all those in favor of EE 25, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Those opposed say no. EE 25 passes unanimously. If someone can double check my math, but I believe we have disposed of all of the items.
Madam Chair, my notes reflect that we have disposed of the entire agenda for today.
Thank you so much. Is there, at this time, are there any items that my colleagues would like to bring forward?
Nope. Everybody be safe.
Thank you all very much. And with that, all of the items of the board have been, the scheduled order of business for this regular school board meeting. The school board of Broward County, Florida has been complete, seeing no obligation. I now adjourn the meeting. Thank you all very much. Have a great evening.
Thank you.
Good job, Ms. Corn.
Thanks.